на бордот на директори. За прв пат пред точно една година, на крајот на самитот во 2024 ми беше доделена таа можност да бидам прв председавач на бордот кој е лоциран во Македонија. Пред тоа пракса и традиција беше македонец или од Соединетите Американски држави или од Канада да има таа улога. Но она што може би во очите на многумина кај нас низ годините беше перцепирано дека наши успешни луѓе од диаспората само даваат совети и ни суфлираат или солат памет што да правиме ние овде, иако тоа воопшто не беше реалноста и таа реалност е многу далеко од вистината, со фактот дека се повеќе успешни македонци кои живеат, работат и создаваат токму овде во Македонија се приклучија кон организацијата, а дел од нас стана и членови на бордот, целосно оваа перцепција беше и е променета. 5 од 18 членови на бордот се лоцирани во Македонија, а другите членови се од Соединетите Американски држави, од Канада, од Европа, од Обединетите Арапски Емирати. За кратко планираме оваа бројка да се зголеми на 20 членови и важно е да кажеме дека сите овие членови се потврдени лидери кои имаат искуство, знаење и успешни бизнис приказни во светот на предприемништвото, корпоративното управување со мултинационални фирми, во технолошки и телекомуникацијски компании, финансиски и осигурителен сектор, адвокатски и консултантски услуги, маркетинг и комуникации, организација на настани, образование, фармација, автомобилска индустрија. Дел од членовите на бордот имаат и претходно искуство во работа во меѓународни финансиски организации и работеле за различни држави во креирање и спроведување на стратегии за економски раст и развој и привлекување на инвестиции. Иако ова е 14-та година од првиот самит, 2025-та ја означува и 18-та година од зачетоците на Македонија 2025 како организација. Оваа година стануваме официјално и полнолетни. Многу подетално за организацијата, за историјатот, како и за сето она што е постигнато во изминатиот период, но и за плановите во иднина, ќе биде споделено од страна на Никица, Мајк, Џон, Живко и Борјан во следните сесии пред Пладнево. Она што би сакал јас да го потенцирам и на што да се осврнам е сигурно нешто што многумина од вас го прашуваат. Еве, дојде 2025 година, што значи тоа за организацијата, за името, дали се постигнати целите? Морам да сум искрен дека на последниот заеднички борд митинг во Флорида во февруари оваа година, помеѓу другите точки, имавме и долга и исцрпна дискусија и дебата околу името на организацијата. Она што го договоривме, имајќи го во предвид брендот кој е веќе воспоставен и долго промовиран, значењето на самитот на Македонија 2025 како прееминентен бизнис настан не само кај нас, туку и во регионот, е дека името на организацијата ќе остане такво какво што е, со мало ребрендирање кој ќе се случи во следните месеци. Например, може тоа да биде Македонија 2025 плюс, Македонија 2025 and beyond или некоја друга форма за која ќе одлучиме во следниот период. Нашата цел за креирање на напредна и просперитетна држава е делумно постигната, но мислам дека никогаш планот не бил дека до 2025 година се тоа ќе биде постигнато и тоа ќе значи дека организацијата треба да престане да функционира. Но има уште многу работа за нас како организација, за оваа и за идните влади, но и за Македонија како општество да просперира и еволуира во една модерна европска држава, членка на Европската унија, со солидни економски перформанси и конкурентни компании, како домашни, така и странски. Развиена инфраструктура, квалитетно образование, добро здравство, владење на правото и неселективен пристап во борбата со корупцијата, со имплементиран систем за меритократски вредности каде знаењето и професионализмот ќе се ценат и ќе бидат основа за идните млади генерации да градат својата иднина токму тука дома. Истовремено мора да истакнам добрата соработка со новата влада и премиерот Мицкоски. Уште минатата година, после самитот и пред формирањето на новата влада, остваривме повеќе средби овде во Скопје. Минатиот јули, по самитот на НАТО во Вашингтон, за време на посетата на премиерот во Њујорк. Заедно со Мајк Зафировски седнавме и ги дефиниравме и зацртавме основите на начинот на соработка и темите каде може да помогнеме и дадеме поддршка и асистенција на владата. Од think tank прераснуваме во do tank организација, која може и мора да помогне во имплементирање на идеите за забрзан економски раст и развој. Дел од активностите се месечните состаноци со премиерот, каде го следиме прогресот и имплементација на активностите, директни комуникации со повеќе министерства на различни теми, дигитализација, образование, соработка со диаспората, привлекување на инвестиции, олеснување на добивање на визи странци и други теми. Подготвени сме да помогнеме и повеќе и подобро за остварување на заедничката цел за подобра Македонија за сите. Никица ќе ви ги представи деталите околу сесиите на самитот во следните 2 дена. Дополнително, во среда и четврток, заедно со дел од панелистите, членовите на бордот, како и други гости, во соработка со Советот за странски инвестиции, со Стопанската комора, со Асоциацијата за корпоративни правници, организираме и дополнителни настани. Во среда ќе разговараме за глобалните економски предизвици и предлозите за македонската економија во тој контекст, а во четврток ќе се запознаеме подетално за глобалните предизвици на арбитражните постапки и релевантноста за истите за Македонија. Да не должам повеќе. Уште еднаш срдично добре дојде за сите вас и се надевам на успешни дискусии, споделување на идеи и наоѓање на решенија за добра и пред се економска иднина на оваа држава. Ја поканувам на сцена директорката на Macedonia2025 Никица Мојсовска-Блажевски да ви се обрати. Благодарам.
Добро утро. Почитувам председателе на владата на Македонија, почитувани министри, екселенции, гости, пријатели, познаници, да ви се заблагодарам на сите што сте денес со нас и однапред да се извинам што сепак ова ќе биде уште еден говор, малку подолг од тој на Виктор, меѓутоа се надевам дека сепак ќе биде интересно, бидејќи ова е настанот на кој што како организација сакаме да ви кажеме што сме сработиле, меѓутоа исто така и на настан на кој што сакаме да зборуваме за иднината. И се надевам после вчерашниот дожд денес не може нешто толку многу да не изненади, освен моите слайдови, меѓутоа се надам се ќе биде во ред и со слайдовите. Навистина ми е чест што сме повторно заедно, скоро после 1 година, но и со нови лица, нова енергија и јасна заедничка цел. Развој, напредок и визија што се претвара во акција. Самитот за нас не е само конференција, тоа е динамична платформа за идеи, иновации, решенија. Ова е единствена економска и деловна конференција во регионот кој што има традиција од 14 години, на која што досега не посетиле над 5700 учесници, организирани со 190 панели, 700 говорници од 87 земји во светот. Предприемачи, реформатори, академици, лидери од бизнисот и од политичкиот живот. Ветувам и верувам дека ќе ја продолжиме традицијата и дека пред нас е уште еден одличен самит. Тука низ годините стекнавме многу пријатели, се инспириравме од знаењето и успехот на луѓето од Македонија, Југоисточна Европа, луѓето од нашата диаспора. Споделивме многу успешни приказни, научивме многу, иницииравме реформи и поврзавме стотици бизниси и поединци. Мало подсетување. Македонија 2025 започна како визија на Џон Битов постариот уште во 2002 и 2003 година, а израсна во организација која мисли визионерски, лобира за реформи и спроведува. Она што го спомена и Виктор. Се со една цел – да помогнеме во изградба на посилна нација. Македонија 2025 е уникатна организација која има за цел да ја мобилизира нашата бројна диаспора низ светот за да помогне во економскиот и општествениот развој на Македонија. Идејата на основачите била да се поддржи развојот на Македонија што би резултирало со пристапување кон или членство во НАТО и Европската Унија до 2025 година и оттаму доаѓа името Македонија 2025. За корените развојот и иднината на организацијата, меѓутоа и нашата визија за Македонија, подоцна ќе говорат дел од основачите на панел. Почетоците на организацијата се повеќе во советодавниот дел или како советодавна улога. Веројатно сите ја паметите организацијата која што помагаше во привлекување на првите странски инвестиции, даночните реформи и така натаму. Меѓутоа денес ова организација која што спроведува програми во Македонија, за Македонија и тоа годишно над 40 програми. Нашите програми ги опфаќаат, според нас, најважните елементи на развој: образование, раз на бизнисите, подобрување на деловното окружување и вмрежување и искористување на потенцијалот на диаспората. Имплементираме програми кои што се систематизирани во 4 главни столбови: забрзување на растот и конкурентноста на македонската економија, развој на лидерство и поддржување на таленти, силни партнерства и врски ширум светот и велиме застапник за подобрување на македонското деловно окружување. Во 2024 година имплементиравме 40 програми во кои што учествуваа 1500 лица, менеджери, предприемачи, компании, млади, ученици, студенти. Во периодот од основањето имплементирани се програми за економски развој со вкупна директна вредност или трошок од околу 5 милиони американски долари. Исто така имплементирани се програми за поддршка на образование и лидерство во вредност од 3,5 милиони американски долари, во кои биле вклучени 4000 менаџери, предприемачи, млади таленти. Посебно би издвоила неколку програми. Програмата Битов, преку која 35 компании користеле досега услуги од врвни канадски експерти, поврзани со подобрување на конкурентноста и извозните перформанси на компаниите. 550 млади предприемачи ги унапредија своите вештини преку програмата во соработка со IB, школата за бизнис од Канада, односно во форма на мини MBA програма, од која околу 25% или 135 отвориле свој бизнис или ги прошириле своите бизниси. На платформата Connectum.mk, која што поврзува нашиот диаспората како ментори на наши компании од Македонија, во моментов има 90 корисници. Таа беше воспоставена во 2024 година, а направени се 30 успешни поврзувања. 80 директори и бизнис лидери учествуваа на нашите извршни обуки во САД и Канада, односно на Келог школата и Квинс универзитетот во Канада. 498 лица користеа стипендии за студирање на Универзитетот Свети Кирил и Методи во вкупна вредност од 1,3 милиони американски долари преку програмата или фондацијата Атанас Близнаков за студенти со ниски приходи. 60 стипендии се доделени преку програмата Таленти денес, лидери утре за талентирани средношколци. Околу 200 млади лица се стекнаа со еднонеделни обуки за STEM образование или STEM вештини. 120 ученици од земјата и диаспората учествуваа на Охрид кампот за технолошка извонредност. 685 млади учествуваа во надпревари за најдобри бизнис планови. 60 наставници обучивме оваа година за подобро да предаваат наука и да ја развијат желба кај младите за учење на наука, и 2000 ученици учествуваа на нашите така наречени саеми за наука. Се тоа се импресивни бројки, меѓутоа она што не може да се види во нашите извештаи, не може тука да се долови, тоа се нашите напори и времето поминато во застапување и поддршка на владите и бизнисите во земјата и надвор, времето поминато во обиди барем за помирување и соработка, за теми од општ интерес и добро за сите нас. Се надевам дека некогаш некој од нас ќе напише мемуари за сето тоа. Изминатава година сме фокусирани на активности поврзани со застапување за подобра регулатива и деловно окружување, дигитализација на владини услуги, мерки за поддршка на диаспората и така натаму. Морам да изразам благодарност до владата за досегашната соработка, меѓутоа исто така и да кажам дека повеќе ќе се пофалиме кога ќе ги имаме резултатите. Во 2024 година Македонија 2025 исто така го основа и Центарот за дигитална трансформација. Рековме дека сакаме и ние да делуваме, така што сметавме дека во нашиот простор или екосистем е потребна поддршка на компаниите за дигитална трансформација. Обучивме 17 експерти кои што се меѓународно сертифицирани, избравме компании кои што се успешни и експертите им помагаат да развијат дигитални стратегии, да применат дигитални решенија и сето тоа со кофинансирање од Gold Digital. Започнавме со иницијатива за признавање на придонесот на диаспората и токму вчера вечер беа доделени 2 такви награди од страна на претседателот на Македонија, и тоа на Светлана Мојсов и Let's Care of Luxemburg, односно здруженијето водено од Сафета Лили. Верувам дека нашата работа е двигател на промени. Вложуваме во луѓе, идеи и системи што го менуваат македонското општество. Промовираме модел на враќање кон заедницата преку волонтирање, менторирање и посветеност, без очекување за возврат. Како организација промовираме интегритет, лидерство базирано на вредности, општествена одговорност и секако љубов кон татковината. Веруваме дека токму спојот на ефективни програми, градење вредности и работа со млади таленти води кон остварување на нашата мисија. Иако никогаш не бараме и не очекуваме нешто за возврат, убаво е кога ќе ве пофалат или кога ќе добиете награда. Досега организацијата е добитник на неколку награди, меѓутоа, она што посебно би сакала да го истакнам, или е најново, тоа е дека во книгата на познатиот Хери Кремер, поранешен CEO на Blackster, токму има една глава посветено на Macedonia2025. Книгата се вика Legacy и зборовите кои што се употребени од Хери Кремер навистина зборат за работата на Macedonia 2025 и за Мајк Зафировски, на кого е ставен акцент во книгата. Меѓутоа, знаете што, си велиме, имаме 10 вработени, имаме одличен борд од 18 директори и така натаму, меѓутоа, кој е резултатот од нашата работа? Секојаш се прашуваме, има ли импакт? Како би рекол Мајк, do we move the needle? Тешко е да се измери ефектот од работата. Знаете, јас сум макроекономист, за мене се изразува во бруто домашен производ. Многу би сакала да видам каков е придонесот на Macedonia 2025 во смисла на поттикнување или зголемување на бруто домашниот производ. И порано правев такви обиди, графици и така натаму, меѓутоа мислам дека се откажав, барем привремено. Тешко е да дадете вредност на се, тешко е се да квантифицирате. Не знам како би го квантифицирале времето кое што Мајк Зафировски, Џон Битов и сите во бордот го поминуваат со македонски компании во менторирање и им помагаат да го зголемат извозот, да освојат нови пазари, да станат поконкурентни, попродуктивни и така натаму. Или како да измерите вредноста на поддршката што ја давате на еден млад човек од рурална средина, кој што успел да студира на добар универзитет, нашол работа, напредувал во кариерата, станал менаџер и така натаму. Така што ќе оставам на вас, на нашите верни пријатели, следбеници и така натаму да оцените дали Macedonia 2025 навистина прави добра работа и кој е импактот од сето тоа. Може би ефектот се мери преку вашето присуство и учество денес. Над 60% од сите што сте присутни тука или сте биле директно во наши програми вклучени или пак вашите компании биле дел од програмите. Така што и тоа е навистина доволно за нас. Меѓутоа, доста зборуваме за нас. Да, има уште два дела во мојот говор. Би сакала да зборувам за Македонија, за економскиот напредок на Македонија, малку и за минатото и за овие над 30 години на транзиција. Свесни сме дека живееме во сложено време, економски, политички, меѓутоа уште повеќе и геополитички. Предизвиците се сериозни и мислам дека како народ, како држава, дури пред 2 години би рекла, станавме свесни во какво општество живееме, кои се недостатоците на општеството и што сакаме да промениме. Корупцијата, рак на општеството. Над 64% од граѓаните во 2023 година рекле дека тоа е најголем проблем во општеството, прв и најголем проблем. Над 82% од граѓаните рекле дека веројатноста да бидат предмет на корупција е голем. Половина од компаниите, истражување од 2024 октомври, велат дека биле предмет на корупција. Понатаму, краткорочен политички дискурс, доминиран од популистички мерки, како зголемување на минимална плата и пензии, без структурни реформи во продуктивност, иновации, инвестициска клима, без значајни вложувања во инфраструктурата. Она што најмногу ме боли, борба за поделба на јавни ресурси наместо борба за создавање на јавни ресурси. Борба за тоа да се вработите во јавната администрација, да земете тендер и така натаму. Уште поважно е тоа што како општество мислам дека немаме изградено консензус каква држава сакаме да имаме, каква економија сакаме да имаме. Од една страна сакаме пазарна економија, од друга страна бараме државен интервенционизам. Сакаме ниски даноци и придонеси, но сакаме здравствен и социјален систем како оној во Шведска. И понатаму бизнисмените се гледаат како профитери, наместо како двигатели на економијата и носители на работни места. Капиталните инвестиции, кои што всушност инвестиции во иднината, се најчесто резидуална категорија во буџетот. Работниците се борат за повисока минимална плата, наместо да се борат за поголеми вештини кои што ќе ги извадат од замката на минимална плата. Над 90.000 лица се работоспособни, приматели на социјална помош, а работодавачите се жалат дека нема доволно работна сила и треба да увезуваме работници. Сето ова создаваше циклус на стагнација. За жал, многу години по почетокот на транзицијата, ако ја гледаме главната мерка, тоа е бруто домашниот производ по глава на жител, состојбата не е така добра. Денес, нашиот бруто домашен производ по глава на жител е околу 42% од просекот на Европската унија. Нели, сакаме да бидеме што е можно побогати и да стигнеме таму. И оно што, веројатно, оние кои што не следат го знаат, сето ова или напредокот на државата, ние го мериме преку така наречена матрица на индикатори. Таа матрица покажува дека, да, има прогрес во Македонија на сите индикатори кои што сметаме дека се најважни, меѓутоа проблемот е што пак врсниците, оние околу нас или новите членки на ЕУ, растат побрзо од нас, така што рангирањето на Македонија, по речиси сите овие индикатори, е некаде на дното. И знаете како, лесно е да се криви комшијата, лесно е да се криви владата, лесно е да се криват политичарите. Меѓутоа, знаете онаа познатата од Джеферсон, Томас Джеферсон, која што вели, владата што ја избираме е владата што ја заслужуваме. Нацијата сме сите ние, секој еден од нас тука. И сите ние придонесуваме кон овој бавен напредок. Нашето однесување, нашето прифаќање на корупција, нашата деградација на стандарди, прифаќање на неквалитет, нашите ургенции, сето тоа го креира системот. Ние се жалиме на корупција, меѓутоа 40% од граѓаните велат, јас сум спремен да дадам мито ако ми се заврши побрзо работата. Тоа се над пола милион граѓани, над пола милион. Затоа би рекла дека ова не е институционален проблем. Ова е доминантно морален проблем, во кој што сме учесници сите ние. Затоа сметам дека мора да изградиме заедничка визија и консенсус за еднината, ако сакаме да живееме подобро, побогато, би рекла народски. Мора да го смениме наративот од борба за сегашноста кон инвестирање во иднината. Во таа насока Македонија 2025 во септември 2024 година излезе со една така наречена визија за забрзан раст. Визијата е нешто што е едноставно, кое што опфаќа неколку елементи. Мислам дека сите ќе се сложиме. Нулта толеранција за корупција, континуиран раст на бруто домашниот производ од над 5%, квалитетна и ефикасна јавна администрација и пристапување во Европската унија. Ова е документ, меѓутоа беше и е се уште повик за акција. Врз основа на овој документ разговаравме во тој момент со сите политички чинители и мислам дека или она што посебно ме прави горда, што би рекла дека 95% од предлозите во таа програма се дел од програмата за работа на владата на Македонија 2024-2028 година. И тоа, мислам дека е сведоштво дека нашата визија за иднината на Македонија се совпаѓа со она на владата. Не би рекла дека ние нели сме влијаеле премногу. Ќе бидам скромна. Верувам дека оваа влада почна болни реформи. Реши да се справи со корупцијата, започна голем инвестициски циклус, вклучувајќи и приватни и јавни инвестиции, започна реформи во образование, дигитализација и така натаму. Верувам дека оваа влада е влада која што гледа малку подалеку од изборниот циклус. Меѓутоа, не сакам да зборувам само негативно и се надевам дека не ме сваќате негативно, сето ова го кажувам од срце и љубов кон Македонија. Затоа што Македонија е една прекрасна земја. Не знам, сте виделе веројатно по социјалните медиуми кружеше така некои постови кои што велат Македонија е прекрасна, немаме урагани и така натаму и навистина е така. И треба да си ги сакаме и вреднуваме убавините на Македонија. Незината стратешка позиција, природните убавини, Охридското езеро, Прилепскиот мермер кој што е познат секаде во светот, нели е користен во белата куќа и така натаму. Храната, добрите луѓе, инаку за оние кои што прв пат доаѓаат во Македонија да кажам, ако некој ве викне на кафе, тоа не се чека стварно ќе одите на кафе, тоа значи дека веројатно е некој пијалок и така натаму. Прекрасно вино исто, морате да го пробате нашето вино. Како економист, статистичар, економетричар, си велам, мора да има некоја равенка. Мора да има некоја равенка што ќе ја решиме и ќе дојдеме до повисоки стапки на економски раст. При тоа не сакам да ги користам оние развојни модели кои што се стандардни во теоријата и така натаму, па се обидов да дојдам до некој свој модел, а тоа е овој модел. Што ни треба? 3 работи. Сите 3 работи ги имаме. Луѓе, тоа сме сите ние и многу повеќе, политики политики базирани на докази, не на изборни циклуси и можности. Можности кои што ги нуди дигитализацијата, вештачката интелигенција, регионалната соработка и така натаму и така натаму. Теми за кои што ќе зборуваме и ќе се фокусираме на самитот. Извинете, сакав да покажам уште еден слайд каде што би покажа дека Македонија на економски план имала и се надевам ќе има уште поголеми економски резултати. Земја која што прва доби кандидатски статус за членство во ЕУ. Не зборуваме за резултатот, зборуваме за почетоците. Прва земја, понатаму земја која што беше неколку пати прогласувана за најдобар реформатор во рамки на Doing Business. Земја која што навистина имаше прогрес и во почетоците во привлекување на странски директни инвестиции, со зоните за инвестиции така натаму, земја која што оваа година, односно изминатата година, оствари највисок до сега прилив на странски директни инвестиции. Сакам да кажам дека сме имали успеси, имаме и понатаму сум сигурна дека ќе продолжиме со истите. Многу малку за самитот оваа година. Значи имаме 14 панели, 36 говорници, над 700 учесници, околу 10 паралелни активности за кои што зборуваше Виктор, со Стопанска комора на Македонија, Совет за странски инвеститори, ке локални клубот, жени во технологијата и така натаму и така натаму. Агендата директно ја рефлектира визијата за забрзан економски развој, преку фокусирање на клучни стратешки области кои ја дефинираат иднината на земјата. Верувајте дека секој панел, секој интервју, секој еден гостин и така натаму, сето тоа има за нас многу голема логика и приказна во позадината. Дополнително се радувам што диаспората е вклучена и на настанот и во сите напори, бидејќи мислам дека е една од најважните елементи за иднината и развојот на државата. Почитувани гости, Македонија 2025 не е проект, веќе го спомнавме тоа, тоа е долгорочна мисија. Организација изградена врз вредности, резултати, одговорност и партнерства. Секогаш сме спремни да работиме со оние кои ја споделуваат визијата за раст и просперитет. Се радувам што започнавме одлични иницијативи со оваа влада, меѓутоа реков да ги почекаме резултатите. Ние од Македонија 2025 сме свесни дека никој од нас поединечно, ниту пак ние како невладина организација, може да направиме ниту голем, ниту пак брз напредок. Меѓутоа, сите заедно можеме. Со визија, знаење, храброст, Македонија ќе стане најпросперитетна земја во регионот. Нека овој самит не однесе неколку чекори напред. Важно е да ги славиме придобивките од минатото, меѓутоа уште повеќе да зборуваме и за иднината, да работиме за иднината. Да изградиме силна нација сега и во годините што доаѓаат. Ви благодарам. Навистина уживам во аплаузот, меѓутоа останав тука бидејќи веднаш би сакала да го поканам нашиот прв гостин, малку да го тргнеме светлото од Македонија 2025, нашите маки, визии и така натаму. Би сакала да зборуваме малку повеќе за една година наназад, не повеќе од една година. Минатата година, токму на самитот, во тоа време не како официјален премиер, само како мандатар, гостин ни беше денешниот председател на владата на Македонија. Така што би сакала да разговараме токму за оваа година, што се случи од тогаш до денес, меѓутоа исто така да зборуваме и за иднината и визијата за Македонија. Од тука го поканувам председателот на владата, господинот Христијан Мицковски, да ми се приклучи. Не знам кој дел од работата ми е потежок, дали тој првиот или сега овој, меѓутоа верувам дека ова ќе биде еден одличен разговор. То некаде на истомисленици, сигурна сум заљубеници во Македонија, така што ќе уживате и вие, се надевам. Председателе на владата, уште еднаш благодарност што ја прифативте поканата, што сте денес со нас во еден поинаков формат. Токму тоа ни беше целта, да не биде форматот како говор од владата, туку повеќе да биде разговор, да зборуваме за она што и нас не и нас ни е важно, меѓутоа и на државата, се надевам и на публиката. Би почнала најпрво со, не знам дали е тешко или лесно прашање, тоа е една година, скоро една година од мандатот. Минатата година имавте прекрасен говор, ги кажавте вашите планови токму на самитот, меѓутоа, дали беше навистина така како што очекувавте? Дали првиот ден кога влеговте во канцеларија, ја знаевте ситуацијата, ги знаевте состојбите, или имаше многу изненадувања?
Да, најпрво им благодарам за можноста и за начинот на кој што сето ова е организирано. Имавте инспиративни, воведни излагања и вие и Виктор. И се надевам дека луѓето кои што овие денови ќе бидат со Македонија 2025 ќе уживаат во тоа што ќе го слушнат овде. Да не речам сум сигурен, да не бидам нескромен. Самото присуство на волкав аудиториум дава значење дека Македонија 2025 не мора секогаш преку бројки да го квантифицираме. Сето ова денеска кое што е присутно во оваа сала говори дека го исполнила она првично очекување од незиното формирање и се надевам дека во иднина уште повеќе и уште поголеми резултати сите заедно ќе имаме или ќе има Македонија 2020-2025 со нови влади кои што ќе доаѓаат и со нови предизвици со кои што ќе се соочува и државата, но и граѓаните, но и Македонија 2025. Навистина импресивно и инспиративно е сето ова што јас денеска го гледам. Нешто повеќе од 10 месеци од формирањето на новата влада, негде околу една година од завршувањето на изборите, период кој што би рекол беше полн со предизвици, период во кој што сите заедно учевме работи кои што можеби за прв пат не се случуваа, не само на нас, туку и на граѓаните во целина. Период во кој што, ако треба да дадам прецизен одговор на тоа дали тоа што го затекнавме првиот работен ден беше согласно нашите очекувања, тогаш би рекол дека сме биле оптимисти. Но не би сакал сето тоа да се претвори сега во озборување на тоа што било порано. Едноставно предизвиците беа големи. Сметката на владата беше негативна. Дури би рекол во постконфликтна, поствоена 2002 при транзицијата на примопредавање на владите, таа беше позитивна, овој пат се случи да биде негативна. Ако тоа го прикажеме со бројки, негде околу 12 милиарди денари, негде околу 200 милиони евра беше таа бројка. И секој ден имавме нови непријатни изненадувања, за волја на вистината имаме се уште. Но тоа е наш проблем, сме се нафатиле и ќе го решаваме. Јас сум свесен дека луѓето имаат очекувања сега и веднаш за многу работи да се случат, и тоа е природно. И тоа не треба да се занемари, но не треба ни да се обвинуваат луѓето и не треба да бараме разбирање. Зашто се тие нетрпеливи? Затоа што, како што и вие рековте, повеќе од 3 децении премногу ветувања, но многу малку испорака. Треба ние да бидеме трпеливи. Треба ние меѓу себе да имаме трпение и да работиме, затоа што резултатите ќе дојдат. И тие веќе доаѓаат. И кога ќе се случат, тогаш сите оние кои што очекувале брзи резултати, ќе заборават на сите оние критики кои што се случувале и ќе речат во ред тргна конечно работа. Затоа јас и стално моите колеги во владата се обидувам да ги замолам да бидат трпеливи, да работат и покрај тоа што многумина нема да имаат разбирање зошто веднаш и сега нема резултати. Но ќе дојдат тие, јас сум оптимиста дека многу скоро денеска сите ние заедно ќе зборуваме за едни поубави бројки од тие кои што се случувале до сега.
И ви благодарам многу и искрено се мислев, минатата година и сите кои беа минатата година на самитот, се надам ќе се согласат со мене дека имаше една прекрасна атмосфера. Имаше атмосфера во која што се гледаше надеж, желба, така натаму за напредок. И мислам дека токму присуството денес повторно ја изразува таа енергија. Точно дека секој од нас сака многу побрзо да се одвијат работите, меѓутоа мислам дека и тоа што сите сме тука покажува дека има задоволство, меѓутоа и големи очекувања, тоа рековме, очекувањата се големи. Ви благодарам на одговорот, ама ќе ве прашам вака по-директно, по-детално. Може ли да ми кажете едно-две најнегативни работи кои што се случи или нешто што не сте очекувале, меѓутоа исто така и позитивно? Нешто позитивно.
Па во политичка смисла беше оној ужасен настан кој што се случи во Кочани. Тоа беше можеби најтешкиот ден во мојот живот. Ја имам 47 години, но кога би анализирал кој бил најтешкиот ден од мојот живот, тоа беше тој ден. Се сеќавам тоа утро негде 3:30 беше кога човек тропаше на вратата во мојот дом. Кога отворив, тоа беше еден од луѓето од обезбедувањето на министерот за внатрешни работи, кој што, бидејќи не го гледав телефонот нормално во 3:30 наутро, логично е да спиете, го погледав телефонот и тогаш видов таа порака од него. Тој беше веќе упатен на лице место. Веднаш се совземав и прво што направив е ги повикав луѓето од мојот тим да се упатиме веднаш кон Кочани. Негде околу 5 и нешто пристигнавме таму беше веќе министерот за внатрешни работи и тоа беше на лице место, бевме и потоа во полициската станица. Можеби тоа беше не во мандатот на оваа влада, тоа беше можеби најтешкиот ден од мојот живот. И се сеќавам дека во целата таа ситуација логично е како човек да реагирате и да се создадат големи емоции, но треба да се носат одлуки. Сите чекаат да носите одлуки. Најтешки беа одлуките кога доаѓаше понуда за помош од секаде, посебно од регионот. А знаете, ние, за жал, немаме брилјантни односи со дел од соседите, би рекол, поготово со еден од соседите. И тогаш, кога треба да носите одлука, морате да водите сметка за сите последици кои што може да настанат. А од друга страна, дел од медицинските лица ви велат пациенти во така тешка состојба не се за транспортирање. На моето прашање, добро, што ни е опцијата? Не рекоа, опцијата е ние да ги негуваме и најверојатно ќе имаме и други жртви многу скоро денеска. Бидејќи првите 72 часа се најкритични. Се сеќавам тогаш, размислував неколку секунди и тогаш реков, ве молам, спремете ги најкритичните пациенти, ќе ја прифатам помошта која што ја нудат соседите и веднаш да ги транспортираме. Еден од нив ми рече на ваша одговорност, да, реков, на моја одговорност. И првите 50 пациенти беа транспортирани, кои што беа во, би рекол, најкритична, најтешка состојба, а потоа помошта почна да стига и од други држави, така што повеќе од 200 пациенти веќе во првите 2 дена беа транспортирани во други центри за нега. И благодарности до Бога, но и до медицинските лица и до луѓето кои што беа дел од таа координација во тие денови. Само 2 пациенти го загубија својот живот од тие, но тука нема да застане потребата од наша помош и наша поддршка, но и медицинска нега, и знам дека ова ќе биде случај со кој што не само оваа влада, туку и многу други едни влади ќе се справуваат. Така што тоа би бил во политичка смисла, но и во општествено-социјална смисла мојот најтежок момент, не само во овие 10 месеци, нешто повеќе од 10 месеци, туку генерално во мојот живот и случај со кој што и до ден денеска живеам ја, но и сите ние ќе живееме и ќе продолжиме да живееме, и затоа сакаме уште еднаш да изразам благодарност на сите кои што помагаат и ќе помагаат во периодот кој што следи.
Ви благодарам многу искрено, знаев дека тоа е неизбежна тема и нешто што се надевам го освести општеството, не освести сите нас и тоа беше мала инспирација за мојот говор дека од сите нас се зависи. Кога секој од нас како родител ќе го пушти малолетното дете да оди во таков локал и така натаму и така натаму. Значи мислам дека има колективна кривица, меѓутоа она што е уште поважно е се надам дека научивме лекција. Многу скапо ја плативме, меѓутоа лекција која што ќе доведе до прогреси и промени. Ви благодарам што сте искрени, што го споделивте ова со нас. Малку би ве запрашала да преминеме кон економијата и просперитетот. На кои реформи изминатава година сте посебно горди? Не мора да се реформи кои што се завршени, може да се реформи кои што се отпочнати, кои што знаете дека ќе доведат до прогрес, раст на економијата. Извинете што вака преминав од...
Не, нема никаков проблем, затоа сум тука. Во суштина, нас ни требаше стабилизација на државата во оваа прва година, затоа што државата беше во слободно паѓање. Кога некој ќе каже не функционираат институциите, јас би рекол немавме институции. И кога се наоѓате во една таква состојба, вие прво што треба да направите е тој слободен пат да го сопрете. Не можете вие да бидете преамбициозен, нелогично и нереално, доколку се соочувате со основни, суштински проблеми. Ние имаме основни, суштински, екзистенцијални проблеми кои што се резултат на политики и однесување со години, со децении, би рекол. И затоа нашата стратегија беше ајде да се обидеме најпрвен слободното паѓање да го сопреме, па потоа да се обидеме да дојдеме со консолидирање до состојба нула. Па дури потоа да почнеме да размислуваме на некои посуштински, покрупни реформи кои што можат да додадат вредност. И јас мислам дека порано од тоа што го предвидовме, тогаш успеавме да дојдеме до состојба нула. Или доаѓаме до состојба нула. Иако мислевме дека ќе ни треба можеби повеќе од година и половина до 2 години за да се консолидираме, ценам дека овие перформанси, параметри кои што како индикатори се појавуваат, веќе укажуваат на тоа дека доаѓаме до состојба нула. За да можеме да почнеме потоа да ги развиваме сите параметри кои што планираме да ги развиваме. Главен инпут кој ни беше да видиме ние што е нашата стратешка предност визави околните држави, но и генерално што е стратешката предност на Македонија како држава во споредба со другите европски држави. Да, сме членка на НАТО, сите знаеме, да не повторувам како станавме, и сме горда членка на НАТО и достоинствено се носиме таму споредено со голем дел од другите земји членки на НАТО и мислам дека апсолутно ги исполнуваме сите тие побарувања кои што како мала земја, како мала економија имаме обврска да ги правиме. Што се однесува до Европската унија, да, тоа беше и ќе остане цел на мојата, на вашата генерација, но и на генерациите кои што доаѓаат, но за жал ние сме единствената држава во Европа, единствената буквално, која што нема предизвици кои што се темелат на постигнување или друг тип на критериуми кои што важеле за другите земји кои што станале или се во процес да станат земји членки. За жал кај нас тие критериуми се од сосема поинаква природа. И дел од тие отстапки кои што се правени во минатото од голем дел од политичарите се резултат на некои процеси во кои што самите тие биле вовлечени, па биле притиснати до зид и немале каде, дел од лекомисленост и лековерност, а дел од, јас би рекол, национална исплакнатност и неводење грижа ниту за жртвата дадена во минатото, ниту пак имале можност да имаат визија за иднината. И сега оваа влада треба да живее со сето тоа и да се бори дел од тој простор кој што некој претходно го зафатил да го освои повторно. И тоа е тешко, не е тоа лесно. Но ќе се бориме, ние немаме друга цел. И ние сме апсолутно посветени во таа борба. Наша стратегија беше да го зафатиме теренот и да ги представиме нашите аргументи. Тоа е таа демократска алатка која што ние имаме на располагање. Ние немаме друга. Ние сме еден од најмалобројните народи и држави во Европа и тоа е единствениот наш начин. Ние немаме друг аргумент. Тоа значи дека треба да бидете 2-3 пати подобри од сите други. Ако сакате да звучите логично и ако сакате другите да ве разберат. И треба да научите да победувате и во Вашингтон, и во Брисел, и во Берлин, и во Париз, и во Рим, и во останатите светски мегалополиси и центри, ако сакате да бидете разбрани со поинаков тон и поинаква порака да испратите од онаа која што ја слушале години наназад. А која беше пораката години наназад? Дајте, јас ќе потпишам се што треба да потпишам, само немојте да водите досие за мене и заборавете што правев овие години дека бев тоа и тоа. Ова влада нема таков начин на функционирање. Ова влада функционира малку поинаку и сака да аргументира и сака да разговара, иако знам дека тоа е пеколно тешко, но немаме друг начин. Така што, кога сето ова ќе го анализирате и кога ќе донесете одреден заклучок, тогаш водите и таква политика. И дојдовме до заклучок дека единствената наша стратешка предност како земја која што не излегува на море е тоа што ние сме природна раскрсница на неколку паневропски коридори, меѓу кои што се коридорите 8 и 10. Но и покрај нас паралелно поминува коридорот 11, со што би биле единствената земја во Европа која што директно ќе има комуникација со овие три важни коридори, а од друга страна јас се надевам на брза разрешница на би рекол предизвикот на ова време во човештвото, тоа е војната и руската агресија во Украина и дека токму овие коридори ќе бидат главен драйвер во обновата на Украина и на тој начин геостратешкото значење на нашата држава ќе биде уште поголемо, а имајќи предвид дека сме дел од НАТО алијансата, посебно за јужното и источното крило ќе бидат значајни овие коридори. И тука ние треба да го целиме нашиот стратешки развој и раст. И јас тука ја гледам иднината и само на тој начин ние можеме да влеземе во оптиката на големите светски сили. И тука треба да го темелиме нашиот развој. Да, јас ги видов делот слайдовите кои што вие ги покажавте при вашето инспиративно излагање, но сакам исто така да кажам дека ние имаме потенцијал и нашата економија има исто така голем потенцијал. И јас сум убеден дека и дури и во овој момент ние сме со перформанси многу пред сите други. Ке ве подсетам, зборувам за првични индикатори. Светска банка предвидуваше за 2024 дека растот, бидејќи сте макроекономисти, вие тоа го кажавте во вашето излагање, дека ќе имаме раст на бруто домашниот производ за 24 од 1,8%. Морам да кажам дека беа песимисти, сепак можеби требаше да дадат шанси да бидат поголеми оптимисти. Ние имавме 2,8, што не е доволно. Немојте да зборуваме дека тоа е доволно, но доволно е затоа што во третиот квартал и во четвртиот квартал бележевме стапка на растот над 3%, а за првиот квартал од оваа година, имајќи ги првичните индикатори, индустриското производство, туризмот и останатото, не би се изненадил ако имаме меѓу 3,5 и 4%, што ќе представува раст на бруто домашен производ, еден од водечките во Европа. И не можеме ние наеднаш да направиме целосна трансформација, бидејќи нашите трговски партнери се земји кои што имаат раст на бруто домашниот производ или негативен, или меѓу 0 и 1%. Ние не тргуваме и не разменуваме и немаме било какви односи со економии кои што имаат 6, 8, 10%. Или пак имаме, но сме во голем дефицит во трговијата, како што се Кина, Индија и така натаму. Така што врз основа на тие перформанси во економијата, а имајќи ги предвид предизвиците кои што се случуваат посебно со автомобилската индустрија во Европа, ние мислам дека имаме исклучително висок раст кој што во нормални околности би бил над 5, можеби и повеќе од 5%, што представува цел на оваа влада. Така што, еве тука да го завршам овој дел, под предпоставка да се реализираат сите овие, а дел веќе се во процес на реализација проекти кои што ги реализираме, јас очекувам да се исполни прогнозата на Министерството за финансии за раст помеѓу 3,5 и 4% во 2025 година, што ќе биде еден од најдобрите во Европа, но и во нормални околности, кога би се развивала европската економија, тоа би било еквивалент на раст повеголем од 6%. Така што, тоа би било позитивното нешто за кое што, ако треба да дадам одговор, би дал одговор.
Ви благодарам многу. Како зборувате, нели ми доаѓаат уште многу прашања. Мислев и публиката да дадам можност да постави прашања, мислам дека ќе бидам себична и ќе го терам целото интервју сама. Знаете, се мислев дали да зборуваме за патот кон ЕУ, меѓутоа морам да кажам дека одлучив дека сепак имаме поважни прашања за разговор, бидејќи, и тоа секогаш го кажувам, нашата цел е да имаме повисок животен стандард. Нашата цел не е за членување во ЕУ. ЕУ може би е едно од средствата на патот кон повисок животен стандард. Меѓутоа се надам дека сите ја делиме таа заедничка цел, а тоа е народски кажано да бидеме побогати, односно да имаме повисок бруто домашен производ. Премиере, малку го одговоривте и она што сакав следно да ве прашам, а тоа е во однос на стапките на раст, моделот на раст и така натаму. Не знам дали го знаете, она правило, вие сигурно го знаете, меѓутоа за сите правило на 70, дека бруто домашниот производ се удвојува за 70 поделено со стапката на раст. Значи, ако растеме со 2% годишно, тогаш нашиот бруто домашен производ ќе се удвои дури за 35 години. Тоа значи дека никогаш нема да ја стигнеме конвергенцијата, односно да го стигнеме животниот стандард на ЕУ, или пак за многу години. И затоа зборуваме за стапки на раст од 5% и над 5%, меѓутоа стапки на раст кои што оваа држава и ги имала во одреден период, сакам да кажам многу достижни. Пред да го поставам прашањето, ќе замолам само дали може да пуштиме едно прашање на слайдо. Ќе ве замолам да одговорите. Прашањето е направено и за оние кои што се од Македонија, знаат нашата економија, ги знаат состојбите, меѓутоа и за оние кои што се од странство, кои што мислам дека и можат да оценат што е потребно. Прашањето е: кои според вас се главните приоритети или главните елементи кои што ќе доведат до повисок економски раст? Додека трае прашањето, председателе, спомнавте малку, меѓутоа, председател на владата, меѓутоа, главно сакам да ве прашам кој е вашиот, нашиот развоен модел? Знаете, може да биде базиран на потрошувачка, инвестиции, нето извоз. Во минатото сме имале периоди на силен фокус на инвестиции, приватни и јавни, сме имале период на фокус на потрошувачка, односно пораз на плати, пензии, што генерално е поврзано и со идеологијата на партијата или партиите кои што се на власт. Вие веќе споменавте инфраструктурата и тоа можеме да го видиме, меѓутоа една целосна слика. Како мислите дека ќе стигнеме? Спомнавте 3,5-4% на раст, меѓутоа и 5% на економски раст.
Повторно се враќаме на почетокот од нашиот разговор. Ние мораме да ги завршиме работите кои што се почнати. Без разлика дали тоа се стихијно определени приоритети или се приоритети кои што се темелат на основа на потребите на граѓаните. Ние не можеме сега да речеме ова што е почнато не е согласно новата развојна стратегија на државата и тоа ќе го заборавиме, без разлика што се потрошени толку многу пари народни, и ќе тераме по приоритети кои што оние ќе ги, без разлика на политичкиот ризик и критики кои што ќе ги добиеме, ние одлучивме да ги завршиме сите оние работи кои што се веќе започнати. Не е важно дали тие соодветствуваат на потребите на граѓаните. Пари се потрошени на граѓаните и ние мораме да ги развиеме, завршиме, а потоа и да ги доближиме до потребите на граѓаните, да ги преадаптираме ако треба и така натаму. И затоа сме силно тука фокусирани и затоа на крајот и почетокот на 24-та и почетокот на 25-та завршивме 3 суштински и многу важни капитални проекти. Тоа е експресниот пат кој што е дел од коридорот 8, Страцин, Длабочица, Чатал, Кривопаланка. Тоа е дел од експресниот пат кој што ги поврзува градско со Прилеп, односно градско Клисура, Фариш, Дренова, и првата секција од пругата. Се работи втората секција, за волја на вистината со многу проблеми, кон Бугарија, која што е дел од коридорот 8. проблеми наследени, но ќе ги решаваме. А за да се случи третата секција, ние мора да имаме јасна приоритизација кај нашиот источен и нашиот западен сосед. Бидејќи јас бев сведок кога министрите за одбрана на НАТО самитот во Вашингтон во јули месец минатата година потпишаа договор. Сега прашањето е дали нас ни треба пруга која што е дел од коридорот 8 и која што ќе ги поврзе Паланка со Куманово, Крива Паланка, да ни треба. Да ни треба, не велам не, за да не бидам погрешно сватен, но дали таа е од суштински важна во овој момент, без да биде направена секцијата од Крива Паланка па се до Црното море. Тука треба да ги одредите приоритетите, затоа што суштината на коридорот 8 и приоритетите на НАТО и јужното и источното крило е да ги поврзе Јадранското и Јонското море со Црното море, поради системот на синџирот на снабдување. Ако ние немаме јасен приоритет на Запад и немаме јасен приоритет на Исток, тоа не е политички против оваа држава и оваа влада, тоа е против НАТО. Таа влада, која што не се држи до договорот и тоа што го потпишала на НАТО самитот во Вашингтон, таа не прави проблем политички на нас како држава и влада. Таа прави на НАТО, бидејќи тоа е НАТО приоритет. Сега треба да си го постават тие влади прашањето, но и НАТО треба да си го постави прашањето, каков притисок треба да направи врз тие влади, за да и тие, како и ние, го стават ова како дел од нивните приоритети. Дали ние ќе бидеме раскрсница на овие два коридора 8 и 10, таква е природната положба. Не треба никој да биде злонамерен кон нас како држава. Напротив, треба сите ние заедно во регионот да работиме, да тргуваме од исток кон запад, од Јадранско и Јонско кон Црно море, од Егејско до Централна Европа, и на тој начин целиот регион ќе се развива. Затоа викам, мораме ние тие приоритети кои што се дефинирани, не е битно кој ги дефинирал, да ги завршиме, но не е само пругата тука под прашање, апсолутно тука се и автопатот кој што пред да бидеме избрани како влада, освен неколку стотици милиони евра кои што беа трансферирани од страна на централниот буџет, буквално никаков прогрес реално немаше на терен направено. Што за подразбира под прогрес, еве за луѓето кои што се тука присутни да кажам. Тоа подразбира да се решени имотно-правните односи. Замислете за период двојно помал, за 8 пати повеќе оваа влада успева да отвори фронт за работа и реализација на капиталните инвестиции, кои што треба да бидат драйвер во растот на бруто домашниот производ и во растот на економијата. Тоа нели беше и суштината на тие проекти и затоа сме силно фокусирани. Министерот за транспорт и подпредседател на владата заедно со директорот на јавното претпријатие за државни патишта и тимот силно, многу силно работат во делот на реализација на инфраструктурните проекти. Очекувам наскоро 3 такви клучни да бидат пуштени, меѓу кои и автопатската делница од 40 км од Врбјани до Охрид, со еден мал исклучок кај Ботун и Требеништо 3-4 км, но очекувам крајот на јуни тој проект да биде пуштен. Министерството за енергетика силно работи во делот на реформите во енергетиката. Новиот закон за енергетика е веќе во собраниска процедура, поздравен силно од Брисел, дел од реформската агенда. Министерството за дигитализација исто така силно работи во делот на дигитализацијата, што ќе значи поголема транспарентност, намалување на злоупотребите и така натаму. Министерството за образование во делот на образованието силно работи. Конечно се надевам дека ќе го добиеме и првиот технолошки парк, за кој што сите заедно работиме, и се надевам дека и тоа ќе биде сработено. Земјоделие жестоко работи, исплати субвенции кои што се доцнеа со години, плати кои што се доцнеа со месеци, историски највисока цена за земјоделските производи се постигна изминатата година. Министерството за одбрана се разбира во делот на реформите, во одбраната е силен, значен партнер за генерално во НАТО политиките. Министерството за внатрешни работи апсолутно стапката за криминалитет е драматично намалена во споредба со тоа што било, и борбата за корупцијата како една од основните алатки на терен, и планираме со министерот за внатрешни работи да имаме отворена линија со граѓаните и со бизнисот, затоа што не би сакал повеќе да се користи, има многу корупција. Добро, дајте да посведочиме и доказ. Сега јас не можам тоа да кажам, пак имам последици. Не можеме така да ги гледаме работите. Мора да имаме јасна борба, одлучна борба во делот на корупцијата. Секој оној кој што пријавил, тој кој што се одлучил на таков чекор, завршил онаму каде што му е местото, без разлика дали е политички криминалец или нешто слично. Ова беше една од првите задачи на оваа влада. Јас сум среќен што речи си една година потоа или нешто повеќе од 10 месеци ние немаме голем коруптивен скандал кој што беше карактерна особина во минатото, но исто така можам да бидам среќен што и дел од градоначалниците, оние кои што сега не би сакал да повторно ги делам, се дел од коалицијата предводена од мојата политичка партија, веќе 4-та година нема обвинување за криминал и корупција, што морам да кажам дека покажа не балкански, би рекол скандинавски начин на водење на институциите. И затоа мојот апел е и до бизнис заедницата што е тука и до граѓаните, ќе имаме отворена линија, ќе работиме фокусирано, ве молам дајте докази, дајте сите тие кои што се одлучуваат на таков тип на девијантно несување, без разлика дали се од оваа влада, да влеземе во жестока акција, затоа што не сакам тоа да остане само на има корупција, во ред, добро. И дајте да седнеме заеднички да се бориме, не би сакал тоа да биде флоскула, туку да биде нешто со кое што ќе сработиме. Навистина имаме силна посветеност на ресорите кои што се занимаваат со евроинтеграција, Министерството за надворешни работи, надворешна трговија, Министерството за европски прашања, има силен фокус, се бара начин да се надмине оваа состојба во која што сме сега, но на начин на кој што ќе се врати достоинството на граѓаните и на државата, а не како до сега по принципот. Апсолутно благодарности до сите оние институции во здравството, во животната средина, кои што беа фокусирани и работеа изминатиот период, од главија многу проекти кои што во минатото беа закочени. И јас сум убеден дека уште многу успешни процеси во периодот кој што следи ќе имаме. Многу скоро од денеска ќе најавиме големи инвестициски циклуси, кои што драматично ќе влијат позитивно во економијата. Убеден сум дека тоа ќе биде поздравено од страна на граѓаните и се надевам дека ќе го добиеме она заслужено место кое што одамна го заслужуваме. Вие во вашата презентација напишавте 2005 година. Ние 2005 година заедно со Хрватска станавме земји кандидати за членство во Европската унија. Заедно со Хрватска го добивме првиот позитивен извештај од страна на Европската комисија за почеток на преговорите со Европската унија. Хрватска е веќе 10 години и повеќе членка на Европската унија, е дел од Шенген, еврото го користи, а ние за жал мораме да решаваме работи кои што се случиле пред 10 века, некаде таму во средниот век. Мислам и тоа не би било проблем да го решаваме, но доколку би имало некој жив да посведочи што се случило. За жал не постои некој кој што би можел да ни каже и сега би било глупаво јас да зборувам за нешто што се случило пред 10 века, а од друга страна да зборуваме за вештачка интелигенција, за не знам, за 22-иот век, за нешто кое што представува револуција во науката и за 21-иот и за 22-иот век. За жал, тоа е нашата пречка, а нашата најголема пречка за делот, би рекол од мал дел, би рекол, незначителен дел во рамките на Европската унија, е тоа што сме македонци и тоа е најголемата пречка, но ние сме горди македонци и ќе продолжиме да се бориме такви какви што сме.
Ви благодарам, председателе, што секако го спомнавте развојниот модел, меѓутоа ги опфативте сите ресори. И токму на овој самит ќе зборуваме за дигитализација со министерот за дигитална трансформација, за образованието со министерката за образование и наука. Меѓутоа еве упатувам покана за следната година за вице-премиерот и министерот Николовски за да зборуваме за транспорт, бидејќи се надам дека до тогаш ќе се завршат поголем дел од работите или барем ќе бидат отпочнати огромните проекти. И сега ко министерката за енергетика, целиот насив на министерството, да не го кажувам, Сања Божиновска, така што следната година ве молам планирајте да ни бидете гости да зборуваме уште повеќе за успесите во транспортот и во енергетиката, работи кои што се битни за долгорочниот развој на Македонија. Председател, ако може сосема накусо, времето ни помина скоро. Сакам уште две прашања генерално да поставам, така што се надам ќе го менаџираме времето. Првото е, што е најголемата пречка за реформите? Дали е тоа човечкиот капитал, администрацијата, недостиг на ресурси, корупција, владење на право, банални некои работи и така натаму? Која е вашата оценка? Каде запнуваат реформите што ги почнувате?
Треба да промениме перцепцијата. Треба да се смени перцепцијата, но перцепцијата за да промените, вие мора суштината да ја терате. Односно, за жал политиката најмногу се темели на перцепција, многу малку на суштина, иако суштината на долг рок ја гради перцепцијата. И затоа мораме ние суштински да се однесуваме, јас мислам дисциплинирано се однесуваме, посебно сум, како да кажам, инспириран и воодушевен од работата на тимот во рамките на Министерството за финансии, кој што воспостави, би рекол, една принципиелна дисциплина и правилно фокусирање и трошење на средствата во буџетот, инаку ние не би биле со овие параметри во кои што денеска се наоѓаме, ако се тоа за кое што претходно зборував не функционира како еден систем. Затоа мора дисциплинирано да се однесуваме, тоа е суштински добро, за да ја смениме перцепцијата, бидејќи не секој има вистинска информација и најчесто суди на основа и носи одлуки на основа на чувство. Но ние, кои што ги имаме информациите, мораме дисциплинирано да се однесуваме, за да можеме на долг рок да ја промениме перцепцијата, и затоа ќе се вратам на самиот почеток, јас не барам трпение. Нека критикуваат луѓето, нема никаков проблем, јас сум подготвен на сето тоа. Само барам трпение меѓу нас, затоа што сигурен сум, а врз основа на овие првични индикатори, дека резултатите ќе дојдат и тие доаѓаат, и кога ќе дојдат, тогаш сите ние ќе кажеме, добре, сега може полесно да се дише и дека конечно ние се развиваме во она насока во која што ќе се развиваме. Сите луѓе имаат слабости, јас тоа често пати им го зборувам и на моите соработници, колеги во владата, ние мораме да живееме со слабостите на луѓето. Тука не смееме да бараме оправдување. Затоа мораме дисциплинирано да се однесуваме како до сега, во овие 10 месеци, чинам дека таа дисциплина е на највисоко ниво и така ќе треба да продолжиме и резултатите ќе си дојдат.
Да, нели како велат, треба да водите со пример, а не со зборови, така што тоа е многу важно. Дали може да ве замолам само резултатите да ги покажеме да, благодарам, и тоа кога ги покажуваме резултатите, моето навистина последно прашање и можеби малку интимно. Ако може да патуваме во времето назад и да се вратите пред 10 месеци, односно на почетокот на мандатот, кој совет би си го дале себе си?
Сега, тоа е навистина тешко прашање да се одговори, но ценам дека мојот предизвик не започна пред 10 месеци. Започна многу порано. Кога зборувам за политиката. Започна уште во 2018 година. Тогаш како председател на ВМРО ДПМН. Практично тогаш си поставив задача дека треба да градиме нешто кое што во тој момент за малкумина делуваше невозможна мисија. Тоест, за многумина невозможна мисија, за малкумина дека може да се направи нешто кое што денеска ќе изгледа респектабилна функционална целина. И тоа беше воведот за ова што се случи пред 10 месеци. Јас сум благодарен што сите мои соработници имаат трпение и за мене и за целата ситуација во која што се наоѓавме и системот кој што го градевме. Јас сум задоволен од системот како функционира, би дал висока 4 од 1 до 5. не би, како професор сега не би давал највисока оценка, бидејќи секогаш има простор за поголем напредок и убеден сум дека сите они имаат амбиција, и јас, и сите ние имаме амбиција да работиме и да твориме повеќе. Ете, можеби бидејќи ме прашавте нешто лично, ќе дадам личен одговор, можеби подобро би го организирал моето време за семејството. Пошто немам време за семејството, тука најголемата критика ја добивам и од синовите, и од сопругата, и од родителите, можеби тука би се обидел да најдам повеќе време. Но тоа е што е. Треба да се бориме со предизвиците и да ги решаваме и да не бараме оправдувања ако за нешто не успееме или за нешто доцнеме.
Ви благодарам многу и на овој одговор сега кој што бевте искрени. Она што го покажа анкетата или одговорите од публиката е дека сепак корупцијата е она што сите најмногу на засега, нешто за што зборувавме. Меѓутоа, второ е инвестиции во образование и вештини. Се надевам дека во разговорот и панелот со министерката за образование ќе зборуваме за тоа како владата вложува или кои се плановите на владата, инфраструктурата, значи токму оние прашања кои што веќе ги начнавме и за кои што мислам дека постои консензус. Премиера, да ви се заблагодарам многу на ова интервју. Нема улога на новинар, веројатно поинаку малку би делувал некој новинар. Меѓутоа реков целта е да биде малку и неформално, да слушнеме нешто што не е претходно кажано и да имаме еден искрен разговор и се надам дека ќе оцените дека ја постигнавме таа цел. Уште еднаш голема благодарност.
Благодарност на можноста, се надам дека го задржавме вниманието на присутните. Сакам да сосема на крај и честитам на Македонија2025 за се што направи за македонските граѓани до сега и да посакам уште многу да направите како Македонија2025 во иднина за македонските граѓани. Убеден сум дека направивте многу како организација. Сигурен сум дека ќе направите уште многу и можам да ветам дека додека, јас сум председател на владата, ќе давам апсолутна поддршка за работењето на Македонија2025, а тие што ќе дојдат по мене ќе им го дадам истиот совет, затоа што навистина брендот е голем, делото и замислата се големи и кога има цел, тогаш треба сите а таа е убава цел, треба сите заедно да ја поддржиме, да не бидеме малициозни, туку секогаш да гледаме од добрата страна, затоа што само на тој начин и резултатите ќе бидат посилни и позначени. Уште еднаш ви благодарам и ви посакувам успешен настан на овој јубилеен настан, би рекол, бидејќи Македонија 2025. Ви благодарам.
Now let's continue with a very special session. As we celebrate the 18th anniversary of Macedonia2025, this panel holds particular significance. It's a moment to reflect how far we've come as an organization and to look ahead to where we're going in the future. It's fun for me because my first time coming to Macedonia on behalf of Macedonia2025 was August 2008. There was a meeting in Lake Ohrid where the main event was actually a football match between some local dignitaries and players that way. And to see where we are now, in this hall for the, I believe, 6th or 7th year in a row, with as many people standing room only, have the Prime Minister come, distinguished speakers from across the world. It's pretty amazing to see. So this next session is titled Macedonia2025, Coming of Age. This panel brings together members of our board of directors to discuss the vision for the future and role of Macedonia2025. We'll continue to play in the country. So please welcome to the stage two of our co-founders, some guy named Mike and John Beetov, and two distinguished board members, Živko and Borjan, who will moderate the session. Come on stage.
Hi, everybody. Woo! Such an exciting morning, really powerful messages to kick us off for this panel. I know Mike is already excited.
Good being, Coach.
Yeah. You know, when I accepted the privilege of moderating the panel, immediately it came up to me. You know, there is one good news and there is one bad news. The good news is that the panelists do not require any special introductions, right? Mike, Živko, John, it's enough. Everybody knows and it's aware about what you are doing. The bad news is that we have only 40 minutes. Yeah, so Nikica is already signaling me, keep it short, keep it short. I was thinking how to make the introduction beyond what is the common denominator of the three of you, which is a great business leader. The only thing that I can say at this moment is you're true patriots with such a passion, with such a commitment, giving back always. So from bottom of my heart, I want to thank you for everything that you are doing and you will continue to do going forward. So thank you, Mike, thank you, Živko, thank you, John. It would be nice to get some applause. But there is also one thing that I'm always amazed about the three of them. They never like to talk about the history. And even when we were preparing the panel, all of the three were, no, let's talk about the future, not the history. But we need to do a bit of a history still. So, Mike, let's kick it off. I mean, how did it start? How, you know, vividly you remember some talks with then President Trajkovski and then Crvenkovski. But please.
Oh, first of all, dobro jutro, dame I gospodo. It's always good to be back home. I was pushing back on Borjan to go back, but I just want to say a couple of things. If you're there last night, I thought Nikica gave a wonderful, heartfelt comments about her position, her relationship with the board, and a little bit of this anxiety that all of us have. And let me clarify, it was never about the organization per se, it was always about the country. Is the country moving up or down? So I can assure you that that priority is always there. And always have the sense of optimism. Is the glass half full or half empty? I think all the approaches which we have is always for the glass to be at least half, maybe even 3/4 full. But back how it started is in middle of 2002. I've been just promoted to be president of Motorola. I'm running between meetings. And you may have heard the story before, but my secretary is chasing me. He says, Mike, you have an important phone call. He says, well, I'm late for a meeting. Take a message. I'll call him or her back. She goes, no, it's very important. You have to take this phone call. And I'm typically not to try not to get angry, but I said, well, who is it? She goes, he's the president of Macedonia. And I started laughing. I thought she was joking. No, it is. Well, what's his name? So you get caught, you're 45 years old, you keep saying you're proud Macedonian and proud American, and here you are, you're only 40s, you don't know the name of the president of the country of your birth. So I took the phone call really quickly, I said, Mike, this is Boris Trajkovski. I'm not asking for anything. I'm very proud of you. Not many Macedonian born citizens become presidents of a Fortune 500 company. We'd love to have you come and visit with me and my staff to give us some ideas what big corporations are looking for. So I'm not planning to come for another couple of years. They did come within 2 weeks. There was that sometimes we tell ourselves white lies. You say one thing is important to you, but your behaviors do not necessarily follow through. The guilt feeling, if you will. So even though in a business schedule, I came here within 2 weeks. Fast forward 2006, I just happened to be in Toronto. Confidential interviews. John's dad says, Mike, we have a big meeting. The Prime Minister of Macedonia will be here. There's Crvenkovski giving this passionate talk to a couple hundred Canadian Macedonians to say, please, we need your help. We need your ideas. We need your suggestions. We need you to come and visit. We need your investments. So we need your help. totally unknown to John and I. John Peter Sr., one of my heroes, had gone to him and said, Mr. Prime Minister, if you're really serious about making changes, here's 2 guys that can help you. But that really was the genesis of Macedonia2025. The organization really was never meant to be an organization for goals on its own, but how can we use the resources, the brain power, the patriotism, if you will, to help the country? I'm so proud now that at least half the board now is local Macedonians, was diaspora only. And I'll finish with a couple of things. What John Pitov used to say, and again, this is one of the pictures, was a wonderful celebration of his life a few years ago, but we will receive as long as we give from the bottom of our hearts. So I can tell you the last 20 plus years, with my increase in value in Macedonia, the blessings that I received have been unbelievable. To see people like Borjan and Živko, however little I've been able to touch them, to see what they've been able to accomplish. Many people in this room, directly or indirectly, reached out to me, have always tried to give back, so there's lots of pride what has happened. The anxiety, if you will, still is that we as a country, with all the potentials, we're not moving up as much as we should. Many reasons for that, many problems. We can admire the problems. We can say, what do we need to do to transform and to be able to control our own destiny? And I think there's a real opportunity. Our friend Harry Kramer would say, quote unquote, those guys, can you be the source of optimism going forward? And Prime Minister, again, I really much appreciate your heartfelt comments, both with the tragedy, the priorities to the country, but also for your family. But I can tell you, we're here to really support smart initiatives. I think the next 2 days will be some of the best platforms we ever have had. Wonderful examples from the country of Georgia. We've had many of those things before. But I can tell you to all of the people, this is a critical time for the country, and you can count on all of us to be part of part of the solution, but also really ask each and every one of you to look and ask yourself, how can you help, whether you're in business, academia, government, or as a business people. But thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Great opening. Switching to John and your version of the history. 2025 has a lot of symbolism, a lot of expectations from the summit. But in your journey, what's the moment that you are the proudest? And also, let's be honest, what frustrates you more?
Well, welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us here again today. Obviously, our big success is a summit that we host annually here. Started in Ohrid and we've moved it to Skopje. But, when I look at our achievements and disappointments over the years, I'd say that, for the first 40 years of my life, there wasn't even a Macedonia. I had my friends, I had to point to a map in terms of where the country was. I look at my babas and dados when they came. One came to America, one came to Canada, and they started successful businesses, and they were very proud in terms of what they had achieved, and their friends and acquaintances from the churches, everything. They had built, bought properties, strong businesses. And I just always assumed that as a people we could become, very strong and dynamic. And when we finally became an independent country, I thought that, that Macedonia and Macedonians as being proud and hardworking people will thrive and succeed. And I look at the Balkan region, and we hosted a conference in Toronto about 7-8 years ago in terms of Crossroads of Europe, Southeast Europe, what can we do? And there was so much intellectual power and belief in the dynamism in terms of taking advantage of our economic location, taking advantage of our small size, that we're not hundreds of millions of people, that we're 2 million people that we can mobilize. And I think now we still haven't captured what we can do. There's so much opportunity that we have. I know our people are hardworking, dynamic, and honest people. I see corruption as an issue up there. Corruption is something that we have to nail down as a society and make sure that hard work and integrity are what get you ahead to be able to, further benefit society and your family, everything else. So there's so much more that we can do, that the summit brings together all these thoughts and these processes that we can keep moving. Thanks.
Thank you, John. So you already... So you already see that writing a memoir is not an option with these guys. I mean, they're so action-oriented. Switching to Živko, you're the longest-serving board member located in Macedonia. So what inspired you to join and serve? And more important, I guess, how we can use your example to recruit new board members. Yeah.
Thank you, Borjan. I would like to say that really it's a pleasure and a privilege to be present here on this panel with you, Mike and John, in front of this audience. Yes, I am a member in the board of Macedonia2025 from 2011, December. With a brief break, I am still part of the organization. From the very beginning, it was deep desire how we should see our country thrive, how we should not see the development from the point of leadership, from the point of innovation and global presence of the country. Having witnessed the challenges in which Macedonia was going through the time, I think that definitely we needed to come through this strategic, let's say, organizing of the country, partnership of the people and long-time term investment in the people, which I think is the most important thing, because without people, nothing can happen. I think that this was a base as a diaspora engagement, economic development of the country, and how to foster future leaders in the country. I still remember January 2012. I'm in Toronto and having the presentation in front of John Bitov Sr. And I still remember his enthusiasm, his passion, his eagerness, willingness, and dedication how to help Macedonia. I mean, for me, it was really an example of somebody, you know, who is a true leader from many angles of the organization. And I see really Macedonia 2025, not only as an organization, but also as a movement, driver for a vision, for action, how the country should be better, and mission of the organization in which we are part. And I think that all Macedonians can somehow recognize in this organization. Despite the numerous challenges which are facing the country, we are all aware, we all invest our time and effort together to be part of this organization. We all are finding purpose that through this organization we can really help the country, we can really help our people, and I'm really, as I'm saying one more time, very proud to be part of Macedonia 2025.
Yeah, and thank you, Živko. Such an inspiration. Maybe let's switch gears a bit, but before we do that, can we put the first slide and maybe ask the audience for a quick feedback on how we can best describe Macedonia 2025. So thanks in advance, and we will see the results after. Certainly we'll take it into consideration. Switching to the next topic, I'll repeat one of the crucial messages that was part of our One Vision for Accelerated Growth that we published last year. It's a simple recipe in terms of the non-negotiables, or non-negotiables. It's a starter. So zero tolerance for corruption, GDP growth above 5%. Anything below that would be considered failure, and agile and efficient government. Based on those three non-negotiables, I will open up the next round of questions, which is more geared to what does success look like 5 years from now? How do we measure it? Is it the GDP per capita, or R&D expenses as a percentage of the GDP, or we put a simple benchmark, right? You know, how to get to 10 companies above 10 billion revenue per 1 billion revenue per year. I'll start with Mike, and with one very famous curse in politics, right? You know, the so-called Juncker curse. I mean, he used to be a popular politician, not so much nowadays. But he said, we all know what to do, but what we don't know is how to get re-elected after we do it. A direct question on your real passion for actions. You've been in numerous transformations. You're one of the most successful American Macedonians in the corporate world. How to do a turnaround in a small country? Is it possible? I mean, what's the role of the leadership in this process? And in the same sentence, if you can touch a little bit on government initiatives or eliminating red tape going forward. I don't know, do we need Macedonian Doge? How do you pronounce it? I don't know.
Well, it's going to be a long sentence to answer all those questions, Borian, but I mean, Alkaloid would be a perfect example. There's many other companies here as well, in terms of it being a state institution, if you will, to where Živko and his management team have done a fabulous job of actually making a very modern company right from Macedonia. One small example, very proud of the Zafrovsky-Kellogg program. I mean, out of the 50 or so people so far, I think we have at least 6 executives from Alkaloid. So investment in people, but also investing in IP to make the company very strong. You can use the same analogy in virtually everything. I mean, the whole comment of, what has to happen, and then, it's hard to get reelected. I'd say the same curse exists for every CEO as well. You make all these accomplishments, you're running for the big office, if you will, if it's a public company, you make commitments, and all of a sudden you get into the job, you get sidetracked by day-to-day problems. So there's many bold statements by politicians and other people. I think the biggest curse really is you get there, you get overwhelmed with the day-to-day activities, you forget what got you there in the first place. And people are dying for the level of a transparency, big, bold visions, but actually a real commitment to stay to those. There's many priorities that come with day-to-day. I mean, obviously you have a huge job yourself, Borian, you're manufacturing. For all of Johnson Matthey, you're responsible for Macedonia. But always remember the priorities. There's always B and C tasks, not things that come up in the short term, but really that is the curse, the cancer, if you will, that kill transformations. Typically, transformation may have 3 or 4 things. You've listed some of those. But again, obviously not just to Prime Minister Mickoski, and again, it's such a massive task you have as you're a CEO, the biggest CEO job in Macedonia is obviously for the country. But you get up in the morning, early coffee, lunch, dinner, you think about 3 or 4 things. And there's a famous saying that I like to quote, think big, start small, move fast. There's always reason, there's also always day-to-day issues that prevent you from addressing the things that you know you have to be driving. But unless you repeat that to your staff, to any television interview, if it's 5% growth, if it's a fighting corruption, if it's a digitization, it's always, what are the 4 or 5 things? So always think big, never forget that, but start small, don't wait. Waiting is what kills most initiatives, whether you're president of a country, prime minister, whether you're running a hospital, or you're CEO of a company. Again, there's many other parts of it, but again, if you ask for the big ones, I mean, say 5 years from now, growth at least 5%. Average GDP per person to go from 8,000 to 12,000 per year. To have both the reality and the perception that Macedonia is the cleanest country in the region from a corruption standpoint, and for people to say, look, the education commitments are as significant as they ever have been, whether we're part of the old Yugoslavia or ever since then. So again, great question, can go on for a long time, but I do think being a small country, it's a huge advantage. If it's Singapore here, I know them very well. They were from the poorest country in the world in 1960 to the wealthiest country in 2010. Took 50 years, unwavering commitment, Iceland, Ireland. We have a wonderful example today from what happened in Georgia from 2009 to 2012. It takes that level of a commitment. It's always going to be derailments, there's always going to be problems. But if you stick to what you promised, ask for help, but also do not take any no's for an answer. But that's the only way that I've seen transformations work. Most transformations do not. The ones that do, that's the one common feature. And again, this is not simply saying but we stand at your, as we have in previous and future administrations, to be that source of thoughtful, hopefully perspectives, to applaud progress, but also to be making comments, always put the country first, as to what maybe we should be doing more of and what we should be doing less. Again, thank you for that question.
Thank you, Mike. I know you can go for hours on, on this one, so there is no need for follow-up, but I have something later on that can help us expand. Switching to John, you're one of the greatest entrepreneurs of Macedonian origin and also family business owner that is a real example. So from your practical experience, what would ideal look like in terms of business regulations or the business climate? You very often say that there is no time loss in business, and I think we lost a bit of time in the last 30 years, and maybe we can took some lessons learned on this one. But how do we get to quick vision, execution?
You can always make up lost time with focus. I think, our dashboard that we created was really the measuring stick we're supposed to be using in terms of how we, our direction. In my businesses, not unlike what Prime Minister would face, running a country, you create an overall strategic framework of what your long-term goals are. You create an annual plan or a budget in terms of what we can afford and what we're going to do, and then quarterly benchmarks in terms of are we achieving it. Everything on that dashboard, whether it's a place to do business, economic growth, unemployment, all those things are markers in terms of what to improve. And my expectation would be within 5 years, Macedonia is the leading country in the Balkans in terms of all those benchmarks. That I would not be satisfied if I was running the country and we weren't making progress every year on those. It's an easy measuring stick. It's what we've done, and I think it's something we have to embrace more in terms of focus, because when you have economic prosperity, everyone wins. You can afford more, you can spend more, you can give more. And I think that's got to be the goal of, it's been what Mike and I always envisioned in trying to help bring to the country in terms of the focus. But I think what's great about our board now being, half domestic as opposed to just diaspora, everyone's embracing those challenges and views and strategy and how we get there.
Thank you. Switching to Živko, Alcaluit is a true national champion. I mean, I know you're not very comfortable with that statement, but it's a fact. Yep. It's a fact. And the company grew really exponentially over the last 10 years, or even over the short period of time. I mean, from 13 million to more than 300 million. And what's the most exciting part, at least for me, is the percentage of export that you managed to achieve. I mean, you are 65, 70%. So not too many Macedonian companies do it. Can you give us the secret? How are you doing it? Well, but equally important on this one, I mean, what's the recipe required to get 10 Alcaluits in the country, domestic or foreign? How to scale up?
Let's say, realistically optimistic. I mean, it would be good in the next 5 to 10 years to have at least 5 to 10 companies which will increase their sales, let's say, from 200 million and up. I'm talking about companies who are basically from here, which I think is important, and then to go step by step. I remember when in Alcaluit we were putting these posters that our target, when we were some 50 million euro sales, that our target will be 100. And I remember that what was the pride of the people when the first 100 million happened. And we were really so happy celebrating about that. And then, there are new, let's say, lines which you want to achieve after some time. How did we get there? Definitely with strategic discipline, definitely with the focus on developing the people, quality with no, let's say, any type of improvisation, but really to focus on what should be done. cutting-edge technologies, and as I said before, definitely the talent is the most important. If you don't have the right people in which you need to give them support so that they can develop, it will be definitely not the position for the company to grow. Of course, also we diversified our, let's say, portfolio, we diversified the markets, we become less dependent from the domestic market. So first of all, culturally, we changed the mindset of the people that we should be successful everywhere, not only in the domestic or the regional markets. Also, we made a few strategic decisions which I think were really very important. For example, we decided to make a production of semi-solid cephalosporins, that one type of antibiotics. And today we are the #1 producer in Europe for this type of products. And we are really, again, proud with our people about that. Thank you. Also, you know, working on this talent, I mean, we invested a lot in research and development. We cleared ourselves that we could be innovative, that we could compete, and we can be present everywhere in the world. Having in mind now the Macedonian companies, I think that we need a national strategy, definitely, for support upscaling of the companies, for innovation, and for supporting them in export diversification. I am seeing opportunities in pharmaceuticals, in IT sector, in clean energy, in food processing. I think that really we have chance in these fields, and that with mutual work from everybody, we can find a solution how we could develop. We have more than 1,000 suppliers in Macedonia, local suppliers, and I am seeing in a lot of them that they have potential to export. They have potential to have added value products, but I think definitely, you know, they need a little extra funding, I would say. They need you know, support from the point of advisory services, from the mentorship, logistics also, and I think all of this is a mutual effort from the side, of course, government on one side, which already is showing that. Also, we as organization and the private sector, I think together we can manage to make this move, this brave move, and I think that definitely we can do it together. Thank you.
Yeah, John.
I just want to say something about Živko. He's a very modern CEO. You know, to some degree, there's a myth from the old days about, you know, if you're the boss and you could just stay at home in your dacha and sip coffee, whatever. He leads by example. He invests in his people. He gets very strategic in terms of where the company has to go, and that's how we're going to have great Macedonian champions going forward.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And maybe before we open the final round, and surprise, surprise, I am almost on time. Thank you, Nikica. Maybe we see the Slido poll results, because we also ask for a feedback from the audience. Okay. I think we didn't rehearse it, but it's almost in the thing that I'll continue with Živko on a very specific topic, opening up our ambition as a board of looking forward, and you know what is our vision. You mentioned talent, leadership, investments, some basic facts, and I'm not saying that we should be competing against, but the answer on some specific numbers. I mean, China has around 3.6 million of STEM students graduating per year, which is about 40% of their total student population. I mean, the numbers are enormous. India is similar with 2.5 million, similar percentages. Even the US produces around 800,000 of STEM students and imports around 200,000 more. How do we compete against that? How do we win? What we should do in Macedonia to follow your example, and what will Macedonia 2025 do to help win in this area?
Thank you, Borjan. You mentioned the STEM students. I think that if you compare, probably 40% of our students are following TikTok trends, and I think that for them probably in this moment, unfortunately, it's more important that than to be more in STEM focus. I'm a mechanical engineer and I have special, I would say, emotion for the STEM type of education. I think definitely we need our young people lack stimulating and engaging contents, both from the school side and also from their extra curriculum which they need to go through. In Macedonia, we are desperate, I would say, for STEM and digital skills, and I think that from our perspective, it should be a priority. But that should start from the primary education, and that then, you know, during the whole education, this should be some part of it. This includes definitely reforming of the curriculums, investing in teacher training, promoting critical thinking, problem solving, and I would say innovation on all levels. State statistics indicate huge gap between, let's say, the need of the real sector and what our education system is producing during the year. For example, in Alkaloid on annual level, we have around 2,700 job applications and around 1,000 job interviews. And if you ask our human resources team how they assess the candidates, they are saying that they are insufficiently trained, they lack practical knowledge, they are unmotivated, and they have overrated expectations. That means that we need to boost the creativity of these students, aid personal and professional profiling. You know, they need to really feel the preparedness of where they want to be, and definitely because of that, everybody should try some way. For example, we introduce programs of dual education, of internship. Even we have one very, I would say, strange situation that for internships there is limited number of internships that the company should receive. I am very thankful to Prime Minister. We already spoke that this limited number should go up, because if we as employer want to bring young people on internship and to work with mentors to develop, to be prepared for the future job, why should let's say some laws limit our let's say possibility of using these young people? And these are, we are talking about paid activities, not something which is not paid. And we are very happy that in the last 6 years we had some 310 interns, and already 119 are working in the company. Also, we finished the first dual education class, and from 20 pupils, 13 have started to work in Alkaloid again. So this is really a good example that this can be part of activities of many companies together with the, let's say, universities, so that we could develop this together. Here I would like to say that through the programs which Macedonia2025 has, as a Firovski Executive Development Program, Leader Project with Ivy Business School, Diaspora Investment, we are helping to upskill these professionals. Also, we will, I would say, in the name of the organization, of course, we remain to open various initiatives together, I mean through scholarships, international exposure, access to cutting-edge know-how, mentorship, all the forms which can be extra added value, so that together we could help the young people and that we could together build a stronger nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Živko. Before we wrap up, John, a bit of a controversial question from my side, or maybe it's not, but I know you get it a lot. You know the proverb, give a man a fish and you will feed them for the day. Teach him how to fish, actually, you will feed him for all his life. Very often there is a perception about Macedonia 2025, and especially the diaspora, that, come on, just give us the money and, that's it, right? So what can we, put opposed on that perception. What's our real vision for 2030, 2050? I know you're passionate about the topic, that's why I'm asking.
Well, I mean, it's interesting. So leadership and education initiatives are obviously where people think we need to do most. Mike funds a program for management. I do one for entrepreneurship, small enterprise, as well as we get job shadowing jobs at Queen's University. So, you know, we're doing what we can, but we can only take the advice of management and the people here on the ground in terms of which programs we need to enhance or change or make better. So, you know, I get disappointed when I hear that we need to do more because we're trying to do as much as we can. So keep the information coming. Let Nikita and the staff know where our areas of opportunity are because, you know, from my perspective, and not living here but coming here often, happy to help and make the investment because, like Živko, I believe when you make the investment in people, you get the results.
Excellent, thank you. Mike, we are not late. Surprisingly.
4:20, yeah?
Yeah.
Left, yeah.
After 20 years, I mean, I'm amazed that you still keep it going, and you know, with all the energy that you bring to us. What's a very simple message from your side to everybody? What we should stop doing? What should we be focusing on in the future? You mentioned how to mobilize the bright and brightest, you know, the smartest to work for the cause. What's your call for action?
Thank you for that, Borjan. Great panel. I'll make a couple other comments and I'll stay within the time. One of those is to be a board member, you actually pay to be a part of a board member, but the ROI is priceless. I mean, just to be able to have this sort of a meetings, that sort of a impacts. Again, I'm just very much beneficiary from these last 20 years, not satisfied, if you will, but the benefits have been simply priceless. Second, I'm just reflecting, I was a keynote speaker at the first, I think it was G100, when the former prime ministers from the old Yugoslavia was in Belgrade, the prime ministers of Serbia, Croatia, Macedonia, Montenegro, everyone was there. I give a talk and I get this young fellow come to say, my name is Živko Mukajatov. Thank you for your talk. I run a small company out of Skopje called Alkaloid. Can I talk to you from time to time? And just reflecting back from 2008 in Belgrade or 2007 to see what has actually developed, that shows you what's possible in virtually everything, whatever your position is in faculty, not-for-profits, obviously government or big business. I mean, there really is the potential. I also want to make a comment to our third founder, Mitro Kotanovsky. I was at his father's funeral a couple of days ago, lived a great life at age 98. He passed away, the funeral was last Thursday, a wonderful celebration of his life. His mom died 3 months before that. They were married for 75 years. And if you're there in that church, I mean, the passion, the celebration, and the pride in both in terms of their Macedonian heritage, what they've been able to accomplish was absolutely unbelievable. So I just want to reflect on those things again as you ask me this question on the future. I would say that the same thing is for each one of us personally, professionally, and also very specifically for the country of Macedonia. I'll go back into what are the big goals, how to prioritize those, and for that to be a 7x24 job. And I think the opportunities are real. The challenges are very formidable. I mean, they're not lost on any one of us. But again, the way to get those things done is to really be persistent, to put the right people in place, to be always assessing, are we making the progress or not, celebrate the successes, move decisively if things are not working well. And again, one of the best examples I heard about 20 years ago, think big. Never give up on the big ideals. Start small, move fast. If you climb Mount Everest, you know, you have to get in shape. If you get to the half the mountain, you have to get acclimated. Same thing is true that's in sports, where it's what your objectives may be to get your PhD in whatever subject it is. Same thing is very true in any professional or country objectives. And we know it's not easy. All of us here are very much supportive of a stronger Macedonia. We have a good example for the former Prime Minister of Georgia, many other examples all around the world. We also know internally what works, what doesn't work. And again, the only advice I would have is not to be admiring the problem as much, but also to think of the opportunities. Nikita gave a great slide of all the opportunities we have in Macedonia. It's a strong platform. And I think if we focus, put that singly in front of us, I think big success will be ahead of us. So anyway, great to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the three of you. I think we are out of time, but if you allow me 30 seconds to wrap this panel, but also some of the messages of the interview with the Prime Minister and with the opening remarks of Victor and Nikita, but I'll do it in Macedonian. Она што е најголем недостаток на Македонија треба да биде најголема предност. Тоа што сме мали по територија, по население, треба да ни даде амбиција да бидеме најбрзи, најдинамични, најотворени, најгладни за знаење, најгладни за успех. А тоа не сме во моментов. Значи треба да се фокусираме многу на тие на работи. Не мора да ја победиме секоја битка, ама таму кај што ќе одлучиме да се надпреваруваме, да победиме. Светот е мал ако се фокусираме на она што стварно сакаме да го направиме. Ќе повторам, светот е мал ако се фокусираме на тоа што сакаме да го направиме. Благодарам. Thank you, the three of you. You're such an inspiration.
Thank you so much to our board of directors for that panel. Now, before we break for lunch, I would like to introduce one more application that we're using, that is Pine Events. You can scan this QR code and you can schedule B2B meetings via this app. Now, let's break for coffee, and at 11:30 sharp, we will start with the next session. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. If you've been here before, when I've done this, I'll give you a minute to sit down, and then I'm going to start. So finish your coffee, find your seats, and be ready to go so we can get the program moving. Thank you, everybody. Welcome back. I'm going to give 5 seconds for people to find their seats. It's not musical chairs yet, but maybe we'll do that in a little bit. Welcome back. Hope you all enjoyed the first sessions this morning and the coffee out there. We now continue with the Power Talk that addresses one of the most difficult but essential elements of economic transformation, the need for bold reforms. Titled Economic Turnaround Through Painful Reforms, this session features valuable insights from a leader who has successfully navigated his country through a period of deep and necessary change. Please welcome Nika Golari, former Prime Minister of Georgia and founding member of Reform Addicts. The session will be moderated by Mike Safrovsky, co-founder of Macedonia2025, the founder of the ZAF Group, and I think my dad. So, welcome.
Well, good afternoon again. I truly believe this one will be one of the more, maybe I'll say boldly, most impactful sessions for the couple of days. I looked at the agenda. Every one of them is spot on. I think this one has many of the opportunities to address the challenges which we addressed in the morning sessions. Many people, my wife very specifically included, tells me I get very easily impressed. If you do a strength analysis, achiever is top on that list. Would I enjoy even more looking at successes of other people? What does make him or her successful? How did he or she accomplish those activities? So I'm just a passionate pursuer, if you will, of great examples in how to be a great husband, father, grandfather, business person, athlete. And this is one of those examples which I was really smitten back in 2017. Former Prime Minister of Georgia, Nika, gave a fabulous discussion back at that point in time. I will not go through his bio, but he was in the government of Georgia for a number of years from 2004 to 2012. Including as the Prime Minister from 2009 to 2012. And what actually happened in Georgia during those 8 years, particularly the 4 years he was Prime Minister, is absolutely remarkable. And again, you can say Mike gets easily impressed, and maybe this is one of those situations. I do not believe so. So it can go on for a long time, but I think in the next 40 minutes, and by the way, please ask questions. I'm not sure if we're going to have time for them. But in the next 40 minutes, we're going to do 5 broad areas. One, I'm going to ask the Prime Minister to set the stage. Where was Georgia before the turnaround? Second, the reforms. What was his playbook he used? while being a prime minister. Third, he and his colleagues started a wonderful consulting firm called Reformatics. They have a number of clients on a global basis. So I'm going to ask him some of the success stories and lessons learned from trying to see how their playbook applies in those countries. Fourth, very bold but potential applications for Macedonia. And last, and surely not least, looking ahead, how do you actually create a culture that will allow a transformation of results to happen? So again, this is maybe an unusual way to make an intro, but let's have a very warm welcome for the former Prime Minister of Georgia and a friend of Macedonia, Nika Gulari. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's absolute pleasure to be here, and thank you, Mike, for this opportunity. Thanks to the organizers. It's my second time here, and I remember our first meeting in Macedonia. It was very interesting. Many things have changed since then. It's great to be back. Let me start with Georgia's situation before we started the reform. So you can imagine a small country, population of 4 million, quite small economy, very small economy, strategic location, big neighbors, problematic neighbors, no oil, no gas, no natural resources.
Are you describing Macedonia?
I'm describing Georgia. By the way, back then, Georgia was in much, much worse situation than Macedonia now. On top of everything, we were the world champions of corruption. So it was like, it was a national sport. According to Transparency International, in 2003, they did this global corruption barometer, and out of 130 countries that were surveyed, Georgia was 127th. Only countries behind Georgia were Nigeria, Tajikistan, and Haiti. So if there was a world championship in corruption, we would be like in finals.
So you missed the medals.
Yes,
Not gold, right?
Exactly. So I mean, no economic growth prospects whatsoever. Only thing we had was a corridor connecting Caspian oil and gas with a pipeline through Georgia to Turkey and Mediterranean Sea, and that was the only thing that was happening. No private sector, government-led, very bureaucratic government, lots of red tapes. So, I mean, where growth should have come from wasn't to be seen. So then we started the reforms. 2004, new government came. We started reforms. Within 2 years' time, Georgia was in top 40 least corrupt countries within 2 years' time. We did kind of global reforms all across different government sectors. Mostly the idea was to simplify rules and regulations, to create better environment for government employees to do better. We actually created the bonus systems for government employees, for civil servants to try to run government as a corporation, actually, because that was the only way to increase salaries, to attract better people, and to create this kind of KPIs for government agencies, for government employees, for them to get bonuses, bonus systems. So to try to avoid from corruption path. In parallel, we did a huge number of reforms of simplifying rules, simplifying regulations. We decreased number of licenses and permits by 85%. Anything that wasn't essential for healthcare or for security was gone. Not because we didn't need them, but because we believed that at the first stage, fighting corruption and whitening of the economy was the utmost importance. And that's how growth should have come from. Then we did the tax reform, which we decreased 21 taxes down to 6, all of them flat, all of them low. And our vision was changed from government-led economy into private sector-led economy. Our philosophy was that Georgia is a small country, is a poor country. We don't have enough finances to create growth. We need growth to come from outside. We need growth to come from foreign direct investments. And FDI is also the key way of technological transfer. Without FDI, there is no technological transfer for small countries like Georgia or like Macedonia. So we needed technological transfer. So we wanted to create environment for private sector to flourish. We said that private sector should lead, should create growth, should create jobs, should create new opportunities, and government can only help private sector for this development. And this was the philosophy. Our vision of the country was the following. Okay, we don't have oil, we don't have gas, but we have some big neighbors around us. Why don't we create a hub? Instead of being a corridor, why don't we create a hub? So there's a big difference between corridor and hub. Hub is for big international companies to come and invest in Georgia first and then enter rest of the region, Caucasus, be it Caucasus, Turkey, or Central Asia. So for that, we had to create much better environment for private sector, for international investors. So this was our goal, this was our vision, this was where we wanted to go. And we did every single reform with this in mind. How private sector looks at this regulation, how investor looks at these laws and licenses. Can we simplify anything? Can we make it easier for private sector to flourish in Georgia, for them to be more attractive toward Georgia? And by the way, if you remember, there was a doing business report. Georgia was started with being 112th, and we jumped to be in top 10 within 5 or 6 years' time. Georgia still remains the only country that in the history of this report which jumped from below 100 to top 10 within 6 or 7 years, with this short period of time. And that also shows you the kind of scale of reforms. It's impossible to do this kind of jump with doing nothing. And we were not afraid of reforming the reforms because it's impossible to get it right from the very first moment. So we realized that we made mistakes, but we had to take decisions. And decision making is the most important for reforms. I mean, in some cases, we didn't even have a long-term vision of very specific areas. We just realized that we had to make a decision and based on our own mistakes, go forward. But the vision was safe. Vision was the private sector to flourish. Vision was for foreign direct investors to come to Georgia and for them to feel as best as possible, as comfortable as possible. And from Georgia to try to expand in the rest of the region.
And Nick, if I can ask you, I mean, millions of questions, but obviously a very challenging environment. Attracting FDI, it's quite popular, but quite often the local businesses may have the misperception that there's a preference for foreign investment versus also growing the local companies, if you will. And also if corruption becomes such a prevalent state, there's a disbelief that changes can happen. So maybe a couple examples, how did you communicate this to the population? How did you get people both excited with the future, but also for them to be prepared for some of the painful reforms?
Sure. So just a couple of examples. For example, one of the biggest problems for Georgia was state-owned enterprises. And in many countries, state-owned enterprises are mostly politically driven, mostly places where politicians hire their family members and others. Most inefficient organizations are mostly state-owned organizations. So what we did is we did massive privatization, massive privatization, including healthcare, including energy sector, almost including every sector except a few strategic companies, except railway, oil and gas corporation, and high voltage lines company. Almost everything was privatized and was privatized very openly, and we attracted best possible investors all over the world, from all over the world. Whenever we couldn't privatize, what we did is we required the management to issue Eurobonds on London Stock Exchange we issued sovereign Eurobonds, and the management of the company was praised based on the difference between Eurobond of sovereign and Eurobond of the sub-sovereign state-owned company. So it wasn't that government was kind of praising the management. It was world financial players were appraising the management's performance. And based on that, the management was either fired or was getting bonuses with the Eurobonds. So it was a total mindset change of the management of state-owned companies. I saw this change within one day. So managing the CEO of the railways was a totally different person on day one before they issued Eurobonds. On day two, after the issuance of the same person, totally different mindset.
Yep.
Day one, he was ready to accept any member of parliament's phone call and bring their son or daughter to work for railways. But after issuance of the Eurobond, when he realized that he signed some special ratios with the Eurobond holders, that his performance will be managed on Eurobond price, that he will be fired if not fulfilling this Eurobond, his mentality was changed in one day. He now had a tool to say no to corrupt proposals. Until then, politically, he didn't have these tools. So our job was not only to attract best people, but to give them tools to fight against corruption themselves, because sometimes it's very difficult to go against the pressure. So this kind of little bit innovative formulas, providing bonuses and sticks and carrots to top government employees. For example, each government employee had a KPI. So how we were actually running government as a corporation. And I was a CEO. So for example, Minister of Energy had a key performance indicators based on FDI in energy sector, based on electricity exports, and minimizing our dependence on our neighboring countries. So these KPIs were measured, and based on these KPIs, he was given a bonus. And not only him, but he was giving money to give bonuses to his 5-6 best people. On the opposite, if these KPIs were not delivered, this was a very good ground for firing. 50% of KPIs of every government member was dependent on that particular area. For Ministry of Education, it was PISA scores. For Ministry of Healthcare, it was some healthcare parameters. And 50% was common for everybody. So the government would feel as a team. So the 50% was dependent on government's growth rate, because back then growth was very important for us, and our sovereign Eurobond performance. And these bonuses were given to ministers based on these formulas, the individual plus government's performance. Because government has a very bad tendency. Each minister feels that he is a boss. He's building his own kingdom inside of his ministry, inside of his or her sector. It's like silos. And it's very difficult for the prime minister to make them work together sometimes, unless there are some kind of common goals and common understanding. So we worked in many countries, and I've seen in many cases that the biggest problem is actually these ministries do not cooperate with each other. So I wanted the whole cabinet of ministers to feel as a team, as a one big team. And that's why we created this kind of bonus system, which was dependent on individual as well as group performance.
Two questions. Obviously, growth was very important. So, I mean, the first part of the question will be, what are the growth results before and after the reforms? But second, also, again, you're not first, second, or third, but you're the fourth most corrupt country at that point in time. Police was being viewed as one of the most significant offenders, if you will, and obviously over-regulation. So maybe a couple examples of what happened with the growth, how did you change the mindset and actually some of the actions you took to not only to decrease the activities, but also reduce even the temptation for the police people to be corrupt, and how did you simplify regulation to bring value to the citizens?
Sure. About police, I think this was the most drastic reform, which I wouldn't advise any government to do. We fired every single policeman in one day. Every single traffic.
Were they able to apply to rehire? Or?
None of, actually we didn't rehire any of them. So for 3 months, Georgia didn't have any one traffic policeman.
Wow.
And by the way, traffic didn't get worse, it was better. So actually, I don't know.
And by the way, you cannot live in any society without a good police. So obviously, we're not joking about that, but I thought this was a...
No,
the problem is so significant. I just want to
It's
clarify.
absolutely true story.
Yep.
I mean, in 2004, for 3 months, Georgia went without any traffic policemen, and traffic was much better. Then we hired youngsters, we trained them, and replaced these ex-Soviet policemen with totally young generation police. In energy sector was also, I was hired as a Minister of Energy just because nobody else wanted to have that job. Because I was 27. And nobody else wanted the job, so they found me and said, why don't you be Minister of Energy? And I was 27, I was ambitious, and I said, why not, I'll fix it. It appeared that the energy sector of Georgia, the only problem that energy sector had was actually corruption. Because we had a blackout all over the country throughout winters. And nobody understood how could we fix that. Apparently, the money was sucked out of the system due to corrupt deals, and that's why there was not enough funding for rehabilitation and for salaries. And all we had to do is just find the way how to, with the checks and balances, and with privatization, with private sector involvement, how to avoid corruption. And within 2 years' time, Georgia was net electricity exporter. On top of the 24-hour supply, we were actually exporting electricity. We were exporting electricity for many years since then. So there were many interesting reforms that we had to do innovatively, because we were doing it in very fast mode and with mistakes in some cases. But in the end, we gave results. The result was average growth of 8%. Wow. During this period of time. Plus, because of, thank you. By the way, we were one of the fastest growing economy without oil during this period of time worldwide. Plus, because of FDI inflow, our currency a little bit appreciated. In the end, we ended up quadrupling Georgia's economy within 8 years' time. So Georgia's economy actually quadrupled. And it's in US dollar nominal GDP per capita. So it is possible. For small countries, being a small country has its own advantage. Because if you are a small country, your decision-making can be faster, government can be more efficient, changes can come much faster rather than in big countries. So these advantages were used by our government to its maximum. We would appreciate every single investor, and we would create for investors special care for them, if you want to say, special care, investors care, which felt them comfortable. And word of mouth was the best advertisement for Georgia. Afterwards, these investors who would come to Georgia, they would go around and say that they are feeling comfortable in Georgia and they are making money in Georgia, was our number one advertisement. And I think that has worked quite well as well. One more reform, which I think also was quite important, was so-called Liberty Act. I'll explain what was it. Many investors said that, okay, we like whatever you are doing, we like these low taxes, that fiscal policy and so on, but how do we know that the next government will not do something crazy? So we introduced the constitutional law where we said that taxes cannot be increased by government unless there is some kind of recession where government has to admit that it's a recession and taxes can be increased only for a few years and then it has to go down below the threshold as it is now. Budget to deficit, but budget deficit cannot be more than 3%, and budget to GDP cannot be more than 30%. So we identified the footprint of the government of economy which cannot grow anymore. So that gave investors a little bit of more confidence for the long term. Because Georgia is a new country, is a young country, and investors were not sure about our future policies. So we needed to give them some kind of assurances that this kind of investment-friendly policies, at least regarding taxes, at least regarding government footprint of the economy, will have a long-term impact, kind of to give them a long-term confidence and long-term comfort. And that Liberty Act, I think, was also a very kind of ground-breaking moment for Georgia's economy when investors believed in long-term success in Georgia and they started investing already in a different mode. There is an investor who wants to invest for 3-4 years and get out, and there is an investor who wants to come and stay. And these are the most important investors.
I'm seeing a number of questions, try to incorporate them. Please keep them coming in. But before moving to the potential applications of Macedonia, two really quick examples. Even one of the audits for the traffic stops, I mean, I thought it really caught my attention when he mentioned that. Make sure that, one, you have new policemen, but at the same time to make sure that some of the tendencies are not coming back. So the audits you used to do when the policemen are stopping vehicles. And second, the one-stop service for the consumers, I mean, for the citizens.
Yeah, what we did is actually we created a front office of the government. So every government member, every ministry or local government has their own front office, and they are very proud of that front office. They don't want to give that up. But what we decided that bureaucrats are not best service providers. Bureaucrats make decisions. For them, they are the kings, they are the decision makers, so they cannot provide the best service. It's innate for bureaucrats to provide the best service because he's a decision maker. So the citizen is a client, but he's the boss. So we created special front office of the government where we hired service-minded people from banking sector, mostly youngsters, who provided all the government services in one place. So it doesn't matter if it was a registration of wedding or registration or getting a passport or registering company, registering land, 450 different services are provided by one agency. And decisions, passport is issued by Ministry of Justice. Everything is registered land or by Ministry of Economy, but the interaction with the citizen, interaction with the private sector is done by totally independent service provider, which is a front office of the government. And of course, it was a difficult reform because government members didn't want to give up their own interaction with the government, with the citizens, but we had to do that in the end. And I think it was also one of the most successful reforms that I remember, which gave to us, to government, bigger political credit to do more difficult reforms. So what we did is we kind of did some reforms, gained political credit, and used that political credit to do some more painful reforms, which would give results after 2 years' time. So every reform has its own big political cost at some moment, but it has a huge gain as well afterwards once the results of these reforms are clear to the population. And managing expectations.
It's a snowball effect.
It's absolutely. Snowball effect is very important. So kind of creating new vision, communicating it to the population, managing expectations, delivering on some reforms, not all, it's impossible to deliver on all reforms, delivering on some reforms, getting more political credit, and then going for more painful, much more in-depth reforms. It was the approach that we adopted in Georgia, and which was successful for our country.
After your role as a prime minister, you became a senior advisor with McKinsey. You started your own firm. Maybe a couple comments of some of your experiences and success stories with countries outside Georgia, and maybe your initial impressions of how some of your experiences may be helpful to our beloved country here in Macedonia.
So after 2013, we created a new company, Reformatics. Me and my colleagues, actually, most of us are practitioners, ex-members of government, not only Georgia, but from other countries as well. We attracted new partners, ex-prime minister, ex-ministers, ex-heads of agencies, ex-head of tax, head of customs, and so on and so on. Those people who actually did reforms themselves. And so what was our advantage when I was talking to the Prime Minister of Kazakhstan, for example? For him, I wasn't just a consultant. I was an ex-Prime Minister who did all those reforms himself, who understood the problems of prime ministership and who understood the problems of the kind of running the government. And that gave us kind of edge, little bit advantage, vis-a-vis other advisory firms. So we were actually selling those reforms which we did ourselves, which is much easier to sell whenever you did it yourself. So based on that, we created a company which is right now, we have worked in more than 30 countries. We have right now offices in Tbilisi, Baku, Tashkent, Astana, Dubai, Doha, Washington, D.C., whereas we have a global office. And we are working mostly on public policy advice, mostly investment attraction, mostly business environment, and actually education policy as well, healthcare, and so on and so on. So we have been quite successful during this period of time. What we see in many governments is that most of the governments of developing countries have very, very similar problems. Most of the governments use 90% of their time for firefighting, whatever is happening on that day. And this is a common denominator for almost all governments all across developing countries. Problems are very similar. Problem is corruption, growth, fiscal policy, FDI. Right now, there is a huge competition amongst governments for attracting FDI. The world is changing, as we can see.
Yeah. Liberation Day.
World is changing. World is changing, but these kind of changes are good because these kind of changes bring problems as well as opportunities. So the governments who will be able to find these opportunities to be more effective, most efficient, to attract FDI, because there's a huge competition on FDI right now all over the world, especially in our region, will be the most successful, will have the fastest growth, will have the fastest development, will transform the country from developing into developed country fastest. So I believe that right now we have a very interesting period which can be used by Macedonia as well. Whichever country will adopt the most efficient reforms for private sector development and for FDI attraction will be the winner. Because this process, we are talking about global economic reshuffle. We are in global economic and geopolitical reshuffle. This reshuffle will have its own losers and will have its own winners. Just like every single geopolitical global reshuffle had its own losers and winners. And it's like, if you look at the history, it's timeline, it's like every 30, 40 years this is happening. First World War, Second World War, breakdown of Soviet Union. So now it's like 30, 40 years has gone since then. So we are in just another geopolitical and global reshuffle, which will have definitely cause at some moment for some countries to flourish very fast and for some countries to actually, on the opposite, stop growing for some time. Governments will be able to be most efficient. Governments will be able to attract most FDI. Governments will be able to attract most talents, establish better ties, and establish themselves as hubs will have a victory. Because of this global reshuffle, there is a need for regional hubs. In the past, there was no need for regional hubs. In the past, there was a kind of global economic growth, but right now, we most likely will be facing with rather not global deglobalization and more regionalization, which will cause regional hubs to emerge, which will have need for regional hubs. And this was our vision for Georgia. How do we create regional hub out of Georgia? I believe that similar, not one-to-one copying and pasting, but similar vision can be worked out for Macedonia based on its geopolitical situation, based on its geography, based on its being small and being easy and effective to transform. And I think this can be a very, very interesting formula for Macedonia to succeed.
I mean, personally, I fully agree with that. Again, our geographic location, our size, so it's not necessarily just simply growth of people, but even how to slow down the brain drain. Many developing countries really are losing their people to other hubs.
Yep.
So I really think that is the opportunity. The role of diaspora, maybe really quickly, was diaspora a big part of your transformation plan or other countries you're working? What are the more effective ways that diaspora can be helpful to the Prime Minister and to the local business people, if you will?
Actually, in case of Georgia, diaspora didn't have a big say in our case, but we are seeing now how bigger and bigger diaspora's role is becoming for Georgia as well. And absolutely, I mean, whatever Macedonia2025 is doing is amazing. And I think this is a kind of connection between diaspora and the country, between diaspora and the government, bringing more potential investors to the country should be the role of diaspora. I think this is something that diaspora can be good at, that diaspora has an opportunity to do that quite well, and being a voice of local government to United States or to rest of the Europe is something that diaspora should continue to do. And I know you are doing that, Mike, and everybody is doing that in this room. So I think whatever you are doing is amazing for this country.
I asked him to say Thank you for that. By the way, this is not an advertisement for Nika's company, but again, there's so many questions, and I've tried to address a few of them. But you should go to their website. I mean, they have this wonderful presentation, both in terms of best practices. I mean, nothing is perfect. There's been many changes in Georgia since Nika was prime minister, but I really encourage you to go there, both as a private citizen, as a business person. Again, just many, many wonderful activities. There's nothing we can cover here in 40 minutes, but you're here this morning. You saw, obviously, Victor's and Nikita's talk. You saw the Prime Minister's interview. You can see the challenges facing him personally and the country, but those are not easy times. And we've said before, there's lots of similarities between challenges facing Georgia and also the opportunities to transform in really not too many years. Any observation, again, this is impromptu question, but any observations and also any words of encouragement and advice to all of us and to the government?
Whatever I heard today is actually a very good basis for me to understand that government knows what it's doing, government understands what are the challenges, and there is a very clear vision, which is great. Well, just like Georgia, Macedonia is a small country without oil, without gas, small economy, but very vibrant, with an interesting geographical location, with strategic location, with challenging neighborhood. I believe that this hub concept, if that can be adopted by Macedonia, and if it can be actually implemented properly and fastly by the government, I believe that this country has an amazing future, and this country can achieve amazing growth. And I believe that 3 to 4% is a very modest growth. I believe that there is a possibility for, if Georgia could do for 8% growth, why Macedonia couldn't? That's the question mark that we should answer. And I think that absolutely can. 8% growth can be delivered for this country if properly administered this strategy and vision.
I mean, just a couple of comments. One of those, again, lots of people, they may not love business or growth on its own, but growth for its own growth's sake is not maybe as easy to understand. But just a couple of comments. If you want to double the standard of living, it is you take 70 by the growth rate. So if you grow 0, you'll never catch up. If you grow 1% a year, it's going to take 70 years just to double. If you're very, very low place, doubling may not be sufficient. If you grow 10% a year, it's only going to take 7. If you grow 5% a year, it's going to take 14%. So 14 years. But that is the mindset of why growth is so important. Whether that's through FDI, whether it's local companies, whether it's efficient governments. I think that's a part of the encouragement. Just even as one is fighting the day-to-day challenges, the imperative for growth. Anyway, I thought that's useful just to remind people of that.
I'll just add that growth for me is creating larger and stronger middle class.
Yep, absolutely.
This is why we need growth. This is why we need growth of Macedonia or in Georgia. The growth brings stronger, richer middle class, which means that people are not leaving the country, but all the opposite are coming back, which means that the economy is strong, which means that jobs are creating, which means that people are happy to be here. And that's what growth brings.
Thank you. Again, I can go so many places, but I obviously want to stay on time. Creating a culture of reform and sustaining it. And obviously we'll be meeting with the Prime Minister. Again, we've had Singapore, we've had many other great examples. I think the realization that we need to move even faster, not overnight successes, but even faster to having that level of a commitment to a transformation and expectations of reforms to be announced and to take hold. But and again, any word of advice to this group in terms of how do you create it, how do you sustain a obsession with reform and results?
Yeah, first of all, there are a few things that needs to be understood that human capital is needed for reforms. Yep. So you need to attract the best, you need to attract the diverse human capital, youngsters, as well as experienced, and they need to understand the goals. They need to understand what are the key performance indicators for them. And if they understand that they are drivers of change, and if they are being rewarded every time they bring new interesting changes, they will keep on doing it. So it's impossible for Prime Minister or for ministers to know exactly about everything what needs to be changed. It's actually 2 steps below these people who understand the problems, who understand the red tapes, who understand the bureaucracy, but they need to be motivated for change. And they need to bring new ideas, how they are changing their behavior. And if you achieve this process of not only pushing down the change, but actually striving for them to come to ministerial level or to prime ministerial level with the new ideas and being sure that you will be rewarded for these new ideas because this is what you were told, I think this is the culture of reforms and culture of change. That's one. Second, and I always say that, do not be afraid to reform the reform. We have done it so many times. We have made so many mistakes. Reforming education system in Georgia, I was almost fired twice because it had mistakes. But not being afraid to say that, sorry, we made a mistake and we need to reform that is also very important, because I've seen so many countries who are afraid to reform the reforms that what they do is they reform and then stop and they compromise the reform. And actually it's becoming backfiring. And this reform becomes a kind of a bad word in that country because that didn't work. And it's just because somebody had right idea, they started properly, they went to first mistake, and after first mistake they stopped. And this is the most important. the mistakes will be made, absolutely. But admitting that, communicating that, and saying that this is how we're going to fix it is the key to successful reforms.
Wow, I cannot agree more with that. The comment I made, think big, start small, move fast. Moving fast actually is 100% consistent with that. If you're keeping your commitments, you're experimenting very rapidly, and then if you find mistakes, as you said, you change them without losing the overall ambitions. But can go on for a long time. But again, I know we have other meetings over the next couple of days. I want to say thank you for the leadership, thank you for what you have done in Georgia, but also taking time now to bring some of the best practices and as well as lessons learned to other places, Macedonia included. So I want to say thank you, and let's give Prime Minister applause. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue with our next session, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge and sincerely thank our valued partners and sponsors. Their support makes this Macedonia 2025 Summit possible. We're especially grateful to our premium partners, Imperial Tobacco, Rumble Cloud, Source 6, Leron Institute, and Triglav. Many thanks also to our premium digital partners, Intertech, Nextsense, and Go Digital. Now we move on to our next session. The title is Diverse Roads, One Destination, Strategies for Economic Growth. I would like to welcome the moderator, Blagica Petraski, and the speakers. The floor is yours.
Okay, dear members of the Macedonia 2025 and the Board of Directors, dear esteemed panelists, dear guests, it's a pleasure to moderate this very relevant panel. And after the case of Georgia, it was an excellent introduction to this panel. But before we continue with the questions, I would like to start with a very fresh reflection about where Macedonian economy stands today. So although we have made progress in macroeconomic stabilization and partially to some institutional reforms, still we remain stuck in a low growth equilibrium. Actually, over the past decade, our average annual growth has hovered around 2.5%. That is below our potential and well below our need to close the gaps with the EU. So if we aspire to reach the EU average standard of living, we saw in the very first panel when Nikica presented, we saw the figures. We probably will need growth rates of around 5%, and we probably, if we continue with this kind of rates of 2-3%, we need probably more than 2 decades to reach this goal. However, at the same time, we are seeing a number of challenges. From one side, geopolitical challenges that came related to we do have a war in Europe, but at the same time, we are seeing disruption in the global value chains. At the same time, we are going into the green transition and challenges related to green transition. But at the same time, we are seeing a number of local challenges like fiscal consolidation, because we have just left behind the energy crisis, together with number of challenges about the economic reforms, and we need now a new growth model. Probably what was relevant for a decade ago now it's probably not valid. Maybe even a year ago, economic models that were valid. Now we need something bold, something new. That's why this panel matters. And we are joined today with 3 exceptional speakers, all of them relevant and directly shape the economic thinking, policy, and the diplomacy either at the national and international level. And I would like to welcome to Mr. Tadeusz Kaczynski, former Minister of Finance of the Republic of Poland, Mr. Jürgen Kappenmann, Managing Partner at Polycultancy, and the former US Ambassador of North Macedonia, Mr. Philip Pricker. Welcome to all of you. So I'll start the panel with one very brief question to all of you. What one factor do you believe is most critical for sustained economic growth for today's circumstances?
Start here. Well, thanks, Blagica, and thank you to Macedonia 2025 for inviting me to join you this year. I'm glad I could make it. It's great to be Doma here in Skopje. And to really focus on how far things have come. Since I remember just before I came to be ambassador, I'd been nominated in 2007 and came in 2008, and Mike had begun this great goal. It's hard to believe. 2025 is here, but everything you've accomplished is great. Look, we could talk about sustained economic growth, obviously, as we've heard this morning, and I think we all know, through structural economic reforms, through fiscal sustainability, through human capital and the focus on human capital. And that's something I'm really proud to see has been a priority, particularly for this Prime Minister, as we heard, and Macedonia 2025 has underwritten that. But if I had to look at one factor, and I've seen this not only in this country where I've spent so many years serving here, beginning in the 90s, back as ambassador from 2008 to 2011, as the Deputy Assistant Secretary for the region and for Central Europe, later as Assistant Secretary of State for all of Europe. The key factor, I think, is rule of law. With no rules, you have no law. With no law, you have no rules. Investors, citizens want to see rules and laws that are consistent. They want to know what the playing field is going to be. It doesn't necessarily matter what the rules are, as long as they are set out clearly and that they stay the same. That there's a sanctity of contracts, for instance, that's critical. There's a social compact between the government and the state and its citizens. That is what the rule of law is about. That judicial rulings are followed, are done transparently, clearly, according to the rule of law. So that remains, I think, the key element in terms of sustained economic growth and opportunity, as well as for citizens feeling they have a stake and they have that same opportunity in their own country.
Okay, many thanks. Mr. Kaczynski?
First of all, thank you very much for the honor of being invited here to attend this Macedonia 2025 Summit. Very impressive, thank you. From my perspective, I think, and I agree with what the audience has been saying as well, that corruption is at the top of the list, and what you said just now about the rule of law. Poland and also Macedonia, we have 4 arms of the government. We have the legislature, we have the executive, but we also have to remember we have media and we have the judiciary. Now, just creating an infrastructure to fight with corruption is not enough, because you can have the laws, but if the judiciary don't necessarily apply those laws correctly, or if the media don't shout loud enough about corruption, nothing really is going to happen. So it's very important to make sure that the media are also very, very independent, and that they're independent of the government, because they're there to actually monitor what the government is doing. So if the government is using financing to finance some media to keep them quiet, or to finance journalists to keep them quiet, then corruption will continue. It's I think it's the media which will have the greatest role to play in fighting with corruption, once the legislature, once the executive has actually implemented the laws. And also the judiciary is something that we had a problem in Poland as well. Judiciary was, I wouldn't like to say corrupt, but not necessarily the results of the rules of law were what we expected. So we implemented basically that judges were appointed to various cases totally independently and by chance. So they weren't nominated, but there was just before a case was held, basically a form of bingo that the numbers were put into a hat and a number came out. So it was very difficult for outsiders to influence the judge who was actually going to rule on the case.
And thank you. These answers are very in line with what Slido answers were in the previous panel. So, Mr. Kappelman, your answer?
Also, thank you very much for inviting me, and I'll try to, obviously I'm neither a diplomat nor a politician, so I try to look from a bit of a different perspective. So I completely agree with what has been said. Also, as a lawyer, I would always say rule of law is the underlying. It's interesting that the second Trump administration goes a bit for more confusion and not so reliable circumstances, which we come back to later on. The point that I'm making, I completely agree with what has been said this morning, because I was working for now over 15 years here in the region with a focus on Serbia and Bosnia and building a lot of digital and startup and entrepreneurship and automotive projects for different companies, of course, and governments and so on. So I agree with what has been said early on about people, policy, and possibilities. And these three elements are key. And one of them, policy, rule of law, and judiciary, was mentioned. What I would stress later on, not alone here in this introductory remark, is here in this region, you cannot separate from what's going on in the rest of the region. You cannot separate it from what's going on in Europe, in the EU, and certainly you cannot ignore what's going on in North America, Europe, and Asia. And at the moment, the music very much plays in Asia. And looking at China as a particular example, and I come a lot from the automotive background, what you see in global changes in the automotive industry can be boiled down to a few things. And I'll pick up one because I should be short. That's efficiency and customer centricity. The way that cars, products, whatever are built in Asia and also in America, but less in Europe, is a relentless focus on customer centricity and efficiency. That was mentioned in several instances this morning. It goes down to GovTech and whatever, but the point is we are in Europe, we're too slow. So we need to be more efficient. We need to be efficient by looking at what people really need. In Asia and China, you build a new model of a car in 24 to 30 months. An OEM in Europe needs 45 to 60 months. That's double the time. That's ridiculous. And so the new models are coming out fast, and the models are relentlessly built on what customers want, what customers need. So this is the thing next to, I hope we'll come back to that one, productivity and higher level in value chains and a higher level of or per capita income and whatever comes with a relentless focus on productivity, efficiency, and again, customer centricity. And that's one of the growth strategies that I see for Macedonia, for the region. And looking at the Draghi report, so nicely, Mario Draghi, for the rest of Europe, just to catch up with the rest of the world, what happens in the US, what happens in Asia.
Thank you very much. This is very relevant regarding the current geopolitical happenings that's happened now and with the new dynamics. So I will start with Mr. Koczynski. You are a former Minister of Finance of Poland, and recently we have left behind the energy crisis, also the pandemic that strongly affected our fiscal space. Actually, we have sharply increased the public debt, and now we are we have challenges to how to going through this fiscal consolidation. So my questions to you are related to what are the core fiscal and the economic reforms that enabled Poland sustained growth over the past last 2 decades, but also how you have balanced both from one side macroeconomic stability and the other side the needs for investments, especially infrastructure and social investments, and how the EU accession process helped you in these reforms.
I was also not only Minister of Finance, I was also Minister responsible for foreign direct investments, so working with global businesses, which also gave interesting insights. Poland, like Macedonia, post the 1989 revolution that we had in Central and Eastern Europe, we rapidly moved from a centrally planned economy to a free market economy, which in Poland created tremendous unemployment, hyperinflation, lack of capital, lack of know-how. So we created, like you have here in Macedonia, special economic zones, which encourage foreign capital to come in, create jobs. And at that stage, our priority was to create jobs, because nothing worse than having unemployment, because it's you have to pay. You have people which are very unhappy. They're thinking of leaving the country, and also it's a tremendous cost for the country. However, with time, we actually managed to reduce our unemployment to record low levels in Poland. And our strategy totally changed from encouraging FDI into Poland on the basis of creating jobs. We changed that. We didn't have any more special economic zones. We nominated the whole of Poland an economic zone, a special economic zone, with the proviso to actually get the benefits of being in that special economic zone. Your investment had to be in high-tech, future-proof technology. You had to do research and development in Poland. You had to work together with universities. You had to employ postgraduates and doctors, PhD students in the company, and only then did you get the benefits. That was very, very important for us. It was also very important to recognize that all sectors of the economy and society had a very important role to play. We looked after our youth because, as I said, our young people, like here in Macedonia, we had significant unemployment, which meant we had the biggest brain drain in recent history. Our educated graduates were leaving Poland, going to London to work in pubs and clubs, washing dishes. So our aim was to actually stop that brain drain. And one of the tools that we used was actually we eliminated income tax for the young. So nobody below the age of 25 paid income tax. So although you have a flat rate tax of 10%, that 10%, if you reduce it, does actually increase the problems that young people have to actually take the decision to emigrate, because their salary has to be that much higher to actually make any sense. So it's very important to look after the young people. Very important also to look after family businesses, especially SMEs. In Poland, when we started the transformation and we had that massive unemployment, a lot of people decided to take their lives into their own hands and created SME companies, so sole traders and then into SMEs. Again, the problem we had in Poland was that young people were not particularly interested in running their parents' company. They were more interested in spending the money on going on holiday and traveling, etc. One of the reasons is that the money that their parents were making, they were making good money at this stage, was taxed. And it was very difficult to transfer that money to the children to continue to manage the company. So we set up family trusts which allowed for that money to stay in the family, so the children would be interested into continuing working with the family. There are a number of other things where we looked after. Remember that poorer people also have to be looked after. There's a big danger of where there's fast economic growth, and Macedonia is hoping to have fast economic growth, that not everybody will benefit at the same time. So it's very important not to forget about the poorer members of society, and to transfer some of that benefit through to the poorer members of society. We did this by various tax breaks and by also encouraging families to start families, for young people to start families, because Like most developing countries, we have a demographic problem. So again, we introduced some fiscal benefits for families that had children, because the future of the country is how many children there are. So there's a number of different things that we implemented. So something for the big companies, something for the SMEs, something for the young people, and something for the poorer people.
All of these challenges and problems that you've mentioned are not unknown to our economy and to our case, but we hope that we can learn from your case and we can implement part of these reforms, especially those related to the youth, because I fully agree that the brain drain is one of the key issues in our country now. And I will going back to Mr. Kappelman. During the coffee break, we have talked how green energy transition is important. We have seen how the energy crisis can affect developing countries, and especially countries like and economy like Macedonian economy, and how it could affect also the competitiveness of the business sector. So what is your view on how this kind of crisis can generate opportunities, especially for the green transition, and how green transition can generate opportunities? But at the same time, what are the main challenges governments see in this process of green transition, and what kind of tools can be used, especially for the sectors that are traditional, not so green, like agriculture, construction, etc.?
Excellent question. Indeed, we briefly talked about it. First observation, or two observations before I give a content answer, and I try to be as precise as possible. Crossing the border from Serbia to Macedonia yesterday, first gas station, I still drive a diesel car. The gasoline for 1 liter diesel is roughly €1. Very cheap. First observation I would have, if energy is that cheap, especially fossil energy, where would be the incentive to do something green? Second observation, I was still working with a lot of players here in the region, building green center for green economy, for circular economy, helping universities to translate university academic research into practical products. And you said, what's the challenge? And that's exactly the point. Companies here in the region are 100% not driven by green before EU legislation like the CSDDD, the due diligence directive, and of course the German Lieferkettengesetz, the German supply chain law, and in Dutch and other examples, were kicking in first time the obligation to think about your supply chain, think about what happens with the energy consumption, CO2 footprint, CO2 emissions. Nobody thought about it. So we spent the last 2 years building, of course, a lot of awareness, and second of all, thanks to legislation, legislative obligations that were mentioned here, rule of law, they should be predictable. The EU also needs to learn there, is that CBAM and other carbon obligations, CO2 taxes, will force the economy to go down that road. This morning, we spent the whole morning, nobody mentioned green. Nobody, a bit of energy, maybe slightly, but the future, climate change is here. And climate change, I come from Germany originally, climate change doesn't mean Mallorca for everyone, but strong rains, flooding, destruction, and unpredictability. So climate change needs to be dealt with, green transition needs to be dealt with, even if just now the EU made the rather foolish mistake to say, okay, economy bad, America gives us a hard time, let's delay everything for 2 years. It will not change the problem. So companies should prepare, but they're not aware. And here we go again with what I said earlier, customer centricity, and a lot what I always usually talk at this time, connecting IT digital transformation with certain industries. So smart agriculture, smart farming is essential. Here in the region, the sun is burning from May to September like hell. So every drop of water will be precious. Farmers will start spending better aggregation system. They need to pinpoint. I was working for Bayer Crop Science as a consultant. They were thinking about how to put fertilizers, water on every square meter on a field. This is the future. That happens. And that does not have to be a Bayer or whatever big company. That happens with the small companies, small farms, and with local IT, local farming, whatever providers. That's the concise answer. The other one is go for renewable. Go for renewable. Your tax your carbon tax will massively go up over the coming years. Your products will be less competitive on the European market. The pricing for your products will go up. Transport, logistic, everything will be more expensive if you put it on a diesel truck instead of some kind of logistics system which builds on renewable. Your products will not be competitive on the EU market because they will only buy stuff with a lower carbon footprint, lower costs. And if I ask ZF or other big German suppliers active here in the region, they say, listen, it's all good, low wages and all that, but give me a product that is really innovative in that context. Give me the same piece of plastic, give me the same ton of steel, give me the same whatever, which comes with the 20–30% lower carbon footprint, because that makes my day, that makes my product attractive. Anyone else can be cheap. I need a more innovative, a less CO2 emission enriched product. So that is, on the one hand, the framework, but also very precise. These technologies can be built by small companies, startups, in combination, big companies and small ones, like a big farm and a small startup, or a big energy provider and a startup in Macedonia. I've worked with the Serbian startup system for 15 years. I saw it happen. It's ongoing. It doesn't take millions. It takes good people, what has been said. It takes a lot of leadership, skills, training, but that's enough. That's enough. You don't have to invest €1 billion into startups. It's enough to invest in people with good brain, good education, engineering, STEM. I don't have to tell, we all know. That will make the day. That will make the difference. Then go out to your customer, talk to them, customer centricity, know exactly what's happening. That works in green, that works in automotive, that works in government as well, by the way, for GovTech, government tech, where the state delivers policies and services along the customer centricity of what citizens really need in a life cycle, whatever they are, a marriage or a death case or a childbirth, whatever. This is what digital transformation, this is what customer centricity translates into anything.
And this is interesting. Maybe if you ask the companies, they always say that, look, access to finances, it could be one of the main challenges. On the other side, you're talking about rising awareness that green transition is on our doors, or probably we are somewhere in between the both cases. But
with the startup, certainly I say it's simple to start a startup. That's not the issue. That you don't need much investment, of course, we agree, but to scale, which has been said this morning, that's a completely different story. To get good ideas into good companies, scale them globally, European, different story, but not what I tried to touch on.
Thank you. Mr. Ricker, you are very familiar with what's happened in our economy, what's happened in the Western Balkans, so I will not go with some long introduction about it. I will jump in directly with the question. How do geopolitical stability and strategic alliances impact the country's economy trajectory? And second, what role does the US and the EU play in supporting reforms in the Western Balkans?
Well, it is a timely question because, Blagica, I think everybody realizes that geopolitics is back. The era when we thought, as some pundits put it, history was over and everything would be smooth sailing is already history for us. Geopolitics is very much back, and it involves not just governments, but it certainly involves and needs to engage the private sector. One of the reasons that I decided after 31 years in diplomacy with the State Department that it was time to move and shift to the private sector was because I saw the important role that the private sector needs to play impacting diplomacy and geopolitics. And the firm I work with, the Albright Stonebridge Group, is an advisory firm that tries to help companies and foundations play that role, understand geopolitics, and play the role that they need alongside governments, alongside diplomacy. For Macedonia, I think geopolitics has always been here. I mean, if you go back to the 19th century, and I hate to do too much history because we always said the Balkans produces more history than it can consume, but we go back to the 19th century, you had no less than Bismarck saying that the key to stability in the Balkans was the so-called Macedonia question, solving that question. What we see, I think what the United States saw, and certainly what I saw personally as a diplomat here and in bigger roles from one US administration to the next, was that we have the solution and answer to that question in this country. We have that solution. This is a country that is democratic, multi-ethnic, in these borders, and engaged in a region and engaged in a broader world, brought into these institutions that were created in the post-World War II era to bring stability, prosperity, and shared values. Those are the three legs of the stool, if you will, that are critical to geopolitics. And you have all that here. Mm-hmm. The trick has been to try to use those things, be confident in yourselves, and move forward. Just as Jürgen was outlining, Europe has some challenges. Europe has a security challenge. That is a resurgent Russia that has brought the biggest war to the continent of Europe since 1945, since 80 years ago. We just celebrated or marked VE Day. That is Russia invading its neighbor illegally, without cause, and continuing a war that its leader thought he could resolve and end in 3 days. That is a challenge for security. On the prosperity side and the economic side, you have exactly this challenge of productivity. Europe has got to get with it. And this region, this country, is part of Europe. You've laid it out in the very useful Draghi report. You have the Letta report as well. Reports are just paper or electrons online unless you actually use them to implement them. And then on the values side, that third pillar of the stool, you have a real challenge from some extreme right-wing resurgence. And you see it throughout not just Europe, but throughout the world. And I think we've seen elections and countries that are able to deal with that, and citizens who become engaged enough to say, this is not the direction we want to go. So the geopolitics plays, and geography matters. You cannot change your geography. Here in this country, you know that better than anyone. Your neighbors are going to be your neighbors through millennia and centuries, today, tomorrow, well into the future. So you have to form structures, form relationships, use diplomacy to move that forward. And the private sector needs to play a role in that. Shared capital, investment, trade, these are all crucial and important elements that bring the stability, the prosperity, and a continued basis of shared values. I think you've got the solution here, and you're moving forward in that direction. To the second question, the second part of this, what have the EU and the US done? I think our engagement, certainly from the United States side, and I can say this now looking from the outside in at government, has been the best friend to Macedonia for decades. Even before the breakup, we can applaud that. Even before the breakup of Yugoslavia, the United States Embassy, based in Belgrade, of course, had here an office, the U.S. Information Agency, to tell America's story and to better understand what was happening in this part of what was then Yugoslavia. And of course, we're now celebrating the 30th anniversary of our bilateral relationship. And I think we do that not only with an extremely engaged and active embassy here. I was extremely proud to be the 5th United States ambassador to Macedonia from 2008 to 2011. I served here under the first U.S. ambassador, Christopher Hill, running our public affairs programs, and got to know this country, I think, extremely well by traveling around, by visiting. The benefit of a small country is that you can meet, maybe not everyone, but almost everyone very quickly. And I think our embassy continues to do that from one administration to another, from Republican to Democrat, from Bill Clinton's administration, Madeleine Albright to Colin Powell. We have engaged. And, you know, Mike talked about President Tchaikovsky, whom I knew personally and had great admiration for. We worked closely together during the Kosovo crisis. I was back in Washington working by then for Colin Powell as his spokesman when President Tchaikovsky called and then came to Washington. This was in 2000, before 2001, before the events of 9/11. And he came to Colin Powell and said, I need your help. We need your help, because this country was under great strain, and those bonds and ties were stretched to the maximum. And the United States, under President Bush then and continuing on, was there for this country. We used diplomacy to resolve internal issues, to help the country move forward, to see its strength. And that's when we set about with our European Union friends on a path that would involve full integration into NATO, into the EU. One of the proudest points in my career as Assistant Secretary of State for Europe, just a couple years ago, 2020, as the world was beginning to shut down because of COVID, we had Macedonia's NATO membership ready to move. And there were many voices that said, well, we can put this off until after COVID. You know, it's too complicated now, let's just wait. We've waited a long time. And I said, no. We are going to do this because this country has worked and done everything that we've asked it to do to solve complex and difficult problems, to meet the standards of NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, which has helped keep a region of peace and stability for 80 years in a continent that was not known for its peace and stability. And so we moved that forward. Literally, the last visitor to the State Department before it shut down to outside visitors because of COVID were those who were bringing the North Atlantic Treaty, the ratification by Spain, the last ally to ratify, Macedonia depositing its acceptance and membership and becoming, at that time, the 30th member of NATO. That gave this country a level of security, a level of prestige, a level of engagement, not just across Europe, but in a transatlantic space and globally, that I think is very much part of what has allowed you to bring in that kind of FDI, and exactly what Macedonia 2025 has promoted with this growth of FDI, which is a big component of GDP, and that I think is a critical thing. Security is crucial. So that's where I would say the United States has played a big role. The EU has set forth a path. It's been much more complicated. It's been disappointing and frustrating to many, but I think you can keep going on that. The US will continue that. And by the way, we do that with our partners from Canada, perhaps our closest allies, certainly geographically, despite what has sometimes been in the news lately. I think the Canadians are great, and we do that together to support this country and a region and a transatlantic relationship that's critical. And one final word in terms of engagement and diplomacy, and we can talk about this further, it's a two-way street. The US has had a presence here, as I said, for decades. I was proud to open the, at that time, new embassy that sits atop the hill and reminds everyone here and from outside that the United States believes in this country, is dedicated to this country, is an ally of this country, both for security and for prosperity and shared values. But we also do that with our Macedonian partners. And I want to take a moment to recognize the ambassador of North Macedonia to the United States of America, Zoran Popov, who runs a fantastic embassy, who, on a small budget, with a small team, gets out there in Washington and, as we say, shows the flag of Macedonia. And that is very important. And a final point I want to make, and the Prime Minister and I have spoken about this, the need to support your diplomats and your embassies.
Thank you, Mr. Ricker, for all of this discussion and for these historical moments relevant for our country. So I have one question for all of you. What kind of advice you can give us based on your background, so to how we can achieve this economic growth of 5% that the Prime Minister mentioned at the very beginning? We can start from Mr. Ricker and then continue.
I think my message, and I've discovered this even more now that I'm outside of the State Department. I have my own voice, as it will, and working closely with the private sector and helping companies develop strategies, plans, advising them on the geopolitics that can affect them, helping open doors for them, helping them better understand the global scene, as it were. My motto is now, get things done. No more roads that sit for 30 years in a planning stage and pieces are built now and then. Get it done. Get your contracts done, bring in the right companies to do it, keep it transparent so that people know what's going to happen, and let's see those things get done. When I hear critics in Washington talk about the process and questions, I've said, you know, if that Corridor 8 had been finished when it was started decades ago, imagine the difference for the people along that corridor in terms of commerce, communication, their ability to engage with others across borders, to bring new ideas, new goods, new opportunities to their region. So let's see those projects finished, and I'm so pleased to hear what the Prime Minister said this morning about the projects he's laid out and how they're getting done. Get it done, move ahead, meet your goals.
Okay, same question for you, Mr. Kuczynski.
Well, I think the most important things from my perspective is education. I don't mean education in getting the young people and universities to work in the new future-proof technologies and research and development. That's the obvious one. But education of society, what corruption and the grey economy is actually doing to them. I was amazed as a Minister of Finance when I was reading social media input, how bigger percentage of the society didn't understand what taxes were about. They thought that taxes were a penalty, a fine that the Minister of Finance put on them, and they did everything to avoid paying that. They thought the Ministry of Finance had a door on one side of the building where we took all the money in and then we shredded that money, and we had another door on the other side of the building where we had lots of printers where we printed monies for anything anybody wanted. And it was very, very difficult to actually get society to link those two things together, that the taxes they pay are their money for their benefits. An individual will not finance a hospital, a school, a motorway, or anything like that. We have to get together, put our money together to finance that. And that was one of the biggest things which we had to do, is change the mentality of people. We also had to change the mentality of ourselves, that our income tax offices were not there as prosecution officers and trying to find some mistake that somebody had made in their tax returns and things like that. Income tax officers were there to help people to fill out their tax returns, to tell them what other benefits they can have. Also for companies not to worry about coming in to the tax office and asking for information. Are they doing well in their sector? Are there any other benefits they can? So education, education, education as well. So it's not just the environment which the legislature and the executive are creating. It's not just the infrastructure which the media and also the Ministry of Finance by digitalizing payments, fiscal registers, VAT payments and things like that, which actually financed most of our social funding because we clamped down on VAT fraud, and we went from one of the worst records in the EU to be best in class. And so we didn't have to raise... In fact, although we dramatically increased the amount of funding for social purposes, we did not increase any taxes for that. So I think that's very important to make the economy efficient, because if it's not efficient, you're going into the global economic boxing ring with two legs tied together and one hand behind your back, which is not the most efficient or best way to go into that boxing ring.
Yes.
So, I could immediately build on what has been said by the two gentlemen before me, and so I'll try to build on that one. Geopolitics, yes, again, I said it, Macedonia cannot be separated from Europe. The Europe cannot be separated from the rest of the world. Clearly, the tariffs are on the table, no matter what the China-US deal will look like at the end of the day. We can easily imagine, I talked to a supplier, automotive supplier, a German one in the US, producing for decades in the US. He said, listen, if they bring in tariffs, which we have at the moment, I ship in every month like 7 million or so euros or dollars worth of supplies to the US. If you add a 145% tariffs on that one, because it comes from China where we produce it, bring it to the US to assemble, that is a disaster. And that kills profitability, that kills EBIT margins with the European industries, primarily the automotive industry, going in Europe from an 8 down to a 4% EBIT margin, which is massive. Big German OEMs were producing almost 40% of their profit in China. That is melting easily away, profitability going down, costs are constantly a topic. So that's geopolitics, and Europe has to face that. So that's what all of us can easily agree. These macroeconomic pressures put into Europe need to be faced. Second observation, you mentioned again the Draghi report. As much as we all love strategies, as much as we love the pure content that is written down, it's all about execution. So if you look at the policy level that was mentioned with the people policy and possibilities dialogue, I would simply say that I was looking at different examples over the years, including the British Prime Minister's delivery unit. And at that time, that was Tony Blair brought it in, badly copied here in the Western Balkans, so I'm sticking to the original, and the original simply said what a lot of you gentlemen said earlier today: if you as a government want to deliver something, have a few priorities, bring in the best people that can deliver and deliver. That's it. As simple. The broader it gets, the less focused it gets, it will get nowhere. And the second and last observation for policy is it's actually people and companies that create jobs and not governments. Okay, you can increase the public sector, fine with me, but that's not a job creation in the conventional sense. It's people and companies and nobody else. And people and companies, the combination of innovation, ideas, and make it good, make it efficient, make it competitive. That's the essence of job creation. So not governments are doing, they are setting the framework, fine with me. They should do the best the government can do. Here we go again with the efficiency and delivery, but that's it. Going to the core point, what I tried to introduce early on. When I was starting to work in the region, I came, I don't know, naively, I don't know, but certainly with the German management in legal background to this region. And it was early after the 2008 financial crisis, everything was down. And so people were kind of desperate. There were no jobs. And if people are desperate, the good thing happens, people look for alternatives. And alternatives at that time certainly were startups. Yeah, big companies were only laying off people. So the bad thing that could happen was a crisis, because a lot of good trained people went to start their own thing. And that's also the time when a few years back the road, because you mentioned Go Digital, the model for these kind of Center for Digital Transformation, I was asked by the Chamber of Commerce in Serbia and the Prime Minister at that time, 2017, 17, where the German government said, listen, we need to do something about digital transformation in the wider sense. Not just digitization, not just something digital, I don't know, a website, but really digital transformation, as I said, about customer centricity, about efficiency, about relentless productivity orientation that comes with it. So we built this Center for Digital Transformation in Serbia since 2018, now the lead model in the region, at least that's what they would claim, growing, more consultants, and now we have thousands and thousands of companies which were consulted through these kind of service providers. And it's not just about business consulting, it's about transforming industries. Because digital transformation is, again, what I said, about customer centricity, efficiency, and digital. It changes the mindset that I mentioned so often this morning. And that was the early stage, and that's the advice, of course, to have such Center for Digital Transformation, clusters, business incubators. Nobody will disagree, or everyone would agree. But now we're one step further. This is the year 2025. We need to catch up with Asia and America when it comes to how good we are in what we're doing, when it comes to the products we deliver. So one of the key issues, going back to the automotive industry in Europe, is they simply lost touch with the customer. They build cars that, at least in Asia, nobody is really interested in buying, because Chinese cars are better, cheaper, faster, whatever. So the best advice, one doesn't matter, another company, I'm not supposed to say, said, Europe needs to become more Chinese. Turn the whole thing around. What China did, what I suggest to Macedonia is, China for decades said, if you want to invest here, if you want to build something here, you need to do a joint venture. You need to make my Chinese company cooperate with a strategic partnership, a joint venture with my Chinese company, Mercedes, Volkswagen, with my local. So transfer knowledge. The same goes now for this whole digital transformation, customer centricity. The best who are doing it are either the US Americans or the Asians, especially the Chinese. So if you ask an investor to come to Macedonia, I would simply say, yes, you come to Macedonia, but you need to do a joint venture or a strategic partnership where my startup companies, my SMEs in Macedonia can tap into your value creation and not just value chain. We're not just a cheap production location. We're a location where real value is created and captured. Meaning not we're a supplier that is producing something and then in Stuttgart or in Munich or in Paris or in, I don't know, Detroit, people are getting rich from it, but we need to have value capture where these joint ventures, partnerships, and innovation also help people in the country where it happens. And I see that Macedonia 2025 perfectly outlined all of these elements already in different strategies, so now it needs to be happening. And one more observation, again geopolitically, but important one, not just the war and the changes on defense, but what we also learned from the US administration, the second Trump administration, is to create wealth and GDP and per capita something is good. But this wealth needs to be distributed among the whole population, the middle class. Because Trump, to name him, I wanted to avoid the name because it's not about him personally, but the Trump administration got into the position it is today because a lot of people in America feel they don't participate in the wealth and the fortune of this country. So America for 80 years created the European economic system, whatever we know with currencies and trade organizations. But there's only a small percentage of America that profits from it, and a lot of people in the Midwest and somewhere else feel neglected. That's the people that vote for Trump in America, that's the people that vote in France, in Germany, in the UK, in Hungary, in Slovakia, everywhere for tendency right-wing parties. So another lesson is if you create wealth, make sure that you spread it as much as you can over your whole population. Don't just look at one figure, go from 4 to 8%, that doesn't say anything. If people in the rural area in Macedonia or in Serbia, in Germany, in Poland, don't participate, they will damage your story. They will vote for someone who says, I don't need this, I want something else. And that's also part of this lesson to learn in the region. You cannot just build a small elite, a startup elite, or a digital elite. You need to spread that through industries, through different layers of society, and then use your knowledge and create value for your country and abroad, because most of the companies here in the region have 80–90% export levels anyway.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Kappelman. We have 2 more minutes and sufficient for one slide of question. Please answer this question, and to be on time with the other parts of agenda, we will skip the part for questions from the auditorium. But please scan slide of question. Yes, it's. Generally, the questions are more or less similar. In the previous panel, we saw where we should prioritize in the next 5 years. Now, the question is which area should North Macedonia prioritize in the next 12 months to accelerate economic growth? Strengthening institutions and ensuring fiscal discipline, advancing capital and productive investment, accelerating key integration and regional cooperation, and some youth employment and workforce.
Let's see. Digital can go wrong.
Can we see the answers, maybe?
It's a reality show.
Who drops out?
We have 55 answers. Okay. Advancing capital and productive investments is the answer. Infrastructure, technology, modernization is the most voted answer. So if we can conclude there is no single formula for growth. We saw the case for Georgia, we saw the reforms in Poland, but what we can conclude also is that we need to deepen our fiscal and institutional capacity to increase efficiency, to fight with corruption, that was one of the most voted answers, and get things done. So thank you very much to the panelists. Thanks to all of you for your participation.
Thank you to our panelists. Before we break for lunch, just two quick reminders. Board members and Macedonia 2025 team, please join us on stage for a family photo. And then for participants, please continue the conversations with the panelists, everybody else. Lunches on the first and second floor. If you're looking to schedule some B2B meetings, please look for room C on the first floor. It's dedicated for those meetings to help encapsulate and bring everybody to chat. So thank you. Be back here if you can at 1400. I'll be strict with time, and thank you again. Welcome back from lunch. The first year I did this, I always got really worried about time. I know we're 15 minutes late, but I now know, channeling my inner Macedonian, that means we're right on time. So hope everybody had a good lunch. A quick note about tonight. The network event is going to be taking place at Ria's Restaurant and Bar at 7:30. If you like to have good company, good food, some live music, potentially some drinks and some dancing, I highly encourage you to be there for some fruitful conversations and other activities. We now move into a power talk that brings together some of the most pressing themes of our time this week: trade, talent mobility, and international collaboration as key pillars of global economic advancement. It is a true privilege to welcome a highly distinguished guest and esteemed diplomat whose insights and experience offer a valuable perspective on the evolving global landscape. Moderating this session is Mr. Borko Hancheski, member of the Macedonia 2025 Board of Directors and partner at Oliver Wyman. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to His Excellency, oh my gosh, the Ambassador of the United Arab Emirates to Macedonia. Too excited. I'm just too excited, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be here today again. As in previous years, today we have a very special guest, especially special guest for me because we are going to talk to the ambassador of the UAE, the country that's been my home for the past decade, the country where my kids were either born or grown up and raised. And we'll talk about UAE's success. The UAE doesn't require much introduction, Ambassador. But before we talk about the UAE, just briefly to introduce yourself, given that it's your first day today as an ambassador to North Macedonia.
So, it seems very fast moving. No, it's an honor to be officially the UAE ambassador to North Macedonia. I spent a couple of days now, and I've seen the beauty that encapsulates North Macedonia. Yes, beautiful scenery, but also beautiful people, very hospitable. The food is great. And there is also an eagerness to connect with foreigners and really many opportunities that we'll be talking about later. But I'm very honored to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
We are honored to have you as an ambassador and to have you today at the summit. So thank you. For UAE now doesn't need much introduction, but I will mention just a few things just to set the stage for the discussion. So the population of the UAE, the citizens of the UAE, are far less than our country, just over 1 million people. Yet its economy and its non-oil economy is about 15 times bigger. The reason, or one of the reasons why the UAE has had this success is because it's managed to attract about 8 to 9 million expats to live, work, and invest in the country. And that's really one of the most remarkable things in the UAE. There is no other country that has managed to attract so much relative to its population. So we'll start first about how that story evolved. And just to put it as a context, something that a fellow Emirati friend told me. He said, my father from Sharjah was traveling for a day on a camel to get to Abu Dhabi in his youth. Today, to get from Sharjah to Abu Dhabi, you will cross 0 traffic lights and you will drive the entire time on a 14-lane highway. Same generation. So tell us, Ambassador, what are the key ingredients behind this remarkable economic story?
Thank you so much. I think it has to start from the leadership. Our leadership vision, and that put a strategic plan since the inception of the UAE. We share many, the UAE, first of all, is a combination or a union of 7 semi-independent states. And it's the only confederation that still exists in our region. And of course, they had to compromise before coming together as one country. And that carried over in the vision and the way and the plan forward for the UAE. It complicated with planning everything. We have plans until the year 2071. And I'm sure now they're planning even further than that. In every aspect, leadership, planning is very key. I think one that you wouldn't hear a lot of people talk about is tolerance. This idea of creating livability, if you'd like, a harmonious society where you have many people. We have over 200 nationalities living side by side in the UAE. And they, without any problem, without any, because it's not just because, it's because of the government strategic planning. Everything is planned, even in that aspect. And of course, the rich history that we had of trading with Asia and the West. I grew up in a small village. I'm a Bedouin by nature, and I grew in a small village in the middle of, right at the heart of the middle of the UAE. And, you know, I hear my grandmother's stories about famine periods when the sole the backbone of our economic back then was pearls. So my grandfather would go for months into the sea, in the shallow Gulf waters, and they will be hunting for pearls that they will be selling to India, for example. India will sell them as jewelry to Europe. And one smart person in Japan cultivating pearls, it collapsed our economy. And that's a lesson for us to diversify our economy. We were very lucky to have oil at the beginning of the 60s and leading to the unification. But we learned our lesson. Diversifying our economy was put as a priority. And now oil accounts for less than a quarter of our GDP. The rest is, believe it or not, in a desert. What used to be a desert. Tourism is big, financial services, energy, things that you do not associate with a country in our region. So that's part of the reason of the successes for our.
That's the most remarkable part, in my view, that it wasn't in some areas competitive advantages that were given to you. You created a competitive advantage to be a tourism destination, to be a financial center right in the desert.
And people forget that Dubai didn't have any oil, or doesn't have any oil, but it's one of the most dynamic cities in the world. And
one of the success factors has been the ability to attract talent. Living as an expat, you hear all the possible stories about how talent from all over the world is eager to move to the UAE and moves to the UAE. I'll share the most remarkable story.
Please.
I met someone who during COVID came with his pregnant wife to Dubai because they wanted to escape 2021, the UK, from London. They came for a few weeks. They decided to stay. They found a hospital for her to give birth. They hired a mover to pack their stuff from London, to empty the apartment and move without even going back to do the move. And they stayed in the UAE. How do you achieve this?
I think, like I said, you have to create the ecosystem, or you have to work the livability. At the heart of our, always have been, at the heart of the progress we have is human beings. And you can create laws and legislatives that are leading the region into modernity and into delivering services, into attracting investors, into and there's so many aspects that enrich our lives. I think one important aspect is investing in human beings and making sure that and everything falls into place.
Clear. So for a country like ours, this is also something relevant, because what we saw in COVID, a lot of digital nomads started moving around and choosing place to where to live based on the quality of life that the UAE has is now known for, and something that we here have some advantages that we could build on to attract similar talent looking for a place to live, not necessarily a job, because the job is with them or it comes from the place they currently live. The other, let's say, uniqueness about the Euro, the other success beyond attracting talent, is the fact that the UAE is a great place for doing business. It's very easy to invest, to do business, to grow. Fact, or basically the evidence, about 70% of the Fortune 500 companies have the regional headquarters for the either Middle East or Europe and Middle East in the UAE. Was this a deliberate part of those plans that you mentioned? And what did you focus on to make it so easy for businesses to set up and invest?
I think, like you mentioned, if I want to add that the UAE leads 205 indices in the region and in the world. So we rank first and top in things like transparency and digitization, internet speed, and to many other things, 200 indicators. And that's part of the, I think that leads to all the progress you see, and the intentional focus that we had. And it's rarely that I be in a country that is younger than my country. We're 53 years old. We were unified in 1971. So when we celebrated the 50 years of independence, we thought about the next 50 years, hence the 2071 strategy plan. And we basically, focused on the future. And what's the future? What will the future entail? We know innovation is a big part of the future. We know artificial intelligence is a big part of where we are going. We know that we need renewable energy is a big part of the environment. We hosted COP28 2 years ago, and being a part of the world, having this eye for the future, it's easy to make plans according and to I'll give you, we have a strategy also for artificial intelligence. One of the ideas is to have the world or our community, and how can you galvanize all the community, business people, private sector, and have them quickly adopt artificial intelligence. Well, I'm happy to be one of the first graduates of Mohammed bin Zayed University for Artificial Intelligence. It's the first ever postgraduate university for artificial intelligence. So you have a diplomat. I had in the same class the head of the zoo. We had people from the colleagues from the municipality, from the private sector, from fintech, from cybersecurity, all studying about artificial intelligence. And this holistic approach, I think, is one of the ingredients into adapting to.
So now that you mentioned AI, could you share a bit more about how what's the right way to approach, from a government perspective, encouraging AI adoption or even AI innovation? What could be some of the things that the UAE is doing or about to launch that would be relevant for our country?
I think a national strategy for artificial intelligence is a must. Every country has to be thinking about artificial intelligence and the impact it will have. A lot of people are busy with talking about will it take over, but what we should be thinking about is how can we adopt it? How can I, as the diplomat, adopt artificial intelligence, innovation, digitization, delivering services for Emiratis abroad? Or, for example, now if a company, I'm sure companies will approach me, say, how can we do business in the UAE? And I have a platform as an embassy where I can take the company's information and match them using artificial intelligence. You match them with counterparts, or maybe if it's fit, establishing their own presence and all of that. So national strategy is important, but don't wait for the government to. Every business should be looking at how can I incorporate what technology can offer me, how can I deliver better, and there are so many resources out there, open to the public, or using your partnerships with the countries like the United States, with Turkey, with the United Arab Emirates. I know we have signed an economic partnership where we will be cooperating, including government services. So there are many ways that will.
Talking about AI related to the step before AI has been digitization, and that's one of the priorities of the government. That's another area that the UAE is ranking at the very top of those indices. Practically almost every service by now, 95% plus of the services that the government provides to citizens and businesses is digitized. Even the justice system, court cases are end-to-end digitized, yes, from the email receipt of a notification to show up to the team's online to the adjudication and decision-making. What are some of the lessons of how to do this well, how to do this fast, that would be relevant for North Macedonia?
I think, like I said, cooperating with key partners is something very important. I think that because you can't do it alone, attracting expertise from, and that's why I was so excited about being here with you, because I can see so many entrepreneurs from around the world who, by just meeting and talking to each other, establishing relationship, can really make a big difference in how we.
Clear. To go back to the point about leadership,
yes.
The UAE has had 2 generations of successful leaders that have been basically driving this economic development journey.
Yes.
What are the key traits or the key, let's say, decisions that the leaders have made that you think were the most impactful in this journey?
I think, first of all, you have to talk about what makes a leader, and how a leader can, with his vision or her vision, can impact the future, can impact what can you give back to your country, how do you lead a country. And we were blessed with a leadership that, like I said, the rulers of the 7 Emirates, when they came and established the UAE, they had to forego a lot of their power for this to work. So they have to consolidate and work together in this. So I think that's an aspect that we were fortunate at the beginning of the establishment of the UAE. And then this vision that I talked about, putting these strategic plans, the self-confidence that our leaders had in a region that is unfortunately had a lot of trouble. And I think we share some of the, with North Macedonia and this. There were a lot of wars during the history of around us. But our leadership had stayed focused on investing in human capital. That's very important. For example, I lived up until 18 in a small village oasis in the middle of the desert. After graduating from high school, I was offered a scholarship for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I went overseas to study in the US mainly. And I came back, and so these kind of investments. Another thing that I saw the Macedonian government do is reach out to Macedonians outside of, like yourself, who had experience overseas, who are, and come back and give back to the community. I think that's a great part of, we talked about being in touch with the people. So the president has every Tuesday meets with regular people, and from high officials to just illiterate common Bedouins or farmers or who come and give grievances. He's always talking to people, visiting people in weddings and funerals, and this human touch, I think, is great. And I think anybody who met with him, or His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, or His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, can see that relatability, that they are in touch with and one thing that's very important, I think, that successful, their compassion, their empathy. The compassion and empathy for a leadership is very important. Anybody who met their highnesses can attest to something that struck them as very down to earth, or anybody. I don't care who you are. If you are a driver of a bus or a taxi or something, or if you are a foreign leader, or there is always a story that you come out with through that aspect.
Clear. Now, if we may move to the UAE and North Macedonia, yes. And what are the areas, what are the opportunities to collaborate, at least in the economic sphere? So as of now, we have relatively small trade between the two countries. We are proud that some of the beautiful marble that goes into Sheikh Zayed Grand Mosque comes from here. We are also proud that Macedonian apples are in the supermarkets in the UAE.
Yeah, they're delicious.
But beyond that, there are a lot of businessmen here in the audience. What would you suggest are the opportunities between the two countries, and how to go after them?
Like I said, I've had the pleasure of visiting different places, free zones, and Ohrid Lake. I visited the ski area with little snow, but it was interesting for me to see the diversity of North Macedonia, what it has to offer for the world. This strategic location, just like the strategic location of the UAE between Europe, Asia, and Africa, I think here North Macedonia, with what God gave it and natural beauty, but also potential offers. It offers a great potential. I think there is a great opportunity in energy. Energy transition in the world is everybody's talking about it. Not just being solar and wind and hydro, which I think has great potential here in North Macedonia, but also nuclear. We have to think about that. Agribusiness, agri-tech, how can you move forward? I think it's a great area of opportunity. Industry, you have, I think, good infrastructure for industry across the board. And I think this is an area of interest. Tourism, and the hotel, and if you create more connectivity, I think this will help also. This is an area of interest for us. But honestly, I've seen so many opportunities in North Macedonia that need to be explored. And you need to be reaching the world. You need to be out there talking about these opportunities.
So in this regard, what's your, let's say, vision for your mandate, 3 or 4 years in this role? What would you like to see in terms of strengthening the collaboration between the two countries?
I think we need to do more trade. We have to do. And one more advice for entrepreneurs out there: think of what you can offer, not what you can get. This is the most important. Go in the mindset of, okay, how can I grow the UAE? Don't talk about your company, or how can I grow the UAE economy, for example? What can I do? What will I offer before thinking or talking? You're always thinking about what you want to get out of it. But this is just a little advice. I hope, coming back to your question, I hope to wake up every day thinking about what I can do more to connect businesses and people, build these people-to-people bridges. I hope, I paint a little bit, so I hope culturally I can connect with the North Macedonian vibrant, from what I saw from the upcoming and the history of culture and art in general, and what I saw in this beautiful capital city. And I think this is an area where I would like to work more. And by the way, you have a great ambassador in the UAE. He knows very well not only the UAE but the region. He speaks the language. He just like me, he wakes every day thinking, what can I do for North Macedonia? So between the two of us, and I have to mention the recent visit by the Prime Minister, which I think is a great step forward in bringing us closer together. The investment opportunities talked about and ways we can enhance our relationship is amazing. And I hope to continue implementing their vision for that relationship.
So on this implementation, the UAE invests over $1 trillion abroad. These are the reserves that the country has accumulated, or at least Abu Dhabi, including a lot of investments in the region, in Serbia, in Albania, Montenegro. What are some lessons that you would share here with the Macedonian government and businesses on how to make this success? What are the success factors from those investments?
I think the incentives that the government gives for private sector businesses, for countries, open up their the opportunities for them. That's a great. The connectivity, I think, plays a big part in enhancing this particular relationship. North Macedonia has a great strategic location, honestly. Any train, any highway has to go through North Macedonia. So I think that's a great potential. My advice is to realize this potential and create partnerships, meet people, use not just the embassy, which we're very happy to assist, but people like you who have worked in the region and the UAE and the countries abroad, who have lived elsewhere. I think that's a great thing. And so I commend the organizers for their invitation. Thank you so much. And for what they have been able to put. This is exactly the kind of events that you want to have if you want to advance in the future.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you for being here. Welcome again.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we continue with a session that touches on some of the most important forces shaping global competitiveness today: digital transformation, innovation-driven growth, and the power of policy to enable future-ready economies. Moderating this panel is Vasko Kronevski, Chair of the Board of Directors of Macedonia 2025 and CEO of NextSense. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished speakers, His Excellency Stefan Andonovski, Minister of Digital Transformation of Macedonia, and Mr. Matthias Daub, founder of Societec. Welcome.
We had a lovely start today. By my opinion, the most successful summit so far. I love the fully packed hall after the lunch, which is always challenging to be achieved. We have a great session ahead. Policies and innovation for future-ready economy. This is a topic that it's, I would say, at least once per month debated among board members, associates, employees within Macedonia 2025, because we are all driven into achieving this. The platform for a prosperous future, which was many years ago presented as a way forward how to do it, but also last year, the new platform for accelerated growth outlined what should be the priorities in the views of Macedonia 2025 to achieve faster economic growth and future-ready economy. In all of those, we identified that digitalization should be at the core. Reason why? There is no efficiency today, there is no transparency, there is no growth, there is no area of life where technology is not in its core. And that's why we said supporting digitalization within Macedonia should be one of our core objectives. I would just mention, would not stay on this topic, but last year we launched an initiative called Go Digital to support the digital transformation of small and medium enterprises. This is an effort financed by Macedonia 2025, but also by our partners, Visa, KIPS, and supporting partners from Swiss Embassy and many others. And thank you to all into supporting initiatives that we run. But today we're going to focus on a different area, how and what we can do and how we can achieve that we really developed a more competitive economy, more transparent and efficient public administration, and to do that, of course, by using technology. We know that technology is a strategic resource today, like it was 100 years ago when we were talking about energy. Energy was the scarce resource everyone wanted to tap into in order to run the industrialization efforts of their country. Today, of course, energy is still at its core and it's very important, but also technology, it's a strategic resource. You cannot advance in any area of life without implementing the newest technology. We know that we have a huge talent pool, technology talent pool in Macedonia, but do we utilize it properly? Do we use it for our advancement, for our economic growth, for our more competitive economy? Or we basically just lend it and outsource it to other economies so the gap can get further away? Those are some provocative topics that I would like to open up in this panel. And to help me with that and to give us the view and the strategic view from the government, we have the distinguished guest, His Excellency Minister Stefan Andonovski. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for the invite.
And also, we have Matthias Diop. He was in his past career senior advisor, global senior advisor for public sector at McKinsey, but currently he has his own company. It was a couple of years ago a startup, now an established company in public digital transformation area. So very deep experience in many countries around the world in the area that we're going to open up and talk today.
Thank you.
So I would start with you, Minister Andonovski. What's your view in this? How we can basically move the needle, as we quite often mention today, and how we can really kick the strategy in the proper direction, that we don't have a parallel digital transformation strategy, but digital transformation, it's in the core of the strategy of the government.
Yeah, and to answer your question, thank you first for the invite and congrats on the fantastic organization once more. It would sound a bit theoretic of my side to say, but we should not digitalize for the sake of digitalization. My view is that we should digitalize because of people, because of progress and because of economic growth of the country, of the society, and of businesses. I see future-ready economies or future-ready countries or governments as governments that don't ask for the documents that you already have given to be given again. They don't ask you to wait in lines for days to get your birth certificate. And then how to get there. Countries with abundant resources or limitless resources would invest in digitalization on a grand scale without caring which area to invest in. They just invest because they have the resources. Unfortunately, we were on the flip side. For 10 years now, we have invested in a portal here, program there, chatbot using quasi-AI that no one uses, in attracting investments that no one knows anymore, platform that no company uses, services that no citizen knows about. We've spent less money and we've spent them sporadically, without a plan. Our approach, we called it Smart Măcă. It means investing smartly. So a future-ready government would be a smart government that invests enough resources, but invests systemically. So you don't invest in parallel interoperability systems. You don't invest in parallel mobile apps that no one should know about. You don't invest in a service in this ministry not connected with a service in another institution. So we have to start with the system. And that's why I think the biggest move, strategic move we made in the decision to form this government was to form the Ministry of Digital Transformation, not to be the sole leader of all digital transformation, but to coordinate the efforts for the money not to be spent twice, because we don't have it. It's usually borrowed money. And second, to have the best results with the money you invest. Insofar, I think we've started well, and we'll discuss more on that. But I think the strategic move to form the ministry and to form a systemic approach in doing this is a good start.
Thank you. Maybe the metering of effectiveness of the investment was part of the strategy, because we recently saw that in a couple of your interviews you were mentioning how much is the cost per service based on the investment and utilization of a specific service. So probably you're going to invest more into that metering and seeing how smart the investments in digitalization were per transaction or by number of citizens using it.
Yeah, maybe I'll mention it now even. The State Audit Office counted that for each digital service offered on the portal uslugi.gov.mk until 2024, each service costed the government 200 euros. The citizen pays only 2 euros out of these 200. With measures of optimization, that be increasing the number of services, but also putting services that people really use on the portal, as well as opening new service centers for people that could not access digital services, and also optimization of the portal itself, we've decreased it for 40%. So the cost per service has decreased by 40%. And you know well that I usually get reports, and I like reports, seeing how many new institutions we have on the National Interoperability Platform, how many new services we've digitalized, how many new institutions offer digital services on the portal, and how many users do we have. But the best KPI I want to get is a sentiment by a citizen who says, this is easier than I expected. You know, I did it faster than I expected. Just last week I got a note that this criminal record certificate that is broadly used in the country, I got it on a Sunday evening, they said. It was signed on a Sunday evening. And they said, wow, this country can deliver. You don't have to wait in lines, pay 500 dinars for a bribery in order to get the certificate right away. You get it for free and you get it online. So that would be the best KPI.
You just touched the topic that I also wanted to open up with Matthias. Why the barriers then? Why we have the continuous barriers by the public administration, but it's not only in the public administration, even in digital transformation in large corporations, that why, when we see the benefit of it, what's happening, why we cannot align, why there are those barriers that, maybe for you, Minister, what is the barrier within the government? Why certain areas within the government are not jumping into it? It's a common logic, I would say. Without criticizing, I'm not talking just this government, but any government in the last 20 years was not doing this in most of the areas.
When people say we don't have the money or the budget, I usually compare it with kilometers of highway. For example, 10 kilometers of highway costs approximately as one government data center. So the question of budget is not out there. It's more about question of human capital within institutions to understand in the core what does it mean and to dedicate their time to this process. And the second, of course, is corruption. Because there can be no corruption when almost everything is automatized. When you get your archive number of a case and it's there by the computer, you cannot do a mix-up. You cannot put your documents in front of anyone else's. And we did this I always mention it with the Ministry of Interior with gun licensing. There was a queue and bribes were paid to get a gun license for people that already had it. You have 3 pieces, you want a 4th one, you wait for 2 years and they don't give it to you because you have not paid the bribe. Now, if you apply, you're number 1 in the system and there can be no other number before you. So you're the first in the row. And until your case is solved, no other cases can be solved. So I think there is a question of human capital, of understanding how strategically important digitalization of processes within institutions is. And the second aspect is still this emotion of corruption that is still persistent among the society in general, not among public institutions only.
Thank you. Matthias, I'm sure that you can give us your perspective into this because you were engaged in your work previously in McKinsey, but also with society, your current company, into directly consulting, but also engaging in transformation of the public services. How do you see, first of all, what's the reason behind the barrier? Why there is a resistance into jumping into any reform using technology? And probably this is due to our nature that we want the status quo, but I think it's more than that. And what methods you found, and what do you consult, and how do you approach your clients to help them overcome this?
Yeah, thank you. Well, thank you for having me. It's my first time in Skopje, and I'm very impressed and glad to be here. And I think indeed there's lots to be learned from what the world is doing. If I may be so frank, when I talk to other government leaders, North Macedonia is not a benchmark that they are looking up to. So the question is, how could you get there, and what would be the role that you will want to play? And governments are different by geography, by their constitution, and by many aspects. But if I cut across, and I've been working a lot in Germany, where I'm from, in the German-speaking region, in the EU, but also in the US and Australia, Singapore, I think there is, it starts with an ambition, and I think we heard that from the ambassador before. So there has to be an ambition, a positive ambition for the country. And this is not around digitization. So I work in technology, Vasco, you work in technology, but it is not about the technology. And I think many programs fail because there is a technology program at the core. And technology is not the problem. Technology is there, technology can be solved. Of course, technology needs management and needs resources, but technology does not make the difference between countries who do it well and who do it poorly. The other thing is that, and I might dare to contradict you, Stefan, that budget is often a problem. I'm from Germany, and Germany has thrown a lot of money at this problem and still hasn't cracked it. And I've seen other countries, I've seen Estonia with much more limited budget, and you can talk about, yes, they had a clean slate to start with and so on. There are many excuses why it worked well in Estonia and doesn't work in other countries. But the budget has been what Germany breezes away in a month into government digitization, and Germany is not yet world class. So, and then as you say, budget can be made available, right? So but I've seen many countries who are very resource rich and haven't made it, and many countries who are resource poor and have made it. So budget can't be the big differentiator. I think then there's an over-focus on strategy, and that's as a former strategy consultant, right? So strategies are relatively cheap in this field. I mean, it's about user access to services, it's about back-end optimization, and they are not too dissimilar across countries. But a disciplined execution, I think that is the element that makes it very different. And I think here's also where governments differ. And then something which I think governments can make a big difference is how much user centricity you actually create or not. I worked with the German government on enabling a better service provision in the field of housing benefits. So this is for people who struggle to pay their apartment and they can get a government subsidy. It was a very wasteful and inefficient paper-based process, 20-page forms to be filled out. And it actually was so long, it took so long that people who were eligible did not get the benefit because the government was so slow to respond. And what then happened was that those people were driven into losing their homes because they couldn't continue to pay the rent. And then the government and society has a much bigger problem. So when we started to change this and put it on a digital platform, we said we will not start unless we bring the people who work on the forms together with the applicants. And that was the moment when it all came together, because then the people met on a personal level. And as you said, it was the focus on the people. Then people started to realize, oh, if I don't do my work properly, then my fellow patriot will end up on the street. So this is not about digitization. This is about taking care of our society as a whole and making sure that we provide decency of living, not only to citizens, but also to governments who want to invest here. I've started 3 companies over the last couple of years. The first one in Germany, it took me 4 months until I got everything done. The last one in the Republic of Moldova, and it took me about a day. So talk about differences in government's performance. And it doesn't look very good for my own home country.
Thank you. This is a really fresh perspective. But basically, if I can wrap up from your discussion, both of you, I would say that we definitely need to act fast. transform the way we plan and implement into more agile way. So the long-term planning of projects and multi-year projects, it's a past. So yeah, we need a strategy, but basically we need to act today. Yeah. And then even if we are mistaken, we can adopt and then shift and be sensible to the public, to the citizens and businesses in what they need. Because yes, as the minister said, budget can be found, but need to be spent smartly, as you said. Because if you spend it wrongly, then not enough budget for sure to achieve the goals. What we see also is that most of the public sector, as we see, especially in Macedonia, but I would say that's kind of a regional and even international thing, it's lacking deep knowledge in technology because most of the talent went out. Most of the talent that was working for the public sector left public sector because there were greater opportunities outside of the public sector. So how do we address this? How do we address keeping the talent working with the government? Because without the technology, without the talent, we cannot transform the work of the government. So what's your experience, Matthias, in this?
Yeah, it's a hard problem, and it's also something that I experienced very personally. I basically took away a very bright Romanian girl who now lives with me in Germany, so I contributed to the brain drain. But on a serious note, I think we can't really kind of change it on a holistic basis, right? On the one hand side, we want freedom of labor, and we want this exchange and move, and we want people to be educated globally, so it will happen naturally. But of course, it's scary to see when villages dry out because there is no more use there, and I've seen this in several places. What I've seen governments do is, and those are very different governments, but for example, the government of Singapore, and I don't mean to compare this, but I think the policy is worth thinking through. They have an open door policy, so there is the opportunity to join government for a while and then move back into your previous private sector job. Right? And there are some kind of guardrails around that. But that doesn't mean that people have to give up their private sector career, but that they can serve, and not only for 6 weeks, but rather for a more extended period, making sure that they bring in their knowledge. And many people want to serve their country. I mean, Macedonia2025 wouldn't be there if people don't want to serve their country, and especially with those who come back from abroad. So I think, but you have to give them a platform, and you have to give them a way to come in. I think the other thing that is happening is that often, of course, governments spend a lot of money, and some governments have found very smart ways of encouraging startups and encouraging technology to be used internally. Think about Israel and their famous cybersecurity firms that basically stem from the military. What are ways where you can give startups a future, and basically not only by nice talk, but actually by real dinars, by real euros, to make sure that they can stay and can grow where you are.
Thank you.
And I think there's other pieces around that, and I think kind of bringing people back home is something that I've seen some countries do successfully, and it doesn't have to be tens of thousands, right? So if you have a few people, a nucleus of people who come back home with their experience, potentially also with some financial resources, they can really make a difference. And then the good thing about being a small country, you're not far away neither from your neighbors nor from the rest of Europe. So there might be people who have settled, I don't know, in my case, Berlin, but they could still do a meaningful contribution here. They could own and run a business here. What hinders them from being here? So I think it's not about either or, but it could also be a combination of having something somewhere in Europe and in Macedonia.
Thank you, Matthias. Minister, we would like to hear your perspective into this. What do you think that the government within the strategy can do to overcome this gap, this lack of technology-enabled resources within the government. We know that it's hard to keep them. It's hard to attract them to work in the government because there are more appealing jobs in the private sector, especially abroad. So how do we tap into the talent to utilize it for our strategic goals instead of lending them working for other governments and other
I think first we should be realistic that most probably people that will be employed these couple of years in the government working in the ICT sector most probably will leave the government sector in 4 to 8 years. Even if you increase the salaries twice, probably the private sector will increase them 3 times until 2028 or 2030. So I think the approach should be in a two-way street, but also cooperating one with the other. The first one is, and I've done it in my ministry, and we're starting the process just now, this month, is employing people, but employing them in 4 different models. So full-time employment for the people that want to be employed and stay, part-time employment for people that would like to move, maybe check it out, maybe come back to the private sector or see what the future holds. Then agreements made on a project basis. We want to work on this project, we need more people right now, and then we don't need them, and they don't need us because they learned and they can work in the private sector, and volunteers. And people coming from university, as it was mentioned in the previous panel, increase the number of people that come to work during the summer, during their studies, etc. So this is the first part, but it has to be combined with working on their digital skills, working on their skills to work in the public administration in general. That's why we applied for an IPA project for 150 digital champions that will be built throughout the public administration the next 2 years. We will oblige these people because they will pass through a very significant systemic education to stay for twice the time in the public administration. And also we have our own digital services, trainings and academia that will be provided for our own employees. Both this group and the previous one will have to stay for a while in the public administration. So this is the first aspect. The second aspect is building partnerships with the private sector. Apart from maybe parts of cybersecurity that I personally believe should stay within the public administration domain, most of the services that are offered by the government and projects and processes built by the government can be done through a partnership with the private sector. We have a very strong, very active, very dynamic private sector in the country, both startups and very predominant companies. Unfortunately, until now, it was taught as a tender procedure. You do a contract, the contract ends, and that's it. We're building now a more collaborative atmosphere. We want to build long-term partnerships. So we'll work with codes that are owned by the government, but collaboratively worked on, upgraded by the private sector as well. And I think knowing each other, because it's such a small country, we can build this ecosystem if it's done like this in a strategic, open manner, and not in a manner of, we have a contract for 3 months, it ends, and that's it with the project. Because we've seen that if we don't build these products for a longer period of time, if we don't develop them for a longer period of time, they're practically not working. When it was done on a short-term basis, it was not successful.
Thank you. This sounds inspiring. Yeah, because it seems like a good idea and good approach how to engage the talents to work and support the development of the government, because that's much needed, because the technology sector needs counterparts within the public sector in order to drive the projects, in order to develop the ideas, even to move the projects ahead. There needs to be some kind of a counterpart within the public sector. Lacking of this probably would lead to 100% outsourcing. So either it's this approach or the other approach would be give away everything that is technology related to the outsourced services, basically, which would be hard to achieve because of the privacy, security, many issues that will arise out of that. Please.
Also, I feel that the private sector needs to open up to people's needs as well. I believe I'm coming from the private sector before this job, but it's okay to be profit-oriented, but you have to think what people want when you work with the public sector. A platform for services should be a platform for services for citizens and companies, not services for the IT engineers that did the platform, you know? Open up.
I totally agree. Yeah.
Enough critiques for the government.
No, every reform needs, I would say, 360 view. Everywhere needs to be a change. It's not a critic to the government or to the private sector or to the education. Basically, every stakeholder needs to take its part in the transformation and the reform. Let's talk about a little bit about innovation and how policy can drive innovation in a way. I always tend to see that governments are reluctant to start a reform or a policy change because status quo is the desired current state. If we don't change it, we are accommodated to this, we feel good, we feel confident, and we don't change it. But postponing the change, which is inevitable, sometimes due to global agreements, because let's take, there is a global agreement to counter terrorism. So these efforts basically are translated into regulations, those regulations into standards, and at the end we need to implement them. But pushing this away at a later stage basically will leave other countries to leapfrog ahead of us and become more efficient, more competitive by innovative ideas. So we lose the time where we can be the winners to reap the results faster. But on the other way, we also jeopardize the local technology sector because not giving them the opportunity to be the front runners in innovation by creating technology to address some new global challenge, some new transformation, some new demand that's coming up for the country. By pushing it later, basically, we become technology importers instead of technology exporters. And to satisfy the growing demand for technology import, we outsource our people to support their services to sell more technology to our country. So how we can transform the mindset that we should be grabbing the transformational challenges instead of postponing them? And maybe some examples, Matthias, and both you, Minister, if you can give us some examples of good examples in the global economy in different countries, how they grasp this opportunity, first of all, to develop the country to be more competitive, but on the other side, help the technology sector become export-oriented instead of import-oriented.
Sure. Yeah. I'll try to give a more interesting practical example first, and then a theoretical, boring legal example. Actually, it comes from this event last year, and that's a funny story. On the side lines of this event last year, I met with the former Minister of Digitalization of Slovenia, and I wasn't appointed at the time, and we came to a dilemma. If Macedonians use so much smartphones, why haven't we brought the government to their smartphone? They have everything in their smartphone, they don't have the government in it. And that's how we developed the idea of utilizing what Ukraine has done, what Poland has done, what Slovenia is doing, into having the first Macedonian government super app. And we started working right away. So I had a meeting a week after in Zurich, and we started working first with the Ukrainian Ministry of Digital Transformation, then with the Polish, with the Europeans, on building what I think will be the flagship application of this ministry, and that's our own government super app. And we'll have it this year. I hope by the end of 2025, it will be a prototype, it will be a testing app, and we will have the electronic version of the ID cards and the driving licenses, so you don't bring your wallet with you, you have it in your phone, but also add the key services that you need. So add the most important services that everybody needs in the country, be them 1 or 2, 3, and then connect it with the National Portal for Services and have all of them at the portal as well. But the important notion at the time was, how can we talk about international change and bring it right away here? Because I was believing then, I believe it now, then we can do big jumps in the area of digital transformation. In the area of building railways, as the Prime Minister mentioned, you have to go mile by mile, kilometer by kilometer. Here we can make huge changes because we've done them in the past. 15 years ago, we were the first ones digitalizing the cadastre, first one digitalizing the e-government, having the health fund and Moj Termin 2007, 2008. So we have these examples enshrined in our DNA. Now we can do it practically in real life. We got the project, we got it from Digital Europe. We'll start implementation this June, because my ambition is to simplify things, to make them usable for citizens. What is the most used format nowadays is the smartphone. Rarely who has a laptop at home if you don't work in sector that needs it, but everybody of us has some kind of smartphone in their hands, and also everybody of us is digitally literate enough to use their smartphones for a very long time, because internet penetration and smartphone penetration are huge in this country. So this is something I'm very much energetic, enthusiastic about, and I think we will succeed because we have the ambition and the willingness and the knowledge how to do it. We have the local support from local companies to help us in this process, and it will be successful. On the more boring side, we changed a very simple article in the law on electronic documents, that everything you get from the portal, and it is an electronic document, you can print it out and use it as a normal, regular stamped document that was used in the past. And you probably, internationals in the room, will say, aha, good job, you did nothing. But what the situation we faced was when we came into government is that when someone gets an electronic service, electronic document, they pay twice. They got it electronically, they go to the bank, to the notary, to the lawyer, and the lawyer says, doesn't work. You should go back, take a paper copy, get it back, and you give it to me regularly. So I was saying we should cancel this ministry, forget about digitalization if we don't change this, if you cannot print out an electronic document. So January the 1st, 2025, we have printed electronic documents are valid, and people start using them. We had some minor issues in the beginning, but now courts accept them, notaries accept them, banks gladly accept them, and the whole flow is faster. That's why we have increase in the usage of the portals by 200% in terms of services issued per month. That's why we increased the number of people that are using the portal. The interoperability platform is 20% higher transaction rate than it was before. So people will understand and accept what you do. You just need to provide them the resource. Just 2 more sentences on the laws. We are now passing the cybersecurity law for the first time in the country. It will be a law for the future. It will not regulate something that was done 15 years ago. It will put our action plan and a map, what should private and public institutions do in the course of 3, 4, 5 years in order to be fully digitally secure. And we're not saying that the inspectorate that we're building in the ministry will go to large corporations and find them because they have not built their cyber infrastructure, but we will tell them how the process can be done. And plus, we will motivate private sector to work with our public institutions and private companies to get to the line. We also have 3 other laws that I will not bother you with, but those will be the laws for the future, not the laws that will bring boring bureaucratic hurdles to public sector or to private sector or to public institutions.
I'll come back with some questions that will be challenging, I hope. But I'll move now to Matthias.
Yeah, maybe.
Matthias, by your view, what would be the good examples where innovation was driven by policy and reform that kick-started some new innovation thinking, product development, technology development that basically served the purpose at that point, but also became economic growth potential for a country?
Yeah. I think there's a number of factors that foster innovation, and actually some of them are, the little I know about North Macedonia, are applied to here. I think on the one hand side there has to be a need, right? So there has to be a problem, and people need to gather around it. And I understand that you're forming here this alliance which has the ambition to change the country. And it goes step by step. It doesn't happen all at once. But I think changing it step by step is something that is important. There is a saying that a big walnut tree is nothing but a small walnut that has not given up. So it doesn't happen overnight. It happens by sticking to it. I think then innovation typically happens at the edges of a system. There's research around that it kind of doesn't happen in the core. And like if we talk about this, the most innovative solutions are unlikely to come from Brussels. They're much more likely to come from Skopje. So that should be an encouragement to all of us here. I think then I think you need to trust between people who want to drive this forward, and I hope that this event builds that trust among you, right? There need to be people who need to come together and say, we want to make this a priority and want to drive it forward. And I think get away with the belief that it is technology where you need to innovate. The technology is often available, it can be created. Technology has advanced so much. When we do work with our clients, then of course, yes, we have a technology backlog of things that need to change, but more important is a legal backlog. There's things that need to be changed in the law. And I love the example that you just gave about the possibility to basically show the printout from the electronic version. So those are the type of things that really foster innovation. And I think then there is an element.
Also by itself, it's kind of innovation in the public service. So
yeah. And then don't give it time.
The idea is innovation, and then implementing it.
Make it fast. Make it 3 months, not 3 years. And one very concrete example: the government of Austria had long been investing into government digitization, and there was never really a breakthrough until they enforced a law that gave ordinary citizens the right to sue the government if they didn't have the chance to apply for a service online. That drove massive speed. And so sometimes the governments really have a big advantage because no private sector company could do that. So you can basically aim for 100% penetration.
That's a good idea to push the innovation, because my next topic would be exactly around innovation, but not in the technology sector, but innovation in public policies. How we kickstart innovation in public policy. I will give you a very small example. Macedonia is just now launching an e-invoice project. This has been there for 15 years, maybe more, by standards regulated. So implementing it now, we already decided that we're either going to copycat or import or follow. To innovate, it's too late. This is already mature as a concept, as an idea, with all its flaws and advantages. The big question here is why we were waiting for 15 years to make sure that we collect taxes, we monitor fraud. I'm not talking technology, I'm talking efficiency within the government financial system. Ensure that the budget collections are 100%, detect fraud immediately. Why we were waiting for 15 years instead of doing it first? And the question to both of you that I would like to see how we can foster that part of innovation within public services that will be partly government-driven, also industry-driven, and how we open up that dialogue so we identify the problem before anyone else got a solution for it. Because this will drive us leapfrogging fast. This will bring growth of 5%, 6%, 7%. By following everyone, when this is becoming already a standard, we're going to probably not leapfrog. We're going to be always lagging behind, and they will reap up the first benefits.
A regular answer that we'd get from a politician is, let's draft a national strategy. And then a European answer to this would be, let's draft a law. So on AI, for example, because it was part of the talk that we had heard before, it was the proposition is draft a national strategy and draft a AI law. And me thinking is we have zero implementation of AI in public service, in public administration in general, almost close to zero. And then if I use 2 years in order to draft a law, first a strategy, then a law, then we will lose all this time while countries from around the region will implement new models of generative AI that are 100% used in the public domain, and they will, be front runners. My approach is a bit different, and I liked what it was said before. We will not draft an AI strategy for the next 1 year. We will draft an AI action plan and a framework within public administration in the next 4 months. And then we will give concrete work and tasks to other institutions to implement AI models in their own work and also test it through our universities and our private companies in a secure cloud infrastructure where every institution can test their work through AI and efforts, efficiency given, and what laws should be changed in order to implement it in practice. So we first start and work on it, and then we regulate it if we see and when we see where the problems could emerge. I think this is the right way in this direction, because we could have drafted a cybersecurity law that was on the level that we are right now. It would be the NIS directive, probably. 2014, now it's 2025, 11 years old. We would be on par if we drafted that as a law. I put the NIS 2 directive, which is 2024, because I'm 100% aware that no institution right now is ready for it, and probably no private company is ready for it. But this is how we propose something, we regulate something, and we give a vacatio legis of a year, 2 years, 3 years, in which you have the time to accommodate, to innovate, and to implement it in practice. So I think this approach should be on our side, and also map out where the problem lies. Because the problems here with corruption, with inefficiencies, with transparency are different than in other countries. And that's why talking to the private sector and to citizens is for me very important. We introduced a feedback form on the uslugi.gov.mk portal, but we also talked. Actually, we organized a joint event with Macedonia2025 in the government, in which we talked to the chambers of commerce. We're talking to schools, we're talking to universities in order to get to understand where the problem lies. A very specific example. We have digitalized 310 services online. Out of them, about 200 are for companies. About 90% of them are never used. No company has ever applied for a license through the portal, which means that we have digitalized something that no one uses. Instead of that, now we're trying to look which are the most important services companies want digitalized. And we go through forums, we go to surveys, through talking with companies, but also through promotion, through saying, guys, this is what is being digitalized. For example, Regulatory Committee of Energy has digitalized almost every service they use on the national portal. The health fund, the pensions fund, they are out there, and we will go through a campaign to showcase it, but also talk to businesses and also see what really is important to be digitalized.
Thank you. Matthias.
Yeah, 3 things. I think you should fire your pilots, you should team up, and you should spend more. And what I mean by that is stop kind of wasting away public money on pilots. I remember one quote from a client who said, I have more pilots than Lufthansa, but none of them works. So none of them make it to the end, right? So the plane doesn't start. So focus. Make sure that there's a few areas that can really go through. And then the second thing is team up. So it's not about making these services, bring them into the portal, as you said, but make sure that they really create value. And I'm preaching this to governments. When you have, the most important thing is that you measure how much they are being used and how happy the users are. You can also measure other things, such as how much efficiency they drive and so on, but that's for the more advanced. But these 2 simple things, make sure that this is actually embedded. And then the third one is talk about it and explain it. So the German government launched an ID that back then, and it still is technologically very advanced. So it's very highly secure. You can basically identify online. And it has been around for 15 years, and it's a sad example of very sophisticated technology that millions were spent on, but the marketing budget had been very, very small. So nobody is using it. Actually, when you go and get a new ID, then the agent in the office will tell you, don't activate the EID function. I don't know how it works, or it might not be secure. It's stupid. It's one of the best systems worldwide, but it's not being used. And it basically, as you said, it could have been a real export case for Germany, but it has been wasted. So because people did not understand it, there was no marketing around that. Millions were spent on the technology, but I don't know the exact number, but 50,000 on marketing. So people just don't get it, why it's good to have it.
Last question. How we can build a partnership between the government and the private sector to create technology-driven technology exports out of the country? not services, but I would say technology and product exports based on innovation. You mentioned the example from Ukraine, where the DIA government mobile app was developed, but now Ukraine, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Digital Transformation, are attacking the whole world on conferences and trying to link their technology sector into bridging their knowledge to other markets. We know the example of Estonia. So Estonia, economic diplomacy probably in IT is the most developed across the world. There is no country that we have been that there is no economic operator that promote IT industry before any other reach there. So how do we build this partnership? How we find our niche? How we transform the sector from services to technology exports, and how this can be achieved?
I mean, for a very long time, we were focusing, and rightly so, on decreasing unemployment because the unemployment rate was huge. And I think the governments in the past were indiscriminate of who comes to invest in the country as long as they employ enough people. And that's how we got IT companies in the country that employ hundreds of people, IT engineers, software testers, etc., but export services, export their work hours. Now we have to focus on the products. And I think developing innovative products in a partnership between the government and private sector can boost this process. If it's invested in products, then are exported, because they are the added value to the economy. And then we can do a roadshow outside, internationally, selling what is the Macedonian DIA app, selling what is the next Macedonia best product in uncovering corruption, seeing what is our niche in terms of products. That's why maybe some of the companies will get angry with me when I speak that as a government, we have to focus on the ICT sector that produces added value, which means produces products, and can export them and is competitive enough to export them abroad. And this is doable because great ideas come from the young minds of this country that have passed through our great state and private universities that are teaching ICT. And I think these guys are the future if we develop them in the right direction. How? Through projects that come from the government as well. Because unfortunately, still in this country, the government is the biggest employer so far. It will, for a while, will be the biggest investor in these products because we need huge digitalization in the public domain. But then also say to the private sector, I'll end with this, I think the digital innovation hubs, the one that you are doing, the one that it's done in the engineering faculty, are the way to go, which build consortia of private sector, chambers of commerce, and the public into solving problems. Solving problems of the public domain will mean corruption, transparency, efficiency. In the private sector will probably mean value creation, lower costs on employment, better processes, automation of processes, but that could be only done, I think, through this kind of consortia. That's why we supported the EDIH, the European Digital Innovation Hub. We will support the ones that come this year as well, because I think that kind of consortia can create value added that then we can export to international.
Matthias, very briefly, we are over time, but I'll take one more minute, very briefly from you and a couple of fire-up questions from the audience.
Sure. Yeah, I would say make it easy for startups to serve you as a government. Many countries create enormous hurdles, and then startups turn away to other places. And it looks like you're doing a lot of that. I think then find your niche, right? So I don't think that you can serve everybody on everything, but what is specific for here? What do you want to be known for? Where can you actually contribute? And then create that community of people who can support and help each other and get going. I wish the country a lot of success and good luck.
Thank you, Matthias. I will just read a couple of questions and comments that are coming from the audience. So Switzerland is using open source in the public sector to boost transparency, security, and reduce costs. Could this be a digital strategy? I think this was already discussed and mentioned as part of the strategy. I am impressed by the minister's knowledge, but curious about the government timelines for deliverables. When we are next year, what will be online? That's a very quick question here. Anything that we can commit on?
2025, 100 new services online, including the most used services from the public and the private sector. And I think we will have, by 2026, e-baby. So every newborn will be automatically digitally registered in the National Registry, will give the birth certificate to the mothers while they're still in hospital.
I think this question, the next one, I think it was kind of already answered, but still, how does the ministry compare to Dodge? Are there opportunities for ambitious IT students to help? I think this was kind of
there is a lot of
addressed in this way. Do you plan to introduce policy to support local IT solutions and products in order to grow regionally and globally instead of supporting outsourcing IT companies? In another way, again, answered. And then why not privatize like Georgia?
What not?
Why do not we privatize like Georgia?
You see,
public services.
Two questions, two different extremes.
Yeah,
One, why don't we privatize everything? The other one, do we make it public?
Yeah, of course.
I think the answer lies in between, in partnerships. I don't believe in
Thank you.
one or the other.
Sorry to take out 1 minute more, but thank you. My guests were.
Thank you to our speakers. I'm happy to say we're 6 for 6 on great sessions, and I know we've got a fascinating one coming up. We move now into a conversation at the crossroads of technology, finance, and freedom, a topic that continues to spark global debate. The title is Decentralizing Power, the Future of Money, Media, and Digital Freedom. The session explores how emerging technologies are reshaping structures and shifting the balance of influence in the digital age. Moderating this session is Chris Pavlovsky, board member of Macedonia2025 and founder and CEO of Rumble Inc. And we are honored to welcome to the stage a global pioneer of the field of digital finance, Paolo, the CEO of Tether. So please, stage is yours.
Thank you, everyone. So on stage with me right now, I have Paolo, the CEO of Tether. I'm going to give a little brief overview of who's sitting here. I think it's a big deal to have this guy in this country right now, and I think Macedonia should be very proud that he took the time in his busy day to be here. Tether is... You guys made $13.7 billion in profit last year. That's more than Tesla and Oracle combined. And yeah, that's almost the GDP of Macedonia in profit. So let's put that into perspective. You guys just recently, even more importantly, if you take a look at companies around the world, and I don't know, I can't think of another company that has more profit per employee in the entire world. These guys, you guys are making like over $100 million plus per employee that they have in their business. There's nothing like this in the world. Yeah. You guys have also done lots of amazing things around the world. You guys are shareholders of the football team Juventus. You've recently invested $775 million in Rumble, the company I'm the CEO and chairman of. And you guys have done countless other investments, hundreds from what I take. But before we start asking Paolo some questions here, I'd like to get a feeling from the crowd. How many people here actually understand what Bitcoin is? Hands up. So we're like 50% on the Bitcoin side. And how many here actually understand what a stable coin is? Even less. Yeah. Okay, so I think we're gonna have to start off with a little primer on a little 101 on Bitcoin and stable coins. So, Paolo, what's a Bitcoin?
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me here. It's a big honor and pleasure. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to wander a little bit around the country, well, mostly lunch and dinner. Great food, great wine, so I'm very, very happy about that. And also, I've been having different meetings. I think that Macedonia is a great place, is potentially the land of opportunities. I'm very bullish on boutique countries that have less than 10 million citizens, because they are the ones that can innovate faster, they can build faster, they can move faster and adapt in a better way to the changes of time, from artificial intelligence to digital assets, because these are the two biggest themes that are going to revolutionize the tech industry and the finance industry in the next decades. You can see, like, the United States has put David Sachs in charge of both of these two topics, because they are very transformational. So what is Bitcoin? I think that there are different definitions. Bitcoin is a currency that moves on this technological layer called blockchain. What I like about Bitcoin is that it's the first currency that has a limited supply of 21 million, and is a currency, and is the only, it is the only currency ever created that is governed by math. Usually currencies are governed by people, and people change, people respond to different needs in different times, but usually, what is happening is that people tend to print and keep printing and increasing, inflating the size of national currencies. That is happening everywhere. Think about Turkey with the Turkish lira. They had 50% inflation. I was very glad to hear that inflation here is around 3%. This is great. But usually when you think about most of the countries, most of the currencies in the world, they are heavily, heavily inflated. Like Argentina, the Argentinian peso, for example, lost 98% of its value against the US dollar in the last 10 years, and the Turkish lira lost around 80% of its value against the US dollar in the last 5 years. So Bitcoin is the first currency that is governed by math. There is nothing more secure in the universe than math. You cannot change Bitcoin, no one can change Bitcoin. So it's the certainty. And I think that when people think about money, they should think about the concept of certainty. You want to wake up every single morning of your life and knowing that how much you have and how much value and wealth you hold compared to the changes of time. And so that's, to me, that's the fundamental thing, that math is governing Bitcoin is very important, because I don't want to think about, oh, in 4 years there will be another government, they will have different monetary policies, so who knows what will happen to my currency. How you can project your life in that way, right? So I think the beauty of Bitcoin is exactly this, giving a certain, a feeling of certainty that was never present in life before.
Yeah, and there's a lot of companies now that are adopting Bitcoin. Obviously, you guys just announced 21 Capital recently. We at Rumble adopted the Bitcoin treasury strategy. We now own Bitcoin as part of our company. I see this adoption increasing and accelerating. It starts slow, and then it just all of a sudden happens. And it's only a matter of time till the very large companies start putting some of their finances into Bitcoin. Now, let's move to Tether and stablecoins. So Tether, from my perspective, well, it's just a fact, they're the world's largest stablecoin. Nothing is bigger than Tether. And like I said, they make more profit than Oracle and Tesla combined. But I don't think a lot of people, understand what a stablecoin is and understand how influential Tether really is globally. And what I've learned over the course of many years and understanding what Tether does, it's extremely powerful. And if you don't know it by the name Tether, you might know it by the name of USDT. That's what Tether is. And I'll let you kind of elaborate and tell everyone here what Tether does and what's a stablecoin.
So Tether as a company was born in 2014. The first product of Tether was USDT, that is this digital dollar. We have many digital dollars. We had it in the past decades. Mostly, for example, PayPal is considered a digital dollar, but is a dollar that resides on a centralized database that is the PayPal servers. Then you have other types of digital dollars. Still, again, they are always been centralized into some database like Venmo, Zelle, all these payment apps. Lot of finance now is digital nowadays. So what Tether did in 2014 is taking this concept of a dollar that needs to be adapted to the changes of time, like so, in a dollar for the digital economy, but instead of using a traditional database, started to use a decentralized database called blockchain. So in 2014, the simple quote-unquote idea of Tether was, why we don't take the groundbreaking technology that Bitcoin created called blockchain, but instead of putting a new token, like a random token, we put on top of a blockchain the most used currency in the world. And that is the US dollar, and that is also the best product in a certain sense that the US ever created. So that was the simple but extremely powerful realization of Tether in 2014. And why we did that? 2014, of course, we come as a company from, we are born from the digital asset industry, from the Bitcoin industry. And 2014 was a completely different time than today in the digital asset industry. Today there are hundreds and hundreds of different cryptocurrency exchanges. In 2014 there were 5, 6. Mt. Gox, that was a famous one, blew up, and there were few left. Bitfinex, Bitstamp, Coinbase, Kraken, OKCoin, and BTC China. Pretty much that's it. The issue of traders trading on these cryptocurrency exchanges in 2014 was the problem of arbitrage. The arbitrage is that simple activity that keeps all the different markets in line for the same asset. For example, you want to, if you see that there is a price discrepancy of an asset like the Apple shares between two exchanges, what you would do is you would sell the Apple shares on the exchange where the price is higher and buy back on the exchange where the price is lower, right? Simple as that. You can apply the same concept to Bitcoin. So in 2014 and 13, in many days, during many days, there were spreads of more than 10% across different cryptocurrency exchanges. And you would think like, great, I can sell Bitcoin on the exchange where the price is higher and buy it back on the exchange where the price is lower, and I can cash in easy 10%. Like that was the best trade ever. But the problem is that in order to do so, you have to move Bitcoin from one exchange to another. Of course, that is very easy because it takes 10 minutes. The block time, so every 10 minutes, the Bitcoin blockchain creates a new block so that every 10 minutes, give or take, you can move Bitcoins, right? Now, moving Bitcoin is easy, but moving dollars back then in 2014, especially across cryptocurrency exchanges that were not seen in good light by central banks, was very difficult. It would take 1 day, 3 days, 1 week, weekends not allowed to move dollars. So what was making impossible for the arbitrageurs to basically trade, because the opportunity after 6 hours, 1 day, 5 days is gone. Like, so maybe it's reversed and you moved Bitcoin, but if you cannot move cash fast enough, the entire trading opportunities go away. So the idea of USDT was, why, since Bitcoin can move from one exchange to another in 10 minutes, why we are not using the same technology to move dollars? And that's how USDT was born. For the first 2 years, we didn't have any luck to explain to anyone, even in our industry, why USDT was important, why the hell we created it. I mean, it was like really a hard sell. No one would really understand it. But in 2016, at the end of 2016, what happened was that an exchange called Poloniex adopted USDT as their digital dollar. and so started trading USDT across all the different trading pairs. So Bitcoin versus USDT, Ethereum versus USDT, all the different crypto tokens versus USDT. Bitfinex, that was an exchange that we own as a group of people, also had USDT back then, right? But from 2014 to 2015 and early 2016, only Bitfinex had it, and 2016, Poloniex added USDT. And after the day Poloniex added USDT, immediately all the arbitraging opportunity between the two exchanges blew up. So immediately in the following days and months, the volume of the two exchanges became 20 times the volume of all the other exchanges, just because the ability of moving money and arbitraging was so efficient that would be not comparable to anything seen in finance before. So in 2017, that was the first year that cryptocurrencies became very popular. There was the ICO moment. ICO means initial coin offering. That made cryptocurrencies well known to the broader public. So Binance was born in 2017. Most of the new exchanges were born in 2017 and 18. And that all of them, they didn't have bank accounts. They only had USDT as their digital dollar. And so that is basically how in 2017, at the end of 2017, Tether USDT got to the first billion in market cap and grew from there over the next years. And then we can go on why it grew.
Yeah, and in terms of market cap now, you guys are well over $100 billion of market cap, and you are where do you stand in terms of how much treasuries you guys buy, and what's the business model behind that, and how do you drive the profits you're driving right now?
So right now, I think today our market cap is just past, I think in the last hour, $150 billion. So it's a nice and round number. Thank you. One crazy thing is, you asked me how we make money. Imagine we have more than 125 billion in US treasuries, short maturity, around 3 months. And so they yield between 4 and 5% per year. So without doing much, like sitting in a chair, it's like 125 billion in US treasuries multiplied by 4 or 5%.
When I was looking at that like a month ago, you guys are buying more US treasuries than Canada alone, a single company. One of the largest buyers. Where do you guys stand in terms of how much you guys buy versus other countries?
Just finishing off, we have, otherwise we would seem like we are 150 billion in the market cap and only 125 billion in treasuries. Then the rest of, we have actually around 170 billion in total in company assets. So we have 20 billion more. So which part of them are in gold, part of them are in Bitcoin, and then we have the other hard assets and very high liquid assets. Plus we have investments, as we said, right? So the companies, we over-collateralize by $20 billion our reserves. That is pretty unique when you see like many banks doing fractional reserve, of the pace of 90% fractional reserve, so 10% hard asset, and the rest is basically just a balance sheet checking account. Then on our side, we believe that fully reserved banking is, USDT created the first fully reserved bank in a certain sense. Yes, we have more T-bills than UAE, Spain, Australia, and many other countries. In the global ranking, well, Tether is not a nation, but we would be the 18th largest nation of holding US treasuries. Last year, in 2024, we were the 5th largest purchaser of single purchaser of US treasuries. So when you see on one side China and Japan selling, for example, US treasuries, China for competitive reasons and Japan, for example, just to protect their national currency, the Japanese yen, that is living a hard time. On the other side of the spectrum, there is Tether, that is the 5th largest purchaser of US Treasuries in 2024. It's crazy. I mean, a small company that's made like by 100, slightly above 100 employees was able to achieve these results. And honestly, one important figure is that we grew very fast to the hundreds of millions of users. Today, we have more than 420 million users globally, especially in emerging markets, developing countries. And at least half of that growth happened up to 2022. And we started adding a marketing team. We didn't have a marketing team until 2022. So basically, I wish we could claim that we were so good in growing this company, this market cap, but the reality is that we created the simplest product ever that is actually needed by billions and billions of people. All the unbanked, and there are 3 billion people in the world that are called unbanked, right? Someone refers to them as a niche. It's like half of the population of the world is like considered a niche, but those are the people that live with maybe $2 per day in salary, and so those are the people that we serve with USDT. Something maybe we can talk about it later, but that's how we see the shift of USDT usage between cryptocurrency trading, digital asset trading, and more broad usage.
This also kind of dovetails into like Rumble in a way. You guys are doing something so revolutionary on the financial front, and also facing a lot of scrutiny and a lot of pressure, and everyone's fighting back against you guys, kind of the same way Rumble dealt with that over the last 4 years. Now that you guys are so big and so prevalent around the world, is this the new financial system? Do you see this like overtaking the traditional finance, and how do you see that going into the future?
Up to 2020, the market cap of USDT was a few $1 billion. Then something happened in 2020. So if you see the chart of growth of USDT, it's fairly steady up to 4 billion for the first 6 years. And then immediately in 1 year, in 2020, jumps. What happened in 2020? The pandemic. We recently, because at Tether, we spend a lot of time in trying to understand, also retroactively, what we created and how it is impacting the world. When especially having a product that has been distributed and had a lot of success through word of mouth, it's not like you put some advertisement budget and then you see the performance of it and you see the ramification of the impact of that budget. It's actually when things spread, independently and at the pace of Facebook, because USDT adoption grows by 30 million new wallets per quarter. It's almost like a social network. And is a social network. Money is a social network. And so what happened in 2020 with the pandemic is that if you think about it, USDT is very popular, as I said, in emerging markets, developing countries. If you are an Argentinian person, would you prefer to hold the Argentinian peso or a US dollar? If you are a Turkish person, would you prefer the Turkish lira or the US dollar, right? And so the people live in high inflation countries and countries that have a currency, a national currency that is devaluating very fast against US dollar, have the highest incentive of using USDT. The emerging markets, developing countries, are also the countries that have the highest youth, right? They're making more children, so they have the more youth, more kids, and all that. From 2017, that is the moment when cryptocurrency became popular, to 2020, all this youth in the emerging markets, developing countries, really started to use crypto. Became very familiar with crypto. In 2020, again, this young youth was was looking at their parents that, in 2020 with the pandemic, families, parents started losing their jobs. Economies in the emerging markets, developing countries, started to fall apart much faster. So the parents started to do even more what they were used to do in the past. So going out in the streets and buying cash dollars for 10% premium. But with the pandemic, there was more risk because you go in the streets when you are not supposed to be in the streets because there were lockdowns. And then on top of that, you had still to pay a huge premium for your dollars. For the first time, I think, in the entire financial history, the kids taught to their parents that there was a better way to hold dollars, and it was through a smartphone. So the kids were like, I have $1 here on my smartphone. Why the hell you are going in the streets, putting yourself in danger just to buy overpriced dollars? And so I think that is, and by the way, we realized that recently, that's why I'm saying we go back and we try to understand ourselves, our own history, and how it all developed, because it helps us to understand the future. But I think this is the most touching and humble realization that we ever had at Tether, because that is an impact, and it's so good to see, right, that kids teaching their parents how to approach money is very touching to me. And so at that time, so USDT adoption started growing very fast, and now, as I said, we have 400 million users in the emerging markets. And I believe that this is what really pissed off, just so it doesn't seem like go in a very long rant, this is why I think is very meaningful what you said about financial institutions and the traditional finance and how we are perceived as disruptors. In a certain way, I think that one of the things that pisses me off the most is how is possible that a small company like Tether made more for financial inclusion with the hundreds of millions of people that NGOs, charities, and all the traditional banking system and general traditional financial industry. I mean, the financial inclusion is one of the most important topics and issues, broader recognized issues of the 21st century. And yet, we needed really a small company like Tether to make that difference. I mean, with billions or hundreds of billions spent in trying to solve that problem, you needed a couple of Italian guys trying to figure out how to create a better version of the US dollar. I mean, that is very, I'm very proud of that, but that's very annoying. Thank you. And so now you see, like, maybe JP Morgan and all these other guys that are, not happy with what we are doing. We have, as I said, 400 million users. But if you would go to JP Morgan and would ask them, oh, how many of these users I'm stealing from you, how many you would onboard? They would onboard 4, not 4 million, 4. The reason is that in order to be of interest of a banking system and banks, you would need to generate between $100 and $150 per, on average, I'm talking, per year in terms of commissions. And if you live in Haiti, the average salary of a person in Haiti is $1.34 per day. The average salary in many countries in Africa is $80 per month. You cannot pay like $100 per year in banking fees. Like, that is a lot of money. So that's why all this population turned to USDT, because they were left behind by the traditional financial system. So while many companies in the traditional financial system are upset with us, actually we are taking part of the population, of the world population, that they were not touching with a 10-foot pole.
No, this is kind of dovetails into what I've spoken to you and Giancarlo about, and what struck me as so shocking is that when we were kind of going through the history of Tether and what you guys do in nations like Africa and India and around the world, what hit me is like when someone's sending a remittance home from Canada or the United States to India or to a country in Africa, they're paying like a 15% commission to Western Union. And it just struck me when you guys are saying that doesn't exist here when you're moving Tether. And that's so disruptive on so many levels. And obviously the world has been fighting back on that and pushing back on that, but it's so good for the world. It's like you're getting rid of, like, why should the poorest countries in the world get 15% and 20% fees? They should be getting the lowest fees in the world, and that's what Tether is solving for, and that's why they have hundreds of millions of users. And that just stayed with me completely. It's so much so that, you know, now we're working with a bunch of crypto companies, and I'm asking my team, it's a little easier to get USDT than it would be to get a wire transfer. So, you know, it's so disruptive that the accounting firms in the US are still not caught up. But there is now this movement in the United States with the Trump administration and David Sachs leading the AI and the crypto space that's really kind of pushing as much as possible to get regulation into place and make it not so taboo anymore, and really accept Bitcoin and crypto, which is showing great signs. So what can a country like Macedonia do? How does Macedonia get on the map in this world? Because personally, I have my personal views, and we've talked about it a lot, is what can we do here in this country? What will allow Macedonia to become the next Switzerland?
So, very good question. I think that, in my opinion, while in the last 20 years we heard a lot about globalization, I think that even considering the tariffs and all that, I mean, I think it's clear that countries are more and more trying to rely on themselves and looking inwards rather than outwards. Of course, trade deals and exports is very important, not saying that. But it's very important, and it's becoming more and more clear that countries need to be self-sovereign, right? Self-sovereign means you have to be independent, you need to own, or you need to protect your own population's data, because that is fundamental. Otherwise, your population's data will just dematerialize within a large language model. So you really want to protect that as a government. And also you want to ensure that you can attract talent to build infrastructure locally, but also to become a powerhouse of technology for the future. And I think that when it comes to, for example, my specific industry, I can see how, again, as I refer to, boutique countries can lead the way on digital asset legislation. Good legislation, thorough legislation. There are different types of legislations available, just to touch base. I might not be very popular saying this, but the European legislation on digital assets, called MiCA, is a very, very bad regulation. It's very risky. It requires, for example, for stablecoin issuers like us to keep 60% of their reserves in uninsured cash deposits in a bank. That's a bad idea. Silicon Valley Bank, Silvergate, New York Community Bank, they all blew up because of these problems, right? Having high leverage, fractional reserve banking. So if you're a stablecoin issuer, you want to buy as many T-bills as you can rather than, putting money in the bank that God knows, how money is then lent out. So unfortunately, Europe to me is, I'm European and Italian, so I'm allowed to say that. I mean, it's looking back to the past rather than looking at the future. Regulations in Europe are focusing more on, trying to defending the status quo of the traditional system rather than building for the future of society and humanity. They tend to regulate before understanding. I've been in so many discussions with the regulators, and we have been explaining how this technology is groundbreaking, and there was not much opening. And today, instead, you see the United States are looking at how to regulate stablecoins and digital assets in a very, very open way, for example. And so you see that both on AI and digital assets, Europe will be the last in class. And in a certain way, I was talking to a US regulator, and I was describing how, in my opinion, Europe is the future Christmas ghost for the United States and other more proactive countries. So what I wish for boutique countries like Macedonia, and we have, we are good friends with El Salvador ourselves. We helped El Salvador to craft a good, proper regulation based on FCA standards, but still good regulation on digital assets. We believe that there is so much opportunity in digital assets, and especially if you look at countries that are trying to impair this new advancement of technology, Macedonia can really lead the way, can become a hub, a regional hub for all the companies, because there are thousands and thousands and thousands of companies that are looking to relocate outside of Europe. And the only option in this moment, well, maybe the US will have some new regulations, but there is El Salvador as an option, and then that is very far from Europe. There is UAE, that is also very far and very hot in this moment of the year, and not everyone likes to be in 50 degrees. Macedonia is perfectly set to be a country that is just outside Europe, but is providing safety, because I'm not advocating, of course, for taking any crazy decision, but safety, high quality of laws, clarity, and also at the same time, it's not about just digital assets, but we talk about data safety and protecting and companies that wants to build tech businesses here.
I fully agree, and I'm very passionate about this for Macedonia. What he just said, I think, is like the blueprint for making Macedonia the lead in all of Europe for the modern financial system that is going to come. And I will say it bluntly, I think Europe already lost. America is on the right path, and they're going to get it done right. The administration's very focused on that. I'm very confident that they're going to lead. But here in Europe, I think there's an enormous opportunity, and all it is just legislation, making companies like Tether and making other crypto companies feel comfortable. You're going to get every Bitcoiner, every crypto company in Europe moving to Macedonia overnight with just proper legislation. I think this is like a game changer for the country, and I would love to see something like that happen. It's all. Everything I do I like to do bold. I like to swing for the fences. It's not about, waiting for someone else to lead. It's kind of going out there and doing something that no one else did. What Tether is doing, they're doing exactly that. They're basically they are the lead when it comes to modernizing the financial system, and they're going to be the biggest financial company. I personally think it's the greatest company in the world already. I don't think there's a better one. And I think that all the banks are already jealous of what you guys have. But I really think also at the same time, Macedonia as a country has this opportunity now to be that lead and take that step forward. Don't follow what Europe is doing here. Do something new, do something bold, and lead the new era of financial freedom, because it's sitting right in front of us to take. And I really hope that's something that we take. We have a couple more minutes left, and I'll kind of shift it a little bit. But now that the gatekeepers, obviously, of the finance and the media world, obviously Rumble has been challenging the media world on the gatekeepers. They're fighting at us all the time, corporate media versus social media and video platforms like us. Tether is doing the same thing. How long do you think it takes for this to change and to really, for us to jump in front of everyone else, both on the financial and the media landscape?
Well, I mean, if you see now in the US, talking about stable coins, everyone and their sisters are going to try to create a stable coin. But here's the thing, right? It's not about just everyone can say, oh, we'll create another video platform, right? But the problem is you need to understand deeply the sector. You need to also have a philosophy at heart, right? Otherwise, you're just going to create a copycat of YouTube. That's not the point. It's like you cannot in my opinion, recreate another Tether, just because what we do as a stablecoin, you know, we realize before everyone else that US and Europe, or European Union, better put, are not the rightful market for stablecoins. Every company that now is launching a stablecoin, they will all want to compete in Europe and the US. That are the exact populations that they don't need a stablecoin. You have 30 billion people that are unbanked, that are desperate to have a stablecoin to protect their families, and yet all our competitors are looking to compete with us, also from the banking sector, are trying to compete with us, but in exactly the countries that we are not interested in. You know, we left Europe so we decided to not apply for the MiCA license in Europe. Among $140 billion, do you know how much we lost because we decided to not apply for the European license in market cap?
Your market cap still continues to go up.
We lost only 300 million in market cap on 140 billion because we decided to leave Europe. It means that it's proving the point it's meaningless to have the usage of stable coins in Europe and the US. And yet, all these guys that are trying to copy us they only know those turfs. They will never touch with a 10-foot pole the people that actually need it. It's exactly like you. If someone want, you know, the main issue that I see is that I think you and I have a good vision, and we are trying to fight for the people that don't have the same opportunity. You are the only company that really stood out and fought for freedom of speech when everyone was bending the knees to crazy censorship requests. And I wish to see more competitors, because I think that both of us will be much happier if there will be competitors like us, because the pie is so big, there is such a big opportunity, and if you had competitors yourself that would have the same philosophy, because it's easy to be YouTube, right? Not the same amount of users, but it's easy to cave and to bend the knee every single time. But if there were more like you, it would be much harder for the system to fight you back, and the same thing happens to us. But I think that this train will never stop. So I think that together, and that's why also I'm very proud of the investment that we made in Rumble, together there is no way to stop us.
I agree. I'll end with a very quick question. What's the price of Bitcoin in 1 year and in 5 years?
Right, no financial advice. So in 1 year, I would say, by the end of the year, I would say 170K. 5 years, I would say above 500K. Thank you very much.
I just want to say thank you to Paulo, Claudia, Giancarlo for coming from Lugano to be here today. I think it's one of the greatest honors to have the greatest company in the world step foot in this country. So thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, Chris. You're very kind. I'm very excited to be here.
Thank you so much.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very important announcement about tonight. The networking reception will be held at Ria's Restaurant and Bar. Don't miss out. There will be drinks and food and networking at 7:30 p.m. So we'll see you at Ria's tonight. Before we break, we'd like to once more recognize our gold sponsors. Thank you so much to Coastal, Alkaloid, Telekom, Grant, Stopanska Komora, Image PR, Skopska Pivara, Halk Banka, and IW Connect. Thank you so much for your support.
That ends our sessions today. There's drinks outside. Continue to network, and we'll see you at 7:30 at the event. Thank you.
Thank you.